right, we're all good? Okay, the time is 6:37. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. DeLeon?
I'm here. You're actually on the phone.
Thank you. Mr. Bononis?
I'm here.
Mr. Caroci?
Here. Here.
Ms. Alstoff-Cordaro?
Here.
Ms. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Cucker, the Township Engineer, is here. Mr. Godosian, Solicitor's here. I, the Acting Township Manager, Jay Finnegan's here. I also will note that the Chief of Police, Tom Brandt, and the Lieutenant White is also here, as is Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkheiser and members of the Junior Council.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, we can stand for the pledge.
Please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're on a goddamn meeting. A goddamn meeting.
All right, so I'd like to announce that we did meet in executive session before the start of the meeting. We discussed numerous personnel matters. They are all on the agenda, so we will be talking about them under Section 4, the appointments. The public comment procedure, so there's a 3-minute limit for public comment. You would come up to the podium there, speak into the microphone, address council, be polite, don't shout to the audience. That's, in general, the public comment.
They are the audience, means don't shout
Okay.
to council.
And do we have anybody who would like to give any junior council report tonight? Sam.
Hello. Good evening, Council. Sam Van Norman here, Junior Councilman. So as of today, we have 10 actual days left of school, thank God. So as a reminder, senior graduation is June 6th at 6:30. I believe it's being hosted live on our YouTube page. Also, a big shout out to our Colonial League Academic All-Stars, Cole Hubert and Lucy Norwood. A lot of hard work and dedication to be an all-star in the Colonial League and also in academics. I couldn't do it personally. Moving on, congratulations to Devin Pandy, who's competing in the tennis state champion tournament. Also, our high school environmental team is heading to states. Way to go. Also, a big thanks to Mr. Gazuzian there for visiting the law and justice class. I talked to a few of my friends, they loved you, and they got to find out what it was like to be an attorney for a day. Additionally, congratulations to Jacob Kelly. He'll be heading to Nationals for Skills USA for plumbing this summer that will be hosted in Georgia. As a reminder, the month of May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so continue supporting each other and be nice to everyone. So this is the end, so I would like to thank the council and the different residents here for having junior council here, and as my Scoutmaster always says, until we meet again, thank you.
So our first item of business then is a special ceremony. We have resolutions to recognize all our junior council members. So this year we had quite a number of people, more than normal, I think. We had Zachary Bononis, Nitya Thacker, and Sam Van Norman, who served as township council liaisons. We also had Cole and Noah Hubert and Violet Whitney, who served on the Parks and Recreation Board, and we had Harrison Visick, who served on the Environmental Advisory Council. So I'd like to thank them all for their service on our boards, and I'll read the proclamation that we have. We have one for each of the members. Tonight in attendance, we have Violet and Nitya and Sam, so thank you for coming here. The others were unable to attend tonight. So Resolution 43-2025 through 49-2025. These were proclamations recognizing our junior council members. Whereas Lower Saucon Township Council appointed Zachary Bononis, Nitya Thacker, and Samuel Van Norman to serve as the junior council members on council. Harrison Visick on the Environmental Advisory Council, and Cole and Noah Hubert and Violet Whitney on the Parks and Recreation Board. Whereas all the junior council members participated in the meetings throughout the 2024-2025 school year, offering valuable input from a student's perspective. And whereas each junior council member has done a great job and brought with them enthusiasm and an interest in learning more about local government and its impact on their community. Now therefore, the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Laura Ray, President, Victoria Optoff Cordero, Vice President, Jason Bononis, Thomas Carochi, and Priscilla De Leon, council members, do hereby commend Zachary, Nitya, Samuel, Harrison, Cole, Noah, and Violet for their exemplary performance on behalf of Lower Saucon Township and the Saucon Valley High School and Moravian Academy. Resolved this 21st day of May, 2025. So thank you all. Do anybody want to make comments?
Well, thank you all for doing this. I hope it was a learning experience, and I hope you know, after you finish high school, go to college, or whatever your plans are, you consider getting involved with your local government or wherever you're at. And can we get a picture for the newsletter? We're going to get a picture for the newsletter? All right, get a picture for the newsletter then. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. It was certainly a pleasure having you here. You added to our experience, and I hope we added to your experience, and I hope you take that forward with you in life. You know, the one constant you'll have in life is change. There's always change. I hope you embrace it, and I hope that you force change and make change that's good change, not just for the sake of making change. So thank you again for your time. I know we have some juniors here, and some are seniors. Seniors are moving on and graduating in 10 days, right? 10 days? Only 10 days, wow. And then the juniors, you know, hopefully you have a great senior year and pursue your studies and do great in the world. Thank you.
Do you want to add anything, Victoria?
I'll reiterate what everybody else said. I thank you for everything that you've done coming forward and presenting what's happening at the high school. I've certainly appreciated being able to hear that, and I think the community has also. And I wish you all the best of luck if you're graduating on wherever you may go. I'm sure you will be successful. In being able to come here, you will be successful anywhere. So thank you.
Priscilla, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I would like to say congratulations on being with your different committees, and I wish you the best in your future success. And I think it'll be great on your resume. So good luck and be safe.
Wow.
And I'll thank you all for attending the meetings as well. I think this year we probably had the most input and information that we ever received from school reports. So I know some of the kids are a little shy to step forward and do that, but we had great input this year. So thank you for doing that, and congratulations to the graduates. And we hope maybe we'll see some of you back next year on different boards. Thank you. Are you doing a picture? I'm not sure where. All right, and the next item on our agenda is swearing in of Officer Foster. So we have Judge Alan Meach here to swear him in.
Thank you, Council. I'd like to introduce Jarrell Foster. He's a 2011 graduate of the Lewis E. Darrah High School in Allentown, 2015 graduate of Lehigh Carvey Community College with an associate's degree in criminal justice, and a 2023 graduate of the Allentown Police Academy. Jarrell previously worked full-time with the Lehigh University Police Department, and he currently resides in Allentown with his wife and daughter, and they are expecting twin daughters. I would ask District Judge Alan Medj if he could swear in Jarrell.
If you want to raise your right hand for me, please. And repeat after me. I, Jarrell Ortiz Foster. Do solemnly swear. That I will support, obey, defend. And enforce the Constitution. Of the United States. The Constitution of the Commonwealth. Pennsylvania. Laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And the ordinances. Of Saucon Township. Without consideration to race, color, sex, religious creed, sexual orientation, age, national origin, ancestry, handicap, or disability. And that I shall at no time divulge confidential reports of the department or circulate scandalous information. And I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
His wife is going to pin his official Lower Saucon police officer badge on. Present and the ones who cannot be here greatly appreciate it as well. Thank you. Thank you.
That's Priscilla.
Huh?
That's Priscilla.
Is it reconnected?
It's her voice, it's causing. Congratulations. Should I hang up? I just did. Priscilla, we're gonna hang up and call you back.
I don't know why it's doing that.
People's job.
Is that like the house phone, right?
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, I'm gonna call again.
Here we go again. We're
Okay,
wasting everybody's time.
so
May I be recognized, please?
we're going to
Right, that cell tower.
Be recognized,
start
please.
with the public comment.
No,
So-
would be recognized.
recognized,
He's been
please.
recognized. He has to be recognized. He's an elected member of council. He has to be recognized.
I'm asking,
He's asked to
may
be
I, I'm being
recognized.
polite and asking, may I be recognized? May I be
I
recognized?
I
recognize.
would like to do public
No,
comment.
he wants to be
May I be
recognized
recognized?
before, so the public knows what,
As president of council, you run the meeting, and if
no,
you.
make a motion and I'll do the
now,
motion.
You can have public comment now, and
No, because we
May I
want
be
the public to be able to
recognized?
comment on
May I
this.
be recognized?
Well, it's not an agenda item.
May I
It's
be
not,
recognized?
it is an agenda, it's a procedural.
May I be recognized?
Fine.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm
Thanks
gonna
for
make,
letting him speak.
Yes.
His
Thank
constitutional
you.
right and as an elected official,
Okay.
thank you, lost.
I'm gonna make a motion, and my motion is to amend the agenda to move item L, which is discussion and possible action on landfill closure expansion impact analysis performed by Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions, Inc., to the first item that we deal with after public comment. And I'm asking for that because I'm the one that submitted this report to council, or submitted this request to council. Who's talking?
Who's talking?
I'm the one who submitted the request to have this on the agenda. I requested that this item be placed on the township website. It's not on the township website, and it's last on the township agenda. Why is it last on the township agenda? It's last on the township agenda because Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Optoff Cordero, and Laura Ray do not want the public to know what the effects will be if the landfill is to close. I had requested at a prior meeting that the township pay for this study, which the cost was $20,000. Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions is a private entity. It's not a political entity. It's located in Harrisburg. I'm the one that brought forth the information to propose that they do this landfill closure analysis. They've done the same landfill closure analysis in Plainfield Township, which has a landfill, and Plainfield Township paid for it. These ladies want to close the landfill. These ladies want to take away 35% of the township revenue, currently 35% of the township revenue, $2.5 million a year. The new host agreement, if the expansion is allowed, will be $4.5 million a year for about 17 or 18 years. The total revenue to the township is about $70 million over that period of time. And they don't want the public to know what the effects of their landfill derangement syndrome agenda is. They want to hide this from you. And how do they want to hide it from you? They wouldn't pay for it. They wouldn't pay $20,000. They'll pay $20,000 for a fire services study for a guy, a gentleman, a consultant to say that we should create a committee that we already had, that they eliminated. They're going to pay for that. They're going to pay to winterize a pile of rocks at the Heller Homestead barn. They're going to pay for, they're going to pay. No, I made a motion and I'm finishing my motion.
And I second it and I got a comment
Then
on it.
let's have a roll call.
No, I have a comment on it as well.
Comment. There's a motion and a second. I'm making comments.
What is wrong with you?
Do you know how to run the meeting? I mean, you've been doing it now for what, 5 months, 6 months? Figure it out.
I'm good with
So
the
they
roll call.
don't want the public to know what is going on. And what do? It ends up as the last item on the agenda. Why is that? Because these meetings that we have here, folks, because you can see how incompetent the meetings are run. These meetings go to 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
After the normal period of time.
It did not.
Kathy
It did
would
not. It did not.
We had this on Thursday at the end of the day.
No, we didn't.
And Kathy would not have placed this on this
Doesn't matter.
agenda.
No, we did.
Really?
Hold on.
Really? Then why did Jay Finnegan send us a note saying that we should have a policy as to setting agenda items?
Because of that.
What? No, not because of that.
It came in late.
Not because of that.
Hold on.
Kathy
You
wanted
don't want the
things
public
be
to
in
know.
2 weeks
And
ahead of time.
Jay, who put this last on the agenda? How did this end up as the last item on the, this is the most important item on the agenda because it's taking us off of a cliff, literally a financial cliff that's going to drive down property value when taxes skyrocket. And this is the last item on the agenda where nobody's going to be here. They're going to be too tired because they're worn out from these fools.
Have a roll call on the move of, the motion was to move it.
Yes.
So
And I'm
before
gonna
we get
second-
into
I
the
second
discussion
that
of the
motion.
topic,
All right.
I think we should just have a roll call on the motion.
I'm going to second
Topic
it. I'm
is
gonna make
where it
one
is on the
comment.
agenda.
This is just
It's at the end of the agenda
redundancy.
because you're trying to hide it from the
She's
public.
trying to cover up.
Can
Jay,
we have a
Jay,
roll call,
no,
please?
I'm going to second. And Jay, I want to ask the acting township manager how these last 4 items that Jason and I want ended up on the end of the agenda when they were submitted before previous agenda items in the agenda chronology.
Yeah.
How did that happen, Mr. Finnegan?
It was based on a discussion with the president.
The president being lost Ray here? Okay. And so she...
I want to bury it at the end of the night, folks.
And was anybody else in that discussion?
And
Was
normally
Ms.
we
Aptoff
put
or
hearings
Susie?
at the beginning
Or
of the
Susie?
meeting.
No. The other agenda items.
required.
These are the last 4
And
agenda
developer
items.
items at
Now
the
that she got
beginning.
caught by Mr. Finnegan, she's trying to shut us up. Okay. So explain, Mr. Finnegan, how this
no
conversation
action
took place. Explain, Mr. Finnegan, how this took place.
It was a discussion between myself, Mr. Gadosian, and Ms. Ray.
And how was it decided to put these last?
It was based on input from Steve and I.
Now, so who decided to put them last? The president or you or Steve?
It was township business item, so it went in township business items.
Right. It's last under the township business items.
Correct.
Now, how did that decision occur? Who made that decision?
I attempted to put them on based on dates when they came in, and as I explained to you earlier, I erred on a couple of them in their formatting.
So you admit, though, these last 4 came in earlier than some of the other township business items?
And we never
No,
had a
I'm
policy.
asking him a
We never
question.
had a policy
Right.
first
Why do you have to
come,
interrupt?
first served.
Yeah, okay.
Follow your rules, follow the rules, Laura.
Okay.
You can't run a meeting, follow your own rules.
Was there, Mr. Finnegan, was there a discussion of not having the agenda items on at all?
I believe that would be a correct statement.
And who raised not even having the landfill study and our other agendas on township business at all? Who recommended that?
The president.
That being lost right here?
All right, these are not things we need
Okay.
action.
Oh, you don't want the public. She doesn't want the public to know. She doesn't want the public to know.
And this came in Thursday at the end of the day.
No.
which
The
was
landfill
way
sneezes.
past
The
when
landfill
you
sneezes
could
and it's
have
on the
items
township
for the
website.
agenda.
Can I just
On the
ask for a
township
roll call on
website.
moving this?
But this
We're
report that
like
tells you what the
on where
consequences
we
are,
started.
you're not going to know about it.
Roll call.
The typical.
Cover it up.
Cover it up. Cover it
Roll
up.
call on moving.
But the township residents need to
Tell
know.
them about your conflict of
The
interest.
township residents need to know is Lost Ray didn't
Can we
even want
have a
this
roll
on the
call on
agenda.
moving?
Didn't even want this on the agenda.
Not this
And
time.
then she wanted it all the way at the end, so you couldn't stay
Laura,
here and comment on it.
can we have a roll
You
call
wanted-
on
they
moving?
wanted
I
you to go
asked
home.
for a roll call. Let's have a
She's
roll
gonna
call.
go home. Disgraceful. And Susie was part of it. Susie was part of it.
Ms. Ray.
No.
There you go. She still doesn't want you to hear about it.
Agenda.
Mr. Bononis.
Yeah, I'm not covering anything up. I'm not a fraud.
Right.
Falstaff Cadero.
No.
Mr. Caroci.
Yes, we're not afraid to have conversations about
DeLeon.
difficult topics, when it's only 7 o'clock at night and people are still here and can hear
And we
everything. We're
need
not
to
afraid
take
to hide
care-
this
we
from the
need to
public
take
like
care
they
of
are.
these-
We're not afraid to hide it from the public like they are, And not only did she want to hide it from you by burying it at the end, she didn't want it at all. And Susie was trying to help her.
And they voted against it.
Susie was trying to help her that. This is Lost
Okay,
Ray.
here.
This is Lost Ray. Oh, the over-under on the gal was 100.5, very high tonight. First time it's ever been 3 digits. That's 2 already. So we're getting
Is it? Is it?
Ms. DeLeon. Ms. DeLeon.
Voted no.
Yes or no on the motion?
You got that cell phone tower
Voted
going.
no.
Thank you.
Cover it up.
Cover it up. Look at that.
Loud.
You want to bury it.
Motion fails 3-2.
No.
That's these supposedly transparent Democrats for you, right?
Okay, so item 4A,
Yeah.
appointments. We're doing the appointment of our finance director.
I think we need public comment.
Public comment first.
Yeah, well,
There you go.
throw me off with his,
Oh, yeah, it's just so easy, it's so hard to throw you off. So hard to throw you
quiet,
off.
Tom. You're so rude.
Throw you off. The light bulb flickers will throw you off.
Okay, Donna, go ahead.
Donna Louder, Steel City. The reason I'm here is YouTube working? Okay. 'Cause there was a lot of noise before when we were in the back. Okay, and anyways, what I'm standing up for is, there's an agenda item about, oh, God. I'll take my turn too. Yes, about the minutes. And according to the Sunshine Act, 706, it says that the minutes of a meeting need to be public records and recordings of meeting. Written minutes shall be kept of all meetings, agencies, the minutes shall include blah, blah, blah. My question is, will there be a backup to the YouTube that is being proposed to just be tagged? Like, what if the YouTube isn't working and then we have absolutely no record? And that's part of the Sunshine Act. Mr. Finnegan, would you answer me? Will there be backup to that?
You can back up YouTube to a server, so you'd have have 2 copies of it. So the record could be preserved with multiple copies.
Okay, I greatly appreciate that you're gonna be doing that. Thank you.
Congratulations on your election victory last night.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Kathy Klein. I'm the president of the Lower Saucon Church Cemetery Association. It's the cemetery located behind the Saucon Community Church on Easton Road. And we are, just so you know, we are a 501c3. We own that land ourselves. We're not affiliated with the church. That church was established in 1866, and it was given the word church in the name so that you'd know it was on that side of the road, because there's a cemetery on the other side. What I'm asking is that when you're looking at the rezoning, I don't know a lot about zoning, so I admit my ignorance, but if it's possible to zone parcels separate from other parcels, We would really like that cemetery to not be zoned commercial. I have had many phone calls over the last few years since you did that of families concerned that their loved ones are going to be dug up. The cemetery will be, and I've assured them that that is not something that the township would want to do. However, it is something that is a very real concern of those of us on the board. And my parents are buried there. I have many family members buried there. And I would like to see if there's a way that it could be put back to either multifamily or residential.
So to be clear, the area that was rezoned is to the east of Mockingbird Hill Road, not where the cemetery is, not where the baseball field is or any of that.
Oh, we were told that that was included in it.
By people that are trying to get you here to gin up,
Too many people were talking.
I don't believe it was.
like Democrats that lied to you.
Yeah, I believe when we did the rezoning, it was Mockingbird Hill all the way down to where the Sportsman's Club is, where the 78 overpass, how it sort of narrows down.
Because the map that I saw, we were included in the one that I saw originally when the zoning was done. So maybe I was given incorrect.
South of Easton Road. South of Easton Road.
Just for a point of clarification, I'm actually looking at the map because it's on the agenda, and the district begins at the overpass of Easton Road, and then follows through and includes areas east and west of Mockingbird Hill Road, including the ball field.
So the cemetery is included then?
It currently is included, yes.
Okay.
Clear, the property owners decide what happens on their property. So if you have a cemetery on the property that you own, and you don't want anything to happen with it, you own that property. Nobody can come in and force you to turn it into a commercial property.
So if it's been rezoned as commercial, you can't come into our eminent domain and take it?
No.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Susie, it's very difficult.
There's a lot of misinformation that's put out there to stir people up, to create drama
No,
or conflict.
it's just people, and I told them all that I didn't see that happening. I couldn't imagine that the Lower Saucon Township would want to dig up people from 1860. Right. And
that was never any intent or idea, and it's not going to happen.
All right.
See if our solicitor were paying $180 an hour to Susie. Can you put her at ease that the cemetery won't be dug up? Susie?
Are you going to call me by my name or not? Ma'am, I was just being insulting, but ma'am, back to your question is, if you have a use that's prior to any change of zoning, let's start there. Nobody can force you, you'd have certain rights to utilize it continually moving forward. That's one thing. Number two, as the owner of a cemetery, or if the cemetery owned the property, then you'd have the ability to make decisions as to whether or not you wanted to sell it to a third party or otherwise. Nobody could force you to sell it. Theoretically, the government has an ability to go ahead and take property under certain conditions, for certain public purposes and so on. But that's a very rare right, a rare use that the government utilizes. For example, widening of roads and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
So if you're concerned, I believe you've suggested your concern is, I'm afraid that something is going to force me to change this use from a cemetery to something else. That's incredibly, incredibly unlikely and in your hands.
The thing I made clear to those that contacted me is that most people aren't aware that while we own the cemetery, every plot has its own deed. So if someone wanted to do this, they would have to contact somewhere in the neighborhood of 900 to 1,000 families to get permission, because each plot can have up to 8 graves. And we do have several in the corner from the early 1900s that we know there are probably 15 to 18 children in that plot. So there would be all those families. So I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. So I can share that at our meeting next week.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thanks for explaining, Susie. $180 of her taxpayer money, you can't pry it out of you.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Hill, Lower Saucon Township Controller. I'm going to comment on the Susquehanna Accounting Report on Bethlehem Ladder.
Buckle up.
Revenue. Township finances. Does every township need a landfill to balance his budget?
They wish they had one.
No, and neither do we. The landfill looks good on paper until you look at the impacts on the community, the environment, the watershed, the DEP inspection reports, residents' quality of life, the toxic local political scene, the appearance, the odors, and so forth. These qualitative factors are an absolute deal killer for a Phase 5 expansion. This report was prepared without any input or feedback from the township, which makes it questionable. It is a political grandstanding piece that came out right before the primary and was used in the political campaign of the landfill's preferred candidate. The report fails to recognize that we can mitigate the loss of revenue by achieving greater efficiency, controlling costs, regionalizing shared services, and cutting waste. The report doesn't show that if the northern end of Lower Saucon becomes a sacrifice zone, a blighted community won't generate tax revenue. We would lose earned income tax revenue as well as property tax revenue. The report fails to recognize revenue from new development and population growth, even though the Lehigh Valley is among the fastest growing regions in the state. Population is projected to increase by at least 14% over the next 25 years. Lower Saucon is a very desirable place to live, and I'm assuming it will outpace the rest of the Lehigh Valley in growth. The report shows debt service in some sections, but we are free of debt, and there are no proceeds shown for any debt the model implies that we would incur. The report combines the general and capital funds, but doesn't show restricted funds that help fund some road work and public works capital purchases and maintenance of open space. The annual fire department appropriation is included in total expenses, but the proceeds from the fire tax are excluded from revenue. The most important point of this report is that the township reserves last almost until 2040, at which time ostensibly we would raise taxes, which only represent about 7% of our total combined property taxes. The annual township tax is around $500 per household on the average. Lastly, the landfill should cease operations once the northern realignment is full. Another source of revenue could be from a solar farm on top of the closed landfill. With growing demand for electric power, this could be lucrative for the township.
All right, start that clock again. So we know how much
Impact on
extra time
quality
she's
of
given
life.
her. So start that clock again. So we know how much
Environment.
extra time she's given her. She hasn't hit her
Solar-
gavel yet. Hasn't even asked her to stop talking yet. So start that clock again.
Farms
Start
are
that
being
clock
built
again.
on closed landfills in other
There you go.
municipalities.
Okay. Everybody
Why
else
not
is gonna
here?
speak this long.
Glenn, can
Everybody
you
else
wrap
is
it?
speaking this
Will you
long.
stop talking in my ear?
I have one more sentence.
Oh, there you go.
Team up and work proactively toward the shared goal of increasing revenue and cutting costs. We can keep the township stable and solvent. Thank you.
3.5 minutes.
I have a question for
3.5 minutes.
clarification, please.
Okay,
You
there's
mentioned
no
the word
point of
regionalizing.
clarification.
When you say regionalizing, Ms. Hill, are you talking about using
We're
Lower
not
Saucon
having
Township money to
Q&A.
subsidize failing communities? Is that what you're talking about, communities that are bankrupt and failing, and taking our tax dollars and sending them elsewhere to
we're
provide
in
those
public
services
comment,
elsewhere?
so-
Can you explain? I mean, you're the controller and you use the
Yeah.
word regionalizing,
Right.
so explain
She's an
please what you
elected,
mean by
an
that.
elected controller that won't answer questions.
Right.
Just gets up and makes statements like cut 25% of the
We're on
police
public
force.
comment,
That was her idea last
What do you
budget
mean by
season. Cut
regionalizing?
25% of the police force.
I don't want my money going elsewhere. I don't know if the people in the audience want their money
Okay,
going
She
we're on
wants
elsewhere.
to,
public
she wants to
comment.
bail out
Can you
Hellertown.
For that, can you explain
public
yourself?
speak?
She won't speak.
Guess not.
She won't speak because she's a coward. Come on, she wants to bail out Hellertown.
Laura, I'm
with
not
your
sure that your
Okay.
microphone is picking up.
See how she sits down? Yeah.
Okay, sorry. It's
Too much of a
public
coward to
comment.
answer
Tom,
questions.
Stop interrupting.
Joanne Mason, resident Easton Road. Good evening, council. I'm here again to voice my strong opposition to the proposed zoning change on Easton Road back to residential. My feelings on this matter were much different in the past. However, after coming here to your April council meeting and sitting for 6 hours to hear and pleading with you to help us, because we were informed that an enormous digital billboard was being constructed behind my house that will cause stress to us and our neighbors and will affect both our mental and physical health, as well as was compared to putting a shed on your property. Verbatim, we were told there is no difference between a digital billboard and putting a shed on your property. We left here so distraught. The zoning change, it amazes me that the zoning change discussion didn't take place before the billboard vote went through. Why didn't we talk about putting it back to residential before we decided we were going to build put the billboard. Maybe the billboard wouldn't have gone through, but because now it's light manufacturing, the billboard's going through. I don't understand. Where's the value in taking it back to residential now? I don't see the value. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm asking you to keep the zoning on Easton Road as light manufacturing, let the developers come in and make the homeowners offers on their property. Reverting to the previous zoning means no benefit to property owners on Easton Road, and we truly consider it a kick in the teeth. Thank you.
That's what they're doing. That's right.
That's what they're doing, and you should all know. You should all know that Ms. Optoff has met with developers. She met with a developer about Easton Road, and she won't talk about it, but she's met with a developer on Easton Road. I know his name. Go ahead.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill. And I did just want to respond to a comment that Ms. Hill made, but I think she might have left.
Of course she did.
She spoke about the landfill, the closed landfill, being a revenue source for the township, because they put a solar farm on it. The township doesn't own that property. The landfill owns that property. And in fact, one of the things that the township negotiated in the host agreement for the Phase 5 expansion was that the township has the ability to lease for a very nominal amount per year. I think it's $10 a year. And that's an opportunity for the township to put solar panels or any kind of other income generating source, if and only if the Phase 5 expansion is something that goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carol Riley Makis. First, I just wanted to thank council for putting Easton Road back on the agenda. Secondly, I feel really bad for Joanne and her family because they've lived there for a very long time. I have been trying to get it back on the agenda for over a year now. And if it had gone back on the agenda earlier, we wouldn't be having this problem with the billboard. So I just wanted to thank you. And I think we need to find a way to make the people that want to stay on Easton Road and live there happy, as well as the people that now have to move, make them happy as well. So I think we need to work together and try to find some common ground so everybody is happy. I think also that Lower Saucon Township is very large. And for all of us that live out the back, where all the farming and everything is, we've lived there for generations. Everyone on this side that's just moving in from other places and stuff like that, nobody cares about what's happening on our side. I get the landfill and all that, but you're not there smelling it. You're not there hearing all the construction from the warehouses. You're not there. I would really like to video the sound and come over to your house at 2, 3 in the morning and just let it play so you can hear what we hear. It's not right. It's not right. And we need to work together to figure this out. I get you guys want the whole manufacturing thing, but we don't. And those people that have to leave, I don't think it's fair that they're not gonna get a good value for their property, but I don't think it's fair that they have to leave at the age that they are now when they've lived there the entire time, because according to our light manufacturing, the billboard's okay. Why don't we move the billboard? Why can't we move the billboard to a different area? 78 has a long stretch there. Why can't we move it?
We asked the solicitor to contact the proposed builder and see if he would relocate it to where the baseball field is, but I don't know if he's made that communication or not. But we asked him to do that.
The other thing is, we're in the minority, so they're doing it. We're not necessarily for manufacturing, we're for the rezoning and whatever's allowed to go in goes in. Mm-hmm. Victoria's met with developer about this stuff, and she's siding with one developer to try and get that. She won't talk about it.
All the people that live on Easton Road, or the majority of the people that live on Easton Road that
she's the one that's trying to cut a deal with the developer in manufacturing. She's the one.
Okay.
I haven't had a personal meeting with one. She won't talk about it.
I haven't either. I'm just saying, like, we need to revisit this and we need to take care of it.
There's nothing that prevents anyone from living there. But what happened
live next to it.
Let me finish, ma'am. But what we did was, by rezoning it, we actually unlocked value in the properties that are there. So you consider what the property was like when you first moved in there. There probably were not
lived there for 37 years.
There were no warehouses across the street. That's the city of Bethlehem. Priscilla De Leon allowed those warehouses and provided no input from Lower Saucon Township to the detriment of our residents. You have a highway that's in the backyard. That highway was built 40 years ago or so.
Right? Or the highway.
Right. So none of that was there, and the situation that you're dealing with was not of your own doing.
Right.
So we looked at that, and we tried to find a solution that would help you You could live there if you want to and live in those conditions if you want to continue to live in those conditions, or you could unlock value in your property. I know that there were offers made on many properties that are out there, and the property offers that were made are substantially higher than the market value. So that's the reason why we did what we did, to provide some relief from circumstances that were not created by any of those residents, and to also help betterment in that area.
Well, I think we just need to work together and take care of it. Okay?
Victoria's working with a developer for manufacturing there. That's what you should know. Mr. Ozimick, congratulations on running a very civil campaign. I'm sorry it didn't turn out the way you wanted it to, but while
you don't need your comment. This is public comment, not Tom comment.
You won't have a council seat next year. You will have something.
It's not your comment period, Tom. Be quiet.
You will have something that no other council member has.
What's that?
You're disrupting the meeting.
That's a parole officer. He'll have a parole. He has a parole.
Mr. Carochi, you're disrespecting and disrupting a public meeting. You should be hauled out for disorderly conduct. Laugh all you want. Really?
Yeah.
Keep on laughing. One day we're going to laugh all the way to the bank.
I'm laughing.
Especially since there's been some new exciting outlooks on the landfill. Anyway.
Outlooks?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I talk to people when I'm out there. So, somebody else, I forget who it was, talked about 7G and the meeting minutes. I talked to my wife at home, and my wife and I, as per her guidance, says that you are to keep specific and all of the information possible on the meeting minutes, not just highlight here and what's here or what you want. You're supposed to keep all of the minutes. You can't rely on backing up to YouTube, because one day YouTube might decide to disappear. And unless you downloaded everything onto a file like manager says, you know, then it's done. I have everything at home on hard drives because I save everything from Yahoo, I save everything from YouTube in multiple places. So I have copies of it all.
They can't disappear?
Somebody comes in and robs my house, that's one thing.
So they would disappear?
If they made it out of the house.
Then not only they would disappear,
Tom,
but you would disappear.
we're not having Q&A.
You both would disappear. One to prison and one would disappear in the ground. So everybody would disappear.
You just don't quit, do you?
Quit what? That's just a question, Mr. Ozimick.
Anyway, Laura, that's my thing. Victoria, that's my thing. Keep the minutes, keep all the minutes so that nothing's missing. And Gazuzzi, and you should be well aware that, you know, you should already know that. For now, that's all. But then again, we don't get to comment on anything else.
Well, they made the rules.
Talk to me. You chased.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Well, look, I mean, they're 7 months behind in the minutes. We hadn't had a full-time manager in 14 months. We
I know
had
they're
an
7 months.
manager
Excuse me.
And finance director. We had a woman who was being overworked, and she left the township. So it's unfortunate. I share your concerns, sir. I think there should be minutes.
I know they're they're 7 months behind. It's also illegal. They're supposed to be done in 30 days for the next meeting.
I don't know.
Why weren't they done?
Good question.
No, why not? Good question.
So Kathy was unable to fulfill her duties.
Because she was overworked and underpaid, and then she left.
Oh, overworked and underpaid. What's underpaid got to do with it? When she works longer than 8 hours a day, is she paid overtime? Or after 40 hours, is she a flat rate?
Oh.
Your salary.
I think we're.
He didn't use all his time. He had like 2 minutes left on the clock.
You keep interrupting.
No, he had like 2 minutes left
what's
on the clock. I don't know why they reset it.
See?
Gave Lynn Hill 3.5 minutes. Go ahead, if you
Okay,
speak.
this is
Speak,
not
Mr.
jabbering with
Speak.
you.
The sad part of what happened with the elections is I didn't get a seat because I have a plan on fixing the township.
I know.
Well,
I know.
share it.
That's what I
Share
said.
it with everybody.
Do we have more?
Yeah, share it.
Yeah, if it's a great plan, I mean, you want to better the township.
Congratulations.
Save that for the next time you're on?
Go.
Before we go to the
Okay,
next person,
Steve would like to
can I help
speak.
clear the air about the minutes?
Go ahead.
Legal requirements for minutes under 706 of the Sunshine Act, and they're very narrow and specific. Minutes of public meetings need only include the date, time, and place of the meeting, the names of members present, the substance of all official actions, and a record of the individual member of roll call votes taken, and the names of all the citizens who appeared officially, and the subject of their testimony. That's the requirement under the law. Normally, what happens, or what's even being proposed, is more than that, but that is all that's required. There is no requirement to keep a backup. Often the YouTube backup is a good idea because then you have a time or an opportunity to look back to any part of the meeting whatsoever. But I want to clear the air as to what's required by the law. It's very narrow and very specific. It's what I outlined. Thank you.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Ozemic, but I think he's complaining that there are no minutes whatsoever. You're talking about some form of minutes, and we're 7 months behind in minutes. It's because there was nobody here to do the work. I mean, we had one person who was doing 3 jobs and was overworked. And we still haven't advertised for a township manager as far as I know.
So do we have anywhere?
No offense to you, Jay. I mean, you stepped into this not expecting this role.
I have a question for the solicitor. Do we have anywhere where it just has those basic things that you just stated, like what the vote was, what the motion was, date, time? Is that anywhere on our township website? Just that basic form, not the word for word, just the basic agenda item, the vote, what the vote was, and who voted which way, and what the motion was. That
It does not at this time.
why can't we at least provide that?
It's going, well, that's an agenda item for today.
But I mean, this has been going on for 7 months.
The past practice, well before my time, was to have the agenda or all the minutes verbatim, and that's what it used to be for, I guess, for many years, again, before I became solicitor.
Right.
The short answer to your question is right now it does not, because the past practice has remained in effect. What's on the agenda tonight is the opportunity to look at that and see if council might want to change that.
Right. But Mr. Ozemic is not wrong when he says we might be violating the Sunshine Act by not providing the basic outline of the meeting as minutes with the things that you just rattled off, the date, time, the substantive votes. Not even providing that, he's not wrong that that we have been violating the Sunshine Act for the past.
The opportunity for council to address that is tonight, among other nights.
Yeah, but what I want to know is why we've had a solicitor that's let this happen for 7 months. Why don't you tell us about this 30-day requirement 6 months ago, and we could have at least had a bare bones meeting minutes published on the township website for anybody to see.
I did not reference a 30-day requirement.
I thought you did, or did Mr. Ozemic reference it?
I did.
Okay. You think you're right? You're right.
Steve, is there, by law, Steve, is there a time requirement?
We're continuing with
I have a
public
question for the
comment.
solicitor. Steve, is there a time requirement for when minutes have to be done? Is there a 30-day, 90 days, reasonable period? Is there any case law on that to say that what's reasonable?
It's supposed to be within 30 days.
It is supposed to be within 30 days. So you just said that. Tom, you just said.
He asked what I said when I rattled it off. I said I didn't rattle that off.
Is there a requirement? Is there any time requirement that you know of?
Yeah, it's supposed to be 30 days.
Why didn't you tell us that when you rattled it off?
I gave you what was required.
30 days is required, and you didn't tell us that?
I said this is what the substance has to say. Still does.
Yeah, but you didn't tell us the 30 days. You just told us now when I asked you.
We're not making any progress here, and we have this as an agenda item, so let's move on with public comment. We're moving on with public comment.
I mean, you know that it's 30 days, and you're not telling the public. You tell us every other requirement, but not that requirement? Give me a break.
I don't understand. Why can't you just tell us if we've been in violation or not, in your opinion? You're the solicitor.
Are you ready? Good evening, Cheyenne Ryman. Some of you may affectionately rather refer to me as garbage, so maybe I should say I'm garbage. Maybe I should turn around and smile at the camera because you can share this video then, Laura. That might be fun too. In regards to the minutes, it's very disturbing that a resident informs us that we need to have the minutes done in 30 days, and we're now 7 months behind on the minutes. So does that mean that each of those meetings that are not done are separate Sunshine Act violations? That's highly concerning as a resident, and we're sitting here going, who cares? It's also concerning when you mention that these are the minimums that have to be done. I think as a township, we don't need to be holding ourselves to minimums. We should be doing better. When we're talking about putting these things on a video, it's been brought up several times that the video is flawed. Has anything been done as far as exploring what that is stemming from, whether it's internet or what the issue is? Because right now when you try to watch it on YouTube, you can't. At home, it buffers, it cuts out, you can't hear what people are saying. So if that's what you're gonna rely on, it's gonna be a flawed system. Did we also, I know there was discussion about getting like AI software. Was that ever done or explored to help them turn the minutes around? Was that purchased? I believe you brought that up, Laura.
Laura's the IT
We
expert.
have that, yes.
Are we utilizing it to maybe
They
help get the
use
minutes
that,
done?
Yes.
I mean, that might be an option, but it's concerning.
They do use it.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying.
It's still 7
But it's
months.
concerning when you're gonna say we're gonna rely on a video that is flawed and people are commenting and complaining that they can't hear the video. The other issue is if you're gonna back it up is one thing, but if you're not, it's gonna be a problem. YouTube at some point could monetize and be a subscription based. So then if you don't pay for this subscription, you don't have access to seeing your township minutes. I think that's a very missed opportunity, and I think it's just erroneous on the township. I do think the minutes and reading them, I think, has more value. Another thing too is I see that the 5A, the ordinance for the fire recovery cost, was that revised to take out the word persons? Because I believe when it came out, it said the insurance carrier or persons. And that would mean that the onus could fall on the property owner outside of just insurance. That was something that did not have an attachment on board docs. So I'd like to explore that a little bit. In regard to Easton Road, a couple things there. I think it's a little bit ignorant for a resident to make a comment to say that, you know, we've been there for 37 years and we've been there decades when nobody else in the township has and they don't care. I mean, properties trade in the township all the time. I think everybody does care. That's my, yeah. Properties trade throughout this municipality all the time. It's not just this side of the township. Properties trade on Easton Road. 2 of them in that section have, when you started making the conversation, January 2nd of 2024, which was your first day in the seat when you brought up about taking it back to residential. Developer was under contract on properties. He pulled out. A property owner lost $90,000. Another one lost $98,000. That's a big difference, huge difference. So when you're talking about that, I think you need to be transparent with the residents and inform them of what's actually happening. And I do think it's concerning when a resident says that she's been fighting to get something on the agenda for over a year. You brought that up January 2nd, which is over a year ago, and you had a resident asking, and it took you this long to get this back on the agenda. I think that's a little disgraceful, and I think it should be paid better attention to. I think the residents deserve better. And the other thing is when we're talking about the order of events, or excuse me, agenda items, I think it's important that you look at it not just from the standpoint of where do you want the agenda items. I think you need to consider what the public is going to want to say or hear on these things. There's some items on here that the public isn't really going to have much input on. The surface treatment project bid award, you're not going to hear much from the public on that. It's going to be one of those, it is what it is. We kind of rely on you to make the best decision. The changing the June date, you might hear 1 or 2 people, but it's not going to be as impactful as a landfill or a rezoning, any of those issues. Those should be moved up and given priority. I hope moving forward you can consider that.
They should have been at the end. They should have been at the very end, but they wanted to hide the landfill study.
Not your
Wanted to
comment
hide the
period.
landfill.
Laura, the truth hurts.
And don't forget, they promised, the third clowns promised when they
not your
campaigned,
comment
not only
period.
would they have great audio for the meetings, but you'd be able to sit at your home and zoom in and ask questions from your home and do public comment from your home. That's what they promised when they ran, the 3 clowns. Couldn't produce it.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I just wanted to say, I think I was here last time, and I think Brian, I don't know if you were here, but going out and talking to voters, Robin Court, there's a sinkhole on Robin Court at the end in the cul-de-sac. He said he's been calling for 6 months and nobody's done anything about it. So I just wanted to bring that up again. So I think it's interesting that a controller, finance and accounting-minded person gets up and says,
Well, don't give her that credit.
well, obviously that's what she does. I'm not sure how that happened.
Doesn't mean that she has those qualifications, so don't.
She obviously doesn't. But I think it's funny that she says that we can pay our bills without a landfill because other municipalities don't have a landfill. and they pay their bills perfectly fine. So if we want to compare ourselves to Macungie or South Whitehall Township or other municipalities in the area that have a lot of tax revenue coming in from other sources, which we don't, that's the kind of thing that's just silly. I mean, you're just brainwashing the public and trying to tell them that landfill bad, we can't have landfills, so let's close them. So let's close all the landfills, close them, because they're pollution oriented. So there are 3,000 landfills in America. Does anybody know that? 3,000, that's it. 10,000 are closed landfills. Do you know what it takes to open a new landfill? Does anybody know that? Did you do research on it? Victoria, have you done research on what it takes to open a new landfill? Or start a new refinery, oil refinery manufacturing plant? Does anybody know about that? We haven't done that in many decades. I don't know when the last landfill was open, a brand new landfill, but I did look at the EPA website, and it actually said that it takes a long time, it takes a lot of permits, and there are a lot of regulations on building a new landfill. So best to keep the ones open that are open and try to do that. Also, we have land in that area that probably can't be developed because of the Bethlehem steel plants that were there a long time ago. It might be brownfield. Some of it might have seeped into the ground. No, Victoria, no. Did you talk to any engineers about that, or any environmental engineers? Maybe you should consult your environmental attorney about that one. But yeah, there are things over there that the land can't be developed. So, I mean, the ridiculousness is that we have residents here, and I understand that they don't like to live near the landfill, or they don't like to live near industry. And that's the point against what Lynn Hill said. We've got residents who don't want industry. We've got residents that don't want landfills. So what do we do? How do we generate tax revenue? Are we going to have a committee meeting about that? Should we form a committee? Should we bring in some taxpayers to talk about that? Do we want to get them involved? How do we generate revenue in Lower Saucon Township if we can't have anything here? We can't have anything. So on the campaign trail, I have spoken to people. The taxpayers out there know, especially on our side of the township, this side where you are right now, where we have to listen to 78 all day, all night. It's very loud. It creates a lot of dust. It's a lot of diesel fuel. It's a lot of pollution, actually. So we have to put up with that over here. And maybe it's not as bad as a landfill, and I get that. But I like Marianne Garber's comment about how we can actually maybe be able to put solar panels on. But the fact of the matter is that clearing land to just put solar panels on, it's the National Environmental Activists here in Lower Saucon Township. And per yesterday's election, I think that kind of indicates that there are Republicans in this township that are, they get what's going on, and they get you, and they understand what's happening.
Comment, please.
Thank you so much for the time.
Why don't you talk about election results? She tries to shut you up.
Okay, we just need to move on with public
Shut
comment.
you up.
Move on. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to
That's
see.
Let's
Don't worry
hide
about the
the
numbers.
landfill to the
Close
last thing on the
landfill.
agenda. To the last thing on the
Tax and
agenda.
spend. Give your money away. Give your money away. Give it away.
My name is Larry Petfield. I am a property owner on Easton Road. I do not live there. Before I comment on that, I'd like to comment on the landfill. And one question I always ask myself is, where would we put that if we didn't have the landfill that we have? Where would we put it? Would any of you like it in your backyard? I rest my case there. As far as Easton Road is concerned, thank you for changing that to light industrial. I saw my property value skyrocket, go up more than 5 times. And I hate to see it go down again. I hope that doesn't happen, because I would have loved to have lived out there, but with the environment that's out there, I cannot justify my wife and family living in that kind of an environment. It's a mess. So thank you. I hope that we can keep this as light industrial or something thereof. Another comment on the digital outdoor sign. Doesn't that have to come before you as council, just like a plan would have to come if we were going to develop the Easton Road property anywhere, that has to come to this council to be scrutinized and approved. And I would think a digital billboard would have to do the same thing. You have to hear from the constituents in our township before anything is done there. Thank you.
And we did.
Hello, folks. Jim Mason, Easton Road. My wife spoke earlier. This gentleman, hats off to him, too. Our property value has risen with the change of the zoning. Just like we were saying, the billboard, it went through it failed the first zoning meeting. It wasn't approved. The billboard was too big. They come in with a smaller size. All of a sudden, it's like putting a shed in your backyard, like one gentleman said. I don't understand. How can you do this? Please try to keep it light manufacturing. Thank you.
That's what I want. Just to be clear, when you all talk about the mess out there, you're talking about the warehouses in Bethlehem across the street.
It's like a sound barrier.
Right, right, exactly.
We don't have a sound barrier in the back on 78.
Right.
But we have one right across the street from our house, 36-foot high warehouse. Sound bounces off of that and right back.
Thank you, Priscilla De Leon. Thank you, Priscilla De Leon.
Okay, that's City of Bethlehem. Do we have more comments?
Yeah, Priscilla's on this council and didn't fight it. Did no objection to it. Priscilla had no objection to it when it was before this council.
Did nothing.
Did nothing. And she was the only one on council.
We can't zone for Bethlehem, I'm
No, but
sorry.
you can object to, like they're objecting to the
I'm sure they
landfill.
did. Will you stop yelling
They're objecting
at
to the
me?
landfill. I'm not yelling at you, I'm making a
can't
point,
hear you.
comment.
Sorry,
I don't think you can hear, I know you're lost.
This is the first time I've ever come to one of these meetings. It's probably the last.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
I think it's pretty pathetic.
It is.
My name is Pat Howells. I live on the corner of Mockingbird and Easton Road. I own 13 acres. I don't want the zoning to go back to RA. The area's been ruined, totally trashed.
Right.
And I have a couple of questions. I have a question to the council. You know, I don't understand how the warehouses were built. What did you people do to stop that?
I wasn't on council. Priscilla De Leon was.
on council.
I was not on council.
So nothing was done?
No.
Nothing was done by her. Nothing was done by her. We weren't on council.
We left it happen.
She let it happen.
Okay.
We changed it. We don't want it to go back to RA either.
Can we just have the public comment?
Council of,
She asked a question, I'm responding to
She
her.
asked a question.
I'm being courteous.
Reality,
It doesn't allow for us to get through our meeting.
yeah,
It responds to the person who has a question, I'm responding to her.
wow.
That's me off one more time.
Conversation.
Okay,
I'm just asking that we
today's
could let the
reality
comments happen.
is the rural residential feel of our neighborhood is gone. Leave it alone. Let these people on Easton Road get the value that these developers are offering. I'm sorry, the Democrats, you need to knock it off.
Yeah. Knock it the hell off.
Knock it off. Hear that? Knock it off.
Knock it the hell off, Laura.
Here, I was born here. I was born up on Mockingbird Hill. I lived here all my life. I'm in my 70s, guys. Okay, I'm downsizing. I'm going to sell. All right, so I want the Democrats to knock it off and back up. Let the residential, it's gone. You ruined it. And I don't like those, I don't like the stadium. I call it a stadium. It's quite a ball field. You should be there at my house when the stadium lights are on.
I know.
Wonderful. Okay. One more question. Has there ever been a professional planning study done? Did you guys have that done for the area? I doubt it.
What do you mean by a professional planning study?
Did anyone, honestly, before the warehouses went up, before the ball field went up, I mean, it's this whole area of Easton Road, You totally trashed it.
The ball field's been there for like almost 100 years, I think. And the warehouses have not been there for 100 years.
The ball field's not been there for 100 years.
Sure it is. Sure it has.
Part of the church.
Sure it has.
The church
Part
gave
of
it to the township.
The church gave it to the township.
But, right, that's right. That's right.
Right. Right, but it's been a ball field for like 100 years.
Okay, it wasn't a stadium.
It was a ball field. There's a difference between a ball field and a stadium.
Generations of people have lived on my highway.
Yeah.
We live above the highway. And please tell me that we're out of this zoning thing.
How long have they been playing baseball in that area?
You're out of the zoning. You're on the other side of the highway. That's not subject to any of this. You're still residential.
We have 60-foot sound barriers
Okay.
that they built for the highway.
Now, if you want to come up and have a turn to speak, we'll just take turns.
Go ahead.
Because we won't hear you on the record from yelling back there.
Can we take her a microphone? She doesn't walk.
Okay.
Because of the incompetence of the Democrats on council.
Incompetence.
We don't have a record.
Incompetence.
Okay, well, we're not hearing you from back there on.
Well, get her a microphone. She doesn't walk.
Okay, well, we still had somebody up here speaking.
I've pretty much said what I think.
We need to take turns.
Honestly, guys, you should be embarrassed. You really should.
I'm embarrassed of them. I am. I'm embarrassed of this Democrat majority.
And the council here in Lower Saucon, I'm telling you, I lived here all my life. I watched I-78 come in. It was a beautiful area, okay? I watched I-78 came in. We thought we were safe by purchasing all the property because of the church. Well, that wasn't the case. I went on vacation 1 week, came home, and a humongous wall was in front of me. Knew nothing about it. My opinion of Lower Saucon's council right now is you sell out to Bethlehem for the dollar. That's the bottom line.
They did. The Democrats did. Priscilla De Leon did.
There was nothing sold to Bethlehem.
Tax dollars, you give your tax dollars away too.
Priscilla De Leon did.
Donna, you already had a turn.
No, but I got to answer.
You already had a turn.
I didn't use all my time.
Only
You can
do.
use all the time. Go ahead.
Use all my time.
So it doesn't work like that.
Go ahead.
When
I recognize Donna.
I was on council in 2019, there was a tax break given to Majestic Hubs.
Right.
And actually, there was a portion of Lower Saucon Township that signed up for that tax break hub. Also, when I was on council on Ringhofer Road, there was an LNG tank put up. And that LNG tank was fought by Lower Saucon Township with an environmental attorney. I went to a zoning hearing and I voiced my opinion against that LNG tank. So I want you to know that, yes, there were times when they decided to fight the environmental stuff going on in Lower Saucon, but everybody rubber stamped the hubs in majestic way.
More than one time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nice try trying to silence a political opponent.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Way to try and silence our residents there,
Check the
Susan.
Constitution.
There we go. You made her come up here instead of taking her.
Shirlene Moser, Moser. We live at 3826 Mockingbird Hill Road, which is above the intersection, the underpass. We had no ability to change anything that the Highway Commission, did with I-78. We were locked in an area. If we would have had a fire at our house or someone else's in that area, no one would have gotten to us because everything had to come down the house. My children, we were not allowed to cross the building area or anything. None of that stuff was discussed beforehand. No one ever came out and said, well, are you really, are you in favor of this? Who's gonna stop a highway from going through? Nobody. The warehouses were a completely different thing. Bethlehem, they built them in Bethlehem. I don't even know how, they have the road there for the trucks to go in and out, but the cars can't go there. We can't come out where the Coke Works entrance used to be, but the trucks can go in and out of there. Why wasn't that made a public road so that the people don't have to go through all those lights there are 5 or 6 accidents between those lights out there every day. We hear the fire trucks all the time. All you can do is fold your hands, say a prayer for the people on the highway. The other day, before Easter here, we had a fire right across the street from us. Seven fire companies came to support that, and I applaud them. They certainly were not like this council. They acted in a mature fashion, and they got the job done. Okay? If you want something done about your minutes, go to the high school and ask one of the principal or somebody for someone who is a very good secretarial student to come and work for you like those other students here, and I bet you that they're gonna have your minutes done right on the spot, because they're gonna wanna have a good reputation, and they're gonna wanna have something like this put on their resume. They can see a future. I see no future here just arguing. This is ridiculous.
I agree.
I have 2 college degrees, by the way. I can barely walk, but I have 2 college degrees. I didn't even know that anything was done rezoning. There's no way that any of this information that goes on here gets out to the people. I wouldn't want what goes on here to get out to the people. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's where I say. So 6 generations of my family have lived on my farm. I am considered the Dahlia lady here. People in Hellertown don't even know that I exist and what I do for this community, what I do for the food bank of this community, what I've done for the church system in this community. That doesn't make the news.
Well, thank you for doing that.
I'm sorry, but this is the first time that we were invited, to come. The other time was when the industries were down, that I was sat in this room and I listened, and that was a bad situation also. When they ripped down the other factories that were polluting the air, because we were smelling consistently the Waylite plant when it was there, and the mineral fibers plant. It was horrible. It was horrible. And any of you can come up. I will put a lawn chair out for you, and you can sit in the front and listen to the noise from I-78. And we have a 60-foot sound barrier. And that still comes up.
That's why we want to try and give you a way out.
I'm not going to move.
Okay.
My whole life is there. There's
Other people
good,
do.
fertile soil there. I'm doing something good for the community there.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't want to speak tonight.
Well, thank you.
You did a great job. Yeah, come on, you can speak again. Yeah, sure. Go. I recognize, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Tom,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
this
We
is
cannot
not
do this.
how we
Answer your
run
question.
a meeting. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
One turn per person. Nobody will listen.
Right. Bethlehem was supposed to put an access road for truck.
Saucon insisting that access road be put in.
Because nobody has died yet on Easton Road.
We can't have we can't have
Okay,
a town hall.
we're not gonna get
Good
through
question.
the
That's a
meeting.
good question.
Can we just have
And
public
you-
comment, come to the podium?
Can we verify that?
Do your public
have our
comment
township
so we
manager
can get
verify
through
that?
We can't do it this way. This is inappropriate. This is
You
public
can't
comment. It's the next
You can
person
send in
should
an
speak.
email with your question or concern to the manager, and we can address it that way.
The guy, was this the hog truck? The guy who ran? I said, Jesus Christ.
How's it going? Kevin Riley Rice. I'm really appalled at the way that all of Easton Road was handled. It was very poorly executed by everyone, all of the members of the council, and I think it's terrible that people that have lived here for their entire lives are now they're pigeonholed into a position where they have to sell their home and their life for an increased profit over peace of mind, and that's not fair. And it's also not fair that people who are, I don't want to see this revert back to residential, but I would like there to be limitations on what can be built there, because we do not need to develop this area and make it worse for the people that want to stay. We do not need to increase the pollution, increase the noise, increase the lights, or any of the other problems that this development will generate. And we need to come up with a reasonable agreement for everybody that we can all agree to. And I want them to get the most for their homes, because I wouldn't want to live by a billboard either, or across the street from the warehouses. But I also don't want to see more giant warehouses come up, because that's not going to make the problem any better. It's just going to make it worse. So there needs to be a reasonable development plan put in place for the future development of this area. You can title it whatever you want, you can call the zoning whatever you want to make it fit, but there needs to be a reasonable development plan put in place that takes into account all of the needs of the people that don't want to forfeit the lives that they built in this community. Thank you.
Brian, has anybody submitted any development plans for the Eastern Road?
Not that I'm aware.
And to be clear, when it was rezoned, there are limitations on what can be done on the properties pursuant to the zoning ordinance, correct?
Correct. Well, nobody will lose their property. They'd have to choose to sell.
Unless they choose to sell.
Right.
Okay, and I'll make a clarification. I'm not, I thought this was on the board docs that people could see, that the suggestion is not to change it back to residential.
It is on board docs.
Okay, so it's to make adjustments from the,
Probably suggested by the developer that Victoria's been meeting with. Probably. I don't know that for sure.
It's to make a new zoning district called transitional manufacturing, so it doesn't quite have all the warehouse things that were thrown in there before.
Yeah, and that was the point.
So I don't know, but I'm hearing everybody say, we don't want to go back to RA, we don't want to lose our value.
Don't want people to lose their value.
Like a compromise based on a lot of input that came in at those meetings that happened 2 years ago, where nobody's input was listened to. They just threw it into that district period without listening to anybody.
We listened.
Exactly, and that's the point.
And the thing is, it's been sitting at this for 2 years with this new zoning, and there has been no plan come in.
Well, that's because you guys said you were going to change it. You said that January, said a year and a half ago.
Said a year ago.
January 3, 2024.
Why would somebody file a plan when you said you're going to change it back? And I like how you let this guy speak twice, but when Donna gets up to speak twice, you shout her down. But you let this guy speak twice. Everybody gets to speak twice. Donna, you get a third term. You want to go up? Come on up. You let this guy speak twice. They let this guy speak twice. Yeah, they let this guy speek twice.
So we shouldn't have people speaking more than once.
Right.
I keep saying the same thing.
Well, except this guy, right? Except this guy, Susan?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Donna, louder, stop
Anybody that's had a public comment
meeting.
once, I think, thank you for your comments, but you'd have to sit down. Is anybody new that wants to give a public comment?
If we had landfill money, maybe we could do that, but they want to take away the landfill money. So if we had money to do that, maybe that's possible, but there's no money. They want to take away the sources of revenue.
Move on to the agenda. That's what I would like to see.
Okay, let's finish our public
additional
comment.
Conversations about it, we can do it someplace outside of a meeting, because we're still trying to have a meeting.
We are, and we're not going to be here till all night.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler. I'm actually here to represent my grandparents that live on Easton Road. They're in their 90s, and clearly they are very unhappy with all of the development that has been going on as of late. And I just wanted to say that I'm here because they do not support the further building of any more warehouses or anything like that. And they are in support of just limiting the whole area. Thank you.
Okay. Nice. Thank
Can
you.
we just have your last name for the record?
It's Harka.
And what are your grandparents' names?
John and Mary Bendis.
And they're the property owners?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have more public comment?
There's a list there. Do you have a list?
That's not for public comment. That's for the hearing.
What's this?
It's a list.
Probably if you're coming up to speak, you can put your name there, but that's not a list.
Could. Sometimes it applies and sometimes it does not. So I would suggest when you have lines out there, you respect them. All right. And that's what this is all about. I'm Dave Boulin, and I've spoken here before, and I'm not running for office. But I do have some comments, and I'm really, really a little unhappy about the following. When you people, meaning the Democrats, came up, You said you wanted transparency. That's a very noble thing. You also wanted to have, this was 2 years ago when you came on board, you're going to have everybody speak for 5 minutes on each and every topic, each and every one. That lasted a couple of months, and then you changed. Wow, we're not going to do that anymore. We're only going to allow 3 minutes on each and every. Then you changed again. Nope. Can't do that. We only can have 3 minutes for every meeting for topics on the agenda. For 8 hours meeting, I can only speak 3 minutes, right? You hear these people here, they don't know the half of what's going on. And that person said so. But after 8 hours, and you get to speak now 3 more minutes. So I'm looking forward to speaking on the landfill somewhere around 2 this morning for you folks that want to talk about it, okay? All right, so here we go. So what's worse than that? We're not even going to have minutes now. We're just going to have a video, according to Mr. Gaduzian. It's going to say we had a meeting, we had a few things, and nobody really apparently said anything. By the way, under Laura Ray's tutelage, we are going to have all this new software that we paid handsomely for, and we're even further behind in the minutes than before. So obviously this parade of managers, parade of solicitors, parade of software, it's all smoke and mirrors. We're not any further along. As a matter of fact, we're way further behind. And the problem is that the public is not really getting to know what's going on. I noticed that the press, which is bent toward the ruling faction on this council, will be here for every single thing that's being made a point by them. But when it comes time for the other side, thank gosh we have them, because they bring up these topics and they listen to them. And I'd encourage the public, and I've heard a lot of young people here, I can only say, yes, you all need to come out and speak, okay? It's not just the ones that want to make a lot of money on their property. And that landfill's been here for a long time, and it's not the landfill that's polluting, it's the Bethlehem sewage facility who dumps raw sewage when they say they have too much rain. So we've been lied to about that too. And I'm just very tender about that. So, and you do get a little uppity when you've been lied to many times, and it keeps on going, especially when there's one council member who, when you get done talking, this person, Victoria, wants to tell the audience what you really meant.
I like, you gave her the perfect nickname last time, Blonde Donkey.
I'm sorry.
You called her a blonde donkey last meeting.
Okay.
That is, I can tell you that.
It was excellent. I couldn't have come up with a better one myself.
Okay, Tom.
That comes from sheer rage. I'm very much aware of it.
Have other public comment?
Talk to people because they are just not either listening or don't have the ability to understand, and you have to do something. Tends to make you
They're
angry.
dishonest. They're just dishonest people.
Okay.
Dishonest.
Do we
Any
have
other
other
public
public comment? Okay.
Oh, no. Lost has to be somewhere. Where, she doesn't know, because she's lost.
Tom.
My name is Janet Riley. I live off of Mockingbird Hill. And I agree with everybody else that it needs to stay the way it is. I think Tom and Mr. Bononis, you are very nice to anybody. You interrupt everybody. You don't let anybody talk. You have your favorites that you let talk more. And then when this young man gets up for a second time to give you your opinion on something, you make a fool out of him. You make a fool out of your council members. You don't listen to the public. We're the public. You should be helping us. I live right next to 78 also. I see the lights from the ball field. We see the lights from the warehouse. We have the train that goes all night long. We have all the traffic on Eastern Road. You have all those trucks that come out there. I thought they weren't allowed to come out there, but they do. And you guys are, no, I don't want to live near the dump, but some of us have to. We get all the smells. No, I don't want to live near the ball field, but you make us do it. No, I don't want to live near a sign, but we do. I appreciate you ladies helping out, and the rest of the council who doesn't interrupt everybody and make an ass out of themselves.
They interrupt all the time.
You should come to more meetings, and you'd know what was going on. If you attended more meetings, you would see the history of all this.
Do we have more public comment? Okay, seeing none. We're going to move on to section 4, the appointments. 4A is the appointment of Director of Finance. So I'll make a motion to appoint Patricia Coronia as Director of Finance effective June 9th at an annual salary of $84,000. And this is contingent upon her background check and physical coming through.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Do we have any discussion needed on this?
I'd like to talk just for a moment. I'm happy that we have a qualified candidate who came forward for this position. I find it regrettable that we haven't advertised for a township manager or an assistant township manager, but at least we have a director of finance, which is critical to the operations of the township. We lost Kathy Gorman, who was an excellent director of finance. Just to provide some perspective for the public, Ms. Coronia has experience with the township. She worked for the company that did the auditing of the township finances, so she understands the systems that are in place and how they need to be looked at from the director of finance position. What's interesting is she was one of several candidates, and I was not part of that process, but Mr. Carochi was, and so was Mr. Finnegan, and so was Ms. Optop Cordero. And interestingly, Mr. Carochi and Mr. Finnegan rated her the highest candidate and recommended hiring her, but Victoria Optop Cordero did not, even though she was the most eminently qualified because of her experience here. So you may want to ask her. I don't know, she probably won't speak to her reasons why or why she does things other than ignorance or politics or dishonesty. But I find it interesting that we at least were able to get this person across the line, and hopefully we can get qualified assistant manager and a manager as well. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they ever want to advertise for it.
And I want to thank Jay for inviting me to, Mr. Finnegan, to be inviting me to be part of the process, the interview process. This is rare in the year and a half that these three have been in charge. We haven't been invited to weigh in on any appointments to committees or councils. We haven't been, they've all been partisan, all partisan Democrats. When we were in the majority, we appointed both Republicans and Democrats. We weren't asked to sit on the hiring committee for the new township manager. I think that's one of the reasons we don't have one. Or a zoning officer, which it's interesting. We have a bunch of zoning issues, at least one big zoning issue on the agenda tonight, and of course, no zoning representative is here. It says all you need to know about how they're running the township, the Democratic majority here, and but I am grateful that at least I think Mr. Finnegan was somewhat insistent that at least one Republican sit on the hiring committee, and I was glad to do so. And I think we found the best candidate, and I look forward to her starting and her service to the township. That's all.
All right, any other comment? Because if not, I'll call for a roll call.
What?
Can you hear me?
No.
No.
Yes.
What did she say?
Yes.
No, you can't.
This is not public
We had a
comment.
committee, me and Victoria, and
We cannot have this happen.
This is not how a public meeting can run.
Jay recommended candidates
Okay.
for interviews, and we interviewed them. We
I would
conducted 4
recommend we move
interviews.
forward with the roll call.
We conducted 4
We're
interviews,
having a roll call.
and then we chose the
I
best.
would like my turn at
Okay.
comment.
Go ahead.
Victoria,
I would like to. What are we doing? My input, or are we doing?
Where is she, in a fish tank?
We're talking about the Director of
You
Finance.
sound like the Charlie Brown teacher again. The Charlie Brown teacher there. Charlie.
All right, go ahead with roll call. I won't comment.
All right.
I don't want to talk.
What was her name? What was the Charlie
Okay,
Brown
let's
teacher's
have
name?
the roll call.
Mr. Bononis,
Yes.
Mrs. Alsop-Cordero.
My thanks to Jay for bringing this forward.
Yes, and I will say with my yes, that I was hopeful with this hiring process, that all members of council would act with professionalism and treat each other respectfully in the process. And I think what comments you did hear before this vote exemplify why it would be so difficult to try and bring in different members of council who want to insult and make a mockery of every single thing that occurs. But I'm voting yes to Ms. Coronia, and I welcome her to the township, and I look forward to working with her.
But you didn't want to hire her.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to working with her.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next item is 4B, the appointment of Assistant Director of Finance.
Here comes another one, 5.
So I will make the motion to appoint Aaron Jackson as the Assistant Director of Finance effective May 27th, 2025, with a salary of $59,540.
I'll second that.
And I'll say that Aaron has been working with us for, next week we are told her 3-year anniversary. So we're happy that we're gonna bump her up into a new position. Do we have any comments?
Yeah, I'll comment on this. I appreciate that the Democrat majority finally recognizes the need to acknowledge people who are competent and qualified that work for the township, and to pay them a salary that's commensurate with their skill and their value to the township. When we were in the majority, we had given raises to staff, we'd given bonuses to staff. They had voted down giving bonuses to staff, giving bonuses to the police officers who do an admirable job. This is promising to me that they at least finally recognize that they need to pay people to get good people to provide services to the township. You pay a lot of money in taxes, and you should get top-notch services. Finally, they are recognizing somebody of value in the township offices before they leave, like a lot of other people have left. So I'm not holding my breath, but maybe this suggests that there's going to be a change of mindset. Priscilla, you know, she collects disability, and her
Jason,
source of
stay on
income
the
is that.
topic.
It is on topic. She doesn't
No.
understand the value of work, and she doesn't understand.
Rude comments.
No, it's not rude comment. It's
Yes,
the truth.
it is.
No, don't interrupt me again.
You're
I have my opportunity to speak.
You're
Do not interrupt me.
disrespectful.
We're not gonna be
Being
respectful. We should
disrespectful.
just move
She
forward
does not
with the next
understand the
comment.
value of work.
We're
She
talking about
cheapskates
the
year after
Assistant
year,
Director of
trying to give people
Finance.
raises. And you're talking about the salary that you're paying
for a
her.
roll
So that's
call,
what I'm
please.
talking about
I have
here.
a comment.
She
I'd like to
cheaps
call for
out
a
on
roll
raises
call.
for people.
Yeah, let's have a roll
All
call.
the time, and she has a history of it. Go back and look through all the meeting minutes for all the years that she's been in council, and she doesn't want to pay people what they're worth. Finally, we have Jay Finnegan, who is identifying people that are of value, that we need to keep on board because the ship is sinking. And you know that the ship is sinking. That's the only reason why you're coming around to
Have a
this,
roll call,
is because
please.
the ship is sinking because of your pathetic management of this township.
She did.
I
She
think
said yes, let's have a roll call.
Aaron did an admirable job, you know, assisting Kathy, who was
Jay,
doing,
did you hear
you know, the 3
Heard her
jobs.
say that she wanted
And she deserves
Laura,
this
do you want a roll
promotion.
call?
She deserves this promotion, and
Yeah,
I'm glad that
okay.
she will
Let's
be
have a roll
retained.
call.
It's an opportunity to speak.
Ms. Mrs. Guerrero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right,
Again to
4C,
Jay.
appointment of Township Secretary and approval of the accompanying resolution. So we're going to make a motion to approve Resolution 52, 2025, to appoint Stacy Werkheiser as Township Secretary with an effective date of May 27th, 2025, with an annual salary of $65,000.
I'll second that.
All right,
I'd like to comment, thank you. Well, certainly Stacy does an excellent job for the township. I'm glad that she's being recognized here and she's being paid an honest wage for the work that she's done. She was one of the people that stayed and dealt with literally hellish circumstances by being short-staffed, by not having a manager, having the assistant manager and finance director serving in 3 roles. Stacy picked up some of that burden over a very long period of time, and she did a great job with it. She's an asset to the township, and I'm glad that the Democratic majority on council finally recognizes that and is willing to pay her a higher annual salary to reflect her hard work and her loyalty to the community.
I want to thank Stacy for all her hard work, well-deserved. And I want to thank Jay for, identifying these things that need to be done to retain our township employees. It's been a long time since we've retained township employees. I can understand why they leave with this majority on council.
We have other comments? Otherwise, we'll have a roll call.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Mrs. Althorpe Cordero?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Look at that.
All right. Item 4D, appointment of Human Resource and Community Engagement Coordinator. So I'll make a motion to appoint Carol Snyder as the Human Resource and Community Engagement Coordinator effective May 27th, 2025, with a salary of $63,050.
Second.
All right, I'll be heard. I would just echo the comments that I made about Stacy. Carol has worked for the township for a very long time, more than a decade. Does a great job in her role. I'm glad that the Democratic majority finally recognized her and her efforts for the township and her loyalty to the township. You know, we tried to give bonuses how many times, and they voted it down. At least they're finally recognizing that they need to pay people to keep good people working here.
Yeah. It's tough.
And thank you again to Jay for identifying this and bringing this forward and convincing them that they need to do this for the good of the township administration and for the good of the taxpayers.
Right. It's been tough for these, I want to thank Carol for her service too. It's been tough for these people to work for a year and a half, for people who aren't in a professional work environment and haven't been for a very, very long time, if ever. And so, and that's a tribute to Jay to come and straighten this out. But I want to thank Carol for all of her hard work, especially over the past 18 months. And thank her for not giving up and staying with the township.
Do we have other comments? If not, we'll do a roll call.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Bononis?
Yes.
Mrs. Althorpe Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
There's 4 in a row unanimous. Who says who says we don't get along?
Great.
We're in section 5, the presentations and hearings. This is the public hearing for the consideration of adoption of proposed ordinance 2025-03 to provide a fire service recovery cost. So this hearing was continued from our last meeting. So I will make the motion to open the hearing.
I'll second.
Do we need a roll call to open a hearing?
Yes, we should.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No, this is another tax and spend liberal policy.
Mrs. Althorpe Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, so we had talked about this at the last meeting and had a lot of input from the public, so changes were made to the ordinance and the wording of the ordinance. Also, changes were made to the accompanying resolution that goes with it, which has the billing rates set. So the fire chief and the president of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, they went through the billing sheet that we had last time. So that was comprehensive things that the billing company billed for anybody. And they went through those and eliminated all the things that they said they would never, be itemizing on any sort of bill, so that has changed. Steve, do you want to summarize how the wording of this changed? And I know it was brought up about the wording of person.
Yes.
And the definition, so legally why we have that.
In section 4C, there's the reference, and the questions were raised about reimbursements of costs. And 4C now indicates an insurance carrier or person shall be liable for reimbursement of costs as outlined in the ordinance. That's the general rule, but it has an exception. Unless that person is an individual is defined as a natural person. So it does not refer to things like partnerships, corporations, and so on. If it's an individual who is a current Lower Saucon resident who has paid to the township, to Lower Saucon, a tax for the time being, which at least in part funds the services. Under those circumstances, the individual is not liable for reimbursement. So that addresses, at least in my opinion, the concern where people were concerned that Lower Saucon Township residents who pay the fire tax would also be charged for the reimbursement of costs.
Why can't it just say that? Lower Saucon Township residents who pay the fire tax are not subject to this ordinance.
That is what it says.
It doesn't.
Well,
It doesn't say that.
And look at your definition, Steve. If you read, let's just take in context here, subpart B. In the event that any insurance carrier or person, if you go back to the definition section, person is every natural person, association, partnership, or corporation. You just said that it doesn't include associations, partnerships, or corporations, but the definition itself identifies associations, partnerships, or corporation. And then you said natural person is an individual. Well, natural person isn't even identified here as a definition. Individual is, but not natural person.
Right, and then if you continue down to part C, that's the part that is applicable.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, you're saying to revert back to the definitions, and your definitions don't relate to what you just told the public. Just the opposite. It's actually just the opposite of what you said. And Ms. Ryman somebody brought up, I think at the last meeting, concerns about the effects of this on a person. Look, Lower Saucon Township pays a boatload of money to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. We have a fire services tax that you're taxed for. The money goes toward fire services to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. We buy fire apparatus and we pay 75% of the bill, and this apparatus sometimes is $1.5 million, and it's not even titled in the township's name. And then you're gonna throw on top of the residents and taxpayers this ordinance under the guise of recovery cost that does not exclude the people that have already been footing the bill. This is in supplement to it. And on top of that, you say the schedule, the information I have in front of me doesn't have that amended schedule. Maybe it was in the packet that came, but not what's in front of me here today.
It's in 5B.
It's the next.
I'm showing you what's in front of me here, Steve, and the schedule's not in what's on the pile in front of me
Because
here.
it's a separate resolution, so it's 5B.
Whatever it is.
5B.
Whatever, okay, but it's not
This is
attached.
the ordinance,
I
that's the
understand, let me finish,
resolution.
don't interrupt me, thank you. The schedule has this billing, it doesn't say who's gonna be determining who makes the billing. It doesn't provide any opportunity for appeal of the billing. And it says that person, i.e. resident and taxpayer of the township, could be on the hook for this, on top of already paying taxes for it. They're double dipping. This is another tax. It's a tax that's hidden or identified as a fire service recovery cost. We're already taxed for this stuff. Why would you tax us again for the same stuff that we've already been paying hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars for? Explain that to me. Mr. Gress, you're here. You're on the fire company. Can you explain that for us?
Well, we will be getting
Nobody's here from the fire company. Not a single person from the fire company yet again they haven't spoken once on this thing.
Cowards.
They haven't spoken one time. They have not come into this council. They haven't sent me an email. They haven't contacted me by phone, by letter, carrier pigeon, whatever, to discuss why do they need this? Why do they need this? And why is it going to be another tax for people? I hope the residents are paying attention. You're going to have an opportunity to speak. This is a hearing. Come up and speak. They're going to vote for whatever they're going to vote for, but make your voice heard if you don't want to get taxed again.
So
On top of closing the landfill.
Right. So the Democrats here they're in a bind. They promised the fire services that they would get them more money, but it's an election year, so they don't want to raise your fire services tax because it's an election year. So they came up with this plan to have the residents and others be charged
for fire services and the equipment that our fire services take out when they get calls for a gas smell or fire or an auto accident. And you're going to pay more. Your insurance policy rates are going to go up. Your property insurance rates are going to go up because insurance companies keep track of which municipalities, townships have this type of payment scheme, and they will raise your rates. They're not going to pay it. They're going to pass it on to you in higher rates. It's a tax, so it's a way for them to get the fire services more money in election year when they don't want to raise the fire services tax like they did 2 years ago. They did it right when they came into office, hoping you'd forget about it by election day of 2025. Now, you know, I don't see in here, where is this audited by the township at the end of the year? Let's say this is in effect for a year. Is there any auditing of this by the township? I don't see any of that. I think we should table it until there's some type of auditing of this by the township. After, if it's going to go into effect, they should, the fire services company should be willing to turn over all of their billing and why it was billed, to who it was billed, and that should be audited by the township. Nothing.
Not Lynn Hill.
You're right. Well, I mean, right. It should be by someone who actually is a CPA or an auditor, has auditing experience. I think that's only fair to the township residents. And these guys have proven a little untrustworthy. Some of them work on public works, and we have a no fire station policy for public works, meaning they're not allowed to go in there because there was a little rest and relaxation going in there, apparently during work hours. Again, at taxpayer expenses. There was also the question of a transmission that was under warranty. And instead of taking it back to the dealership to get the new transmission under warranty, Lower Saucon taxpayers were more or less on the hook for it. They said they would just take it out of what we give them. We generally give them about $250,000, $300,000 a year just in funding. And so these are the guys who are going to be deciding who's billed for what. And these are also with no audit, no audit by the township. They're going to decide what to bill township residents. I say that I make a motion that we table this and we put some type of auditing clause in this ordinance and have it come back before the council. So there's, right. There's also, they've also have not been on the up and up with us. They made a misrepresentation once about they wanted a certain fire truck, a tanker truck, and we approved that with the money from the fire services thing. And only later did they come back and say, well, we're not sure we have a garage big enough to fit the tanker truck. So in an effort to get us to build them a new garage to house the thing. Also, there was a junior firefighter who was injured, and they failed to report that to the township.
We have a hearing.
I'm talking about why we need an auditor. I'm talking about why we need an auditor. It is. It's why we need an auditor. Why we have been audited. No. This particular program is not. There's nothing in this ordinance that calls for an audit of this particular billing to township residents. And I'm asking for it to be in. And the reason I'm asking for it to be in is there's been other occasions,
to let everybody
there have been
provide
other
their
occasions,
comment in a timely fashion.
where these guys have not been on the up and up with the township, and the residents should know that. And that's why the audit is necessary. So I make a motion that we table this and we add it.
So you don't.
I'll second that
motion. We have a motion on the floor.
You don't make a motion in the middle of a hearing.
It cannot be made at this point.
Motion to close the hearing.
Mr. Lawyer.
Make a motion. I'll second the motion to close the hearing.
Make a motion to close the hearing without public
We
comment.
did not even have public comment, and we didn't finish council discussion, so
Yeah, you're right. Well,
maybe you can follow the protocol.
Well, you keep interrupting me.
We can reopen the hearing later, at a later date.
Yeah. So that's why, we need an audit of this if it goes into effect. There's serious trust issues with the guys. It's not the rank and file volunteers. They're great and they do a great job, but the leadership, and they know who they are. They've also promised the leader a paid fire chief position too, which we'll get to later. And the one other thing I have to say about this, they made a big deal about creating a fire services committee, right? But the fire services committee hasn't looked at this or weighed in on it yet, right? They didn't. In fact, as far as I know, the public members of that haven't been appointed yet, have they? So they made a big deal on a fire services committee. And why we need this, so we can get a paid fire chief, is what their end goal is. But they want to rush this through because, again, they don't want to raise taxes. They promised them more money. And so we're going to do this. Instead of tabling this, put it in a clause for auditing and tabling this and let fire services review it and make a recommendation to council. They're going to try and jam it through tonight. They're going to try and jam it through tonight as far away from election day as they can. They want you to forget about this by November. And when your insurance rates go up next year, it most likely be after, depending when your policy expires, most likely be after January 1st, after the election. So that's their plan. That's what they want to do. They're trying to pull one over on you for the benefit of these guys. And I can't read your handwriting. Right. Oh, right. The survey. Right. So we had a survey.
Can I be recognized because I think they've had.
Again, you can speak more than once.
No passing over here like they're in high school.
And I'd like to get through the rest of the comments on this. Can I be recognized?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the comments from the residents that had come forward last time in reviewing the ordinance. I appreciate wanting to look through and identify exactly what items are necessary in the fee schedule. I think I appreciate our solicitor going through and making sure that we took out and made clear the issue on the person. I do have a question for a couple questions for Mr. Finnegan. You said that, I believe last time you were here, indicated that you had experience with this type of ordinance in Hanover Township, is that right?
That would be correct.
And can you tell me when Hanover Township adopted a similar ordinance?
To the best of my recollection, it was in 2014.
So, and I know we had it up last time. There was a list of all of the townships. I think I might have listed them during that meeting, but there was a number of townships throughout the community. I think Hellertown has it, and all of the surrounding communities also have this ordinance. Mr. Finnegan, had you ever, at least in your experience at Hanover Township from 2014 until whenever you retired from that position, had a concern or an issue with residents having their insurance rates increase because of the ordinance adopted by Hanover?
To the best of my recollection, I had never received a call from a resident insurance company or anyone relative to the ordinance.
Thank you. A lot of what I heard was a laundry list from the council members trying to create another source of fear and discontent within our community. And I'm highly disappointed to hear that we have two council members that have repeatedly publicly stated this evening that they distrust our volunteers, and that not only do they distrust them, but then they want to increase all of the types of costs that we have in our township by then adding another auditing process. We've had ad nauseum discussions about how yearly our fire companies provide a list of what they use their money from, and they provide us with the information about how they use their money. We've discussed the fee for fire services in this specific instance. When we have our fire tax, it was designed to both pay for an apparatus up front or help fund repairs and replacements of the fire stations. It was not designed to help defray the cost for maintaining those equipment, apparatus, various things.
That's dishonest.
And use
You're being
of-
dishonest. Tell the truth.
Use of different items when they respond to fires and emergencies on 78. We pay, the other item that we pay is a yearly allocation for the fire company, which helps cover their cost to keep their lights on. Fuel, there's also a fuel surcharge. But what we don't have is a way to really recoup the cost when there are a number of items used in a fire that then they have to replace. And what this does is it provides another avenue for us to make sure that we're being able to recover those costs. I don't believe it comes anywhere close to providing additional funding. We've heard fear mongering of what are these guys doing with your money? The money goes back to the community. All of the money is used to maintain our equipment, to replace equipment, replace different things that are used in a fire, and to insinuate and to disparage our volunteer fire company because they're dissatisfied with anything that comes forward from this council is an inappropriate use of their time, in my opinion. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this. I think it's an appropriate thing. It's customary throughout the Lehigh Valley. There has not been this outcrying of people complaining about their insurance rates increasing.
Well, they
and
haven't
I implore
increased
you to really take a look at the facts, speak to the firemen, and if there are any other concerns, I know that we will be able to address them as time goes forward.
Well, your rates won't increase.
Jay, she talked about the facts, Jay. Let me ask
That's
you
my
this.
comment.
Jay, did Hanover Township have a fire services tax like Lower Saucon does?
A fire tax?
Yeah,
Fire
services tax.
What's the rate compared to Lower Saucon's?
Hanover's was, the mill rate was 3.4 and the fire tax was 0.5.
Okay, so it's less.
3.9 total.
Ours is 0.9.
Right, it's less than ours. In Hanover Township, who owns the fire apparatus, the trucks? Well, let's say, who buys them first?
Township buys them.
And who's it titled in?
They are titled in the township. And
Oh, imagine that. And here they're not titled in the township.
Okay,
names, right?
and that was
How about
from the
this, sir?
past, and I guess you didn't make that happen.
In Hanover Township,
So, who's that on?
would you audit and get financial information from the fire department as to the revenue that was generated from this fire services rescue recovery fee?
No, that would be included in their 990 that they furnished the township.
You would get information that would provide that to you. That's not provided for in this ordinance, though, is it? No, it's not. Thank you. So if you want to talk about facts, Victoria, talk about facts, okay? Don't buffalo hey, Water Buffalo, don't buffalo the public here, okay?
Do we require that the fire company provide their 990 to us on a yearly basis?
You're not comparing apples to apples here, okay?
Do you know that?
And they own the fire apparatus. We don't own the fire apparatus. We're buying $1.5 million fire trucks, and we're spending 75% of our money, and we don't own a penny of it. We don't own a single piece of it.
That's not true.
It is true. It's titled in the fire service. We have one fire truck that's titled Lower Saucon's name. All the others are not.
And you know what? They're perfectly willing to have the equipment
Then why haven't
in our name.
Why haven't they before this ordinance?
Because
Before the ordinance.
Where are they? How do we know that?
You've been in charge for a year and a half.
Where did that information come from that they're going to title the fire trucks in our name?
I think it's appropriate at this time now.
When is Steve, don't interrupt me.
Well, we
Don't
didn't
interrupt
have-
me.
Before now, public comment at this point.
Stop being not elected official. Sit back and collect your fee.
Nobody elected you
Sit
to
back and
anything.
collect your money, Steve, okay, like you
Okay,
usually do.
Sit back. You're going to get $180 an hour.
Tell us, please, Laura, when did they say that they were going to title the fire trucks in our name? Because I've never heard that before. I've never heard it
council
before.
comment one at a time. Mr. Benonis and
We're
Mr.
trying to
Percy both
finish
went.
council count.
I didn't
Did they
interrupt
say that?
you,
Who did
and
they
I
say
didn't
that
interrogate
to?
either
Is
one
it
of
in
you.
writing, and have
I
you taken
placed
any
my
steps to
comment,
do that?
and now
You
we
did
have
interrupt me.
there's
You
two other
never happened.
members of
You
council
did
who
interrupt
haven't
me.
had a
Up on the
chance
fly to try to
provide
cover
their
your tracks.
comment. We still have the public comment for the
You
ordinance.
did interrupt me.
And I'm trying to get.
Please
Okay.
follow
All
the
right,
rules
let's
of
all
order.
be quiet.
To do this
Let's
because you're being
be
dishonest.
quiet.
Interrupt me. You did interrupt me. You told me I was off. I was off topic. You did interrupt me when I was speaking.
Priscilla, do you want to make any comments on this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
You did interrupt me. Go ahead.
Well, I'm glad you can hear me. I think that this is good that we had the revision. as reflected by our last meeting. And
I can't hear her. What is she saying?
verbiage.
Priscilla, I can't hear what you're
And-
saying, and the public can't hear what you're saying.
I said I was appreciative of the changes
Much better.
on the last time we had on the agenda.
I think that's our system.
Crowd said give it up, Priscilla. They can't hear you.
She said she's in favor of it based on the changes
Yeah,
that are
you're
made based on
definitely
public
cutting
input.
out. So we got the
Well,
gist of
Maybe
it.
you should just leave the meeting and leave us alone.
What's that Charlie Brown's teacher?
And I will say, part of what we talked about with the Fire Services Committee, when that gets put together and completed,
Though they will not have weighed in on this.
auditing, well, this should have been done years ago, so.
What? Why? We have a fire tax. We have a fire tax. Why would
Let's
we
open
raise
this
taxes?
up to public comment. So I have the list here of the people who signed in for the public hearing comment. So first is Hunter Gress.
Ms. Hagemeyer, Mrs. Hagemeyer.
Sure. Hunter Gress, Wassergass Road. I just want to make it clear, despite what may have been said, if it was misinterpreted or not, I am not here representing the fire company in any capacity. I'm here as an individual, speaking my own words on my own time.
Are you a member of the fire company?
I am.
Thank you.
It's public disclosure. You should disclose that.
Be honest. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know I needed to disclose everything I'm a member of for public comment, but
it'd be nice.
If you have an interest in it, you should.
I did read over the ordinance here, and I did have concerns with Section 4, Part C there. And, I mean, it still does say, to an extent, you're billing a person. And the way it was explained to me is this is to bill insurance companies and not directly bill an individual. Now, whether that individual be a resident or not, to me, the explanation was it's only going to go after an insurance company. And my understanding is actually there is a version of this that the township has as an ordinance currently for any sort of spill-related calls. So anything hazmat, oil spill, diesel, anything like that, that they can bill the insurance company, and that's currently in effect. Insurance companies have built-in fee structures for this, and this is just expanding what's able to be billed for on top of these hazmat issues. Now, with that being said, I don't know why this isn't tied to that resolution or based off that resolution. I actually haven't seen that resolution myself. But I do still have concerns with the way that Section 4, Part C is worded. Although as a whole, I am in favor of the policy, at least in its intent. I think there's still concerns about verbiage, and it may need to be looked at. And while this may have been something that should have been done previously, it may be best to unfortunately table it and put it before that Fire Services Committee, or at least have them discuss it and make a motion towards the council so they can make a move on that. And hopefully we can shorten up meetings by getting things talked about and taken care of in their own meetings.
Mr. Gress, let me ask you something you just mentioned. If you were elected to council, would you recuse yourself from any votes on fire services related matters?
You don't have to respond to that, sir. You may if you want to, but you
You didn't do it. You didn't do it in this
trial.
circumstance when you're a candidate. And I'm wondering, would you do that if you were elected? Yeah, don't answer.
But
yeah, okay.
I do like to, have his point. Like the thing should be to get it right.
Wait,
You know, not to get it rushed through, but to get it right. And the Fire Services Committee should look at it. And we have concerns about the same verbiage that Mr. Gress does.
not even on the list, but.
What's that?
Okay, I'll sign you on to the list. You weren't on it.
I signed a list out in the front. Is there another list?
I don't know, was there more than one paper, Stacy?
Well, I signed it. Do you want me to bring a witness forward? Because I signed it just after her.
Okay, well, maybe it's the one that looks like Daniel. Okay, so.
How about if you show it to me and I'll verify it?
It's the third name on the list.
Okay,
She doesn't want to hear
well,
from you,
it's
sir.
not.
Is it up?
She doesn't want to hear from you.
It's the third name on the list.
Go ahead.
So you're signed. You're on the list, Dave. I can see it right here. You're the third name on the
people
list.
in order anyway. You weren't
Third
next.
name on the list. She's wrong. You signed the list.
I know she's wrong, and I resent it, and I'd like an apology because I did sign up.
Lost in her head.
That's really crude. That's really crude.
What about the public doing?
Really crude.
Because it's
Man's at the podium trying to.
We're
Ginger
on
Petrie,
public
yeah,
comment.
yeah. Took
for the
$500
hearing. Let's
of taxpayer
continue the
money.
hearing, please.
500, I know. I love it. And they're still gonna expand that landfill right in your backyard.
Okay, let's not do that.
Okay, so now we're gonna have a private conversation while I have the floor.
Conversations, anybody.
Don't you hammer me, you hammer your friend over here.
She's allowed to speak.
Right? And you get it right. If you're gonna run these meetings, then you at least need to be able to read. And my name's there, and I'd like an apology because you can't even get it straight. Is there a problem because maybe I'm not a Democrat?
Okay, Anne Marie Slavic is next.
Oh,
So,
okay.
there's the list.
Am I on that still, or did I just get eliminated?
I was trying to, but he came up to the podium before I called the name.
Try harder.
Call the names. That's what running a meeting is about.
Will you sit down?
could
You are
announce to the public you
disrupting
were
the
gonna do that.
meeting.
You could announce to the public and then call
Anne
the
Marie
names.
is the next person that signed up. Ay, ay, ay.
You agree?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I'm glad that we got some inside information about other townships, because I think that's important. I think that this conversation should continue, and I do agree that it shouldn't be rushed, because I think there's other research and information that maybe we could hear, and that the township residents might want to. I'm assuming that you advertise this somewhere so that the township residents can come, because you're calling it a public hearing. Is that a normal process?
Yes, it was advertised.
Good. So the only thing I'm concerned about with this is that you're involving private insurance companies of residents in this. And, you know, I do have a problem with, I'm not saying anything negative about the fire department, but I am going to say again, as I always do when I'm up here, is that if things are put into place, processes to make sure that things are on the up and up with every organization within our township and other organizations that ask us for funding, I think it's just fair that we hold them to a standard. And it doesn't matter who's running it or who's in charge or who doesn't like whom or what individual has a problem with that individual. It's nothing to do with it. It has to do with the fact that it's township money, it's taxpayer money, and that people there need to be things put in place so that we know that the money's going for this or the money's going for that. Now, Victoria, I just have a problem with you speaking for the fire department. You know, you're not the fire department. You might be a liaison, you might be on the committee, but you're not the fire department. If we're going to affect residents in private insurance policies, and you're going to take money from private insurance companies of residents, you better get the fire department in here to answer the question that you answered for them. They need to be adults, and they need to come here and sit here, and they need to answer what they're going to do with the money. You shouldn't be telling us what the fire department's doing with the money, okay? Because that's where it starts to get to be fraud. Because you're covering for them. It doesn't matter who they are. They could be Joe Blow. It doesn't matter the individual, is what I just said. It doesn't matter who they are, who doesn't like who. It has nothing to do with that. That's why all fraud processes are put into place so that everybody's on the up and up. It doesn't matter if it's me or Brian or Dave or whoever. It doesn't matter. We all have to work within these limits at our jobs, and it's only fair. So I think that we need to involve more research. We need to involve the residents. We need to make sure the residents know that this is going to start happening, and then we need the fire department to speak for themselves. What are they doing with the money? You can't tell us. Thank you.
Ms. Slavic, to that point, if you recall, when the baseball organization was in here looking for an
Can we
agreement to
continue with
use
the public comment? It's not a back and forth conversation.
lights off at 7 o'clock and not let the gator that they
We're
don't
not
use
talking about
leave the trail to
baseball.
get up to the back of the baseball field.
about
They'll
baseball.
micromanage those details for 2 hours with these poor people that are just
The next person
volunteers.
on the
But
list.
here, they won't want to manage any details. They just want to have this rubber stamped and grift some money out the door.
All the residents really know what's going on. It's a lot of micromanaging and control, and we understand that. We get that that's what you're doing. We understand that.
It's selective. It's selective micromanagement and control.
People get to do whatever they want. Anyway, again, thank you.
Okay, next person on the list, David Boulon.
I agree with the previous speaker, and I don't think a list of things, as I've heard somebody on the council say, I don't remember if it was Victoria or not, oh, they bring us a list of things that they've paid for. That just doesn't cut it. I want to tell you, I traveled internationally for AT&T as a research scientist, and my credit cards were audited regularly, and I got called in for various things to make sure if I took somebody or many people to dinner, who was there, what their names were, what the restaurant was, and yes, I always had to have the bill with me, okay? A copy of, because they already had it, and that's the audit. And that's something that I don't see here. I don't understand how people on the Democrats who are on the council, meaning Priscilla, meaning Laura Ray, and meaning Victoria, don't understand these things. When you have a lot of money involved, there's a lot of tendency to maybe misappropriate it. Now, I can certainly point out to those people next door to us in Hellertown, our Gumbaye friends, all right, they are absolutely replete with the kinds of things we should not follow. And one is, for instance, in due respect to the police, the last 2 police chiefs have gone to jail because they were taking money. And the audits were not done. And the auditors who should have done all of that have not been fired, and the mayor didn't go. And so the money just keeps flowing out. Now that's 2 in a row. Let's see how they do for the next ones. And gee, there was a clerk over there, some other fire company or something. I think she stole $300,000. The police chiefs, it was only minor. It was only a couple $100,000 each. Yes, it keeps people honest. And if you don't do it, then you're not a business person. You're just, let's have some tea and yoga. All right. This fear and discontent thing that I'm hearing from Virginia, that's a bunch of hooey. You ought to be afraid. Only the paranoid survive. Let's see, what else? It just goes on and on. If you don't have people on your council that ask the hard questions, then you're just kidding yourself. You're headed for a disaster. So I am saying, let's have the chief here, the vice chief. They were here for a few minutes at one point and just got up and left because they didn't want to answer, where's the money, where's this going, how much was this? Oh, well, we made some pie charts and you saw it all. That's not raw data. And anybody that knows what raw data is darn well would just shake their head if you say, I've got a pie chart that I put together. And I hope the people in this town remembers when we get hit, if we get hit with this kind of action, who was here saying you need to have that? And I would assume that Jay Finnegan knows well that he's a business person, been around, that your contracts, Mr. Caduzian, have to be crystal clear in the way you define people so it's not ambiguous about person, who you're talking about and who's going to pay and who is not. It's very easy to word it correctly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Laura, I think it's important because I heard 3 different other comments. I think I want to, there's a discussion about auditing and taxpayer funds and whether we know our taxpayer dollars are being properly handled by the fire company. if you were at the last council meeting or you heard the last council meeting where we looked at the fire services yearly review, what you also would have heard during that discussion was Ms. Gorman explain that every single dollar that Lower Saucon gives to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, she audits every year to make sure that they have an explanation and provide detail as to what their money was used for and whether it correlated with what we gave. So we have certain categories of funding we give them, then they have to prove that they used the money for what we gave it for. So the taxpayer dollars that we pay for fire services is audited yearly. In addition to that, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue has its own accreditation as a nonprofit with the highest ranking for their financial review. Provide 990s, and they have to provide every year in order to get the funding from the township. They have to provide all of the financial information that back up what they're using. I don't want that to be misconstrued with what's happening here. This is an ordinance that allows the fire services to recover the cost that it takes when they respond to a fire emergency, a house fire, an emergency on the highway, one of those things that gets billed to the insurance. They can then use a third party under the fee schedule that you see here, so nobody's just padding the dollars and padding this. They use the fee schedule, they bill for whatever they used, and then they get recouped from that. So I want to clarify that. That's the purpose of my comment. And
I get that was Ms. Optoff's second comment, so I get a second comment.
No, it was a clarification.
It was your second comment.
It was a clarification from the comments that were had.
I get a second comment too. There's nothing that audits.
When people claim the audits, that's where it came from.
This calls for a fee schedule. This calls for a fee schedule that they're allowed to decide what to take out and what to charge for that. And there's no auditing of that. Taxpayers being charged for that. There's no auditing for that called for in this ordinance. And she knows it, and she's lying about the other. She's talking about something completely different. There's no auditing of what they decide to bill and what actually went out, and how that decision was made, and then if the individual taxpayers on the hook. There's no auditing of that. There's no auditing of that. Called for in this. Called for in this. No auditing by the township.
But they only use 30.
She's interrupting me. She's interrupting.
The insurance company would say you are
I had the floor.
Yelling.
I had the floor.
It's not taxpayer dollars.
I had the floor, and she's interrupted me. Listen, I get this good behavior award here. I didn't interrupt. I'm also the arbiter of the code of conduct, and she's violating the code of conduct. I had the floor, and she interrupted.
I really didn't give you the floor. We're still in public comment.
I did have the floor. I was speaking. Again, there was no provisions for auditing what they take out, what they charge for it, and who pays for it, and who's paying for it. There's nothing in here that audits that requires the township to audit that. They're allowing township residents to be charged, and there's no, by a private nonprofit organization, and they're giving the authority to the private nonprofit organization to charge township residents and their insurance companies, and there's no audit of it. There's no audit of it, because they don't want an audit. They want them to be able to cover it up.
Jay, Ms. Optoff Cordero just said Kathy audits. Kathy doesn't work for the township anymore, right? I think we can all agree that Kathy's
The
no longer here.
finance director will do that.
Mr. Finnegan?
We can agree that Kathy's not here, so that's obviously untrue.
I can agree Kathy's not here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for pointing out the obvious to Ms. Optoff Cordero over there. Thank you.
Like her husband.
You may get a good award too.
So let's finish up the public comment. We have Larry Petfield is next on the list. Okay. Was there anybody who didn't sign on the list that we want to?
I didn't know there was a list.
Yeah.
No, you can speak.
You have to
I recognize you.
No, you don't, Tom.
I recognize him.
I recognize you.
Come on down, sir.
We always love to hear from you.
Am I good to go, Laura?
Yes, sir.
I recognize you.
Senator Mark Ozimek, Lower Saucon. I thought of this at the last meeting and since then. My questions to council, or Mr. Finnegan, is, number one, how many times has Lower Saucon Fire Rescue been required to attend a situation of a homeowner within Lower Saucon Township, and what was the cost for those actions? Number two is, how many times has Lower Saucon Fire Rescue been required to go out to Route 78, whether it's within Lower Saucon boundaries or outside of Lower Saucon boundaries? And there should be a division in there, and what that cost was. Because to my understanding, and I don't know for sure, Hunter can kick me if I'm wrong, but is it true that they're on average $100,000 underfunded every year? Hello?
I don't think so. I think they receive plenty of funds.
They're not here to answer that question, sir.
Yeah, and they're not here. They don't show up.
So those are some of the answers I want to see. And as far as Mr. Gazouzian, I think he did say over to all the riffraff, and I didn't get to read it all, that the Lower Saucon Township residents who pay the fire tax will not be charged the additional company fees from the fire company if they have to come to anybody's house, including a farm, my house, or a business.
And who's going to audit that?
I don't know.
Nobody. Nobody.
I did not get to read the ordinance.
It says right
I
there,
did not.
sir. It says insurance
I
carrier
tried to
person.
log into the computer and my thing won't connect to the internet.
You want my copy? You can have my copy. Seriously, I'm not being
No.
facetious here. You can have this, because
No,
you'll say,
no,
you'll
no,
see
no.
it says
I'm not
insurance
allowed to
carrier person.
approach you.
I'll approach you if you don't want.
You printed it off of the website, right?
No.
No, they
on
have,
the
the township had
Township
it here.
provided it here.
Officer, could you hand this to him for me? You can have this copy.
But you're right, there's no audit,
So those are some of the things, thank you, that I want to know.
Well,
because I don't think you hear of a fire at a home in Lower Saucon Township very often.
Yeah. Mr. Ozimick, I think you're right. It would be nice if they let the fire services look at this first, and for example, take 6 months of calls or a year's months of calls and the equipment they took out for those calls, and give examples of what it would cost, what they would try and bill the insurance companies or the people for, for the past calls, just to get some idea. But they want to rush this through because they promised them more money and they can't raise taxes in an election year. So that's the deal. That's the deal.
Sure.
So I still would like those numbers published to the public, because we have a right to know. Because I think, here's the situation is, we pay our taxes. I pay mine faithfully every year for 23 years with the discount, because I'm poor. I don't have a bunch of money.
Mr. Ozimek, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're just trying to make sure we give everybody equal time for their public comment.
Laura, would you run the meeting, not Victoria?
Hold on, you gave Ms. Hill 3.5, 4 minutes, and now you're cutting this guy off.
And this is a hearing. This isn't public
This is a
comment.
hearing.
You can't cut off his time.
Correct.
Yes, you can.
I get distracted in my thinking because I kept getting interrupted.
Calls for a certain time. I don't mean to be disrespectful, Mr. Ozimek. I just trying to.
How about give him one more
keep
minute?
it moving.
Give him one more minute. One more minute. It's not going to kill anybody for 1 more minute. 1 more minute, Mr. Ozimek.
So basically, in the end, I want to know how much money Route 78 eats up out of the township budget, paid for the fire tax by the citizens. That's what I want. Those are the people that you have to go after. Because my wife is on 78th in New Smithville every day, and when I go out, the assholes abound in driving. It never ends. So those are the ones, outside people should not be able to eat up Lower Saucon funding for the fire company. And I think somebody had told me that they already charge outside entities like when they're on the highway.
Only for spills.
Yes.
That's the only thing they can charge for. They can't charge for taking their equipment out, the use of their equipment.
Correct.
Things that get broken.
So those things have to be addressed. And those are the people that should be required to pay, not the residents. Unless there's a change to the entire tax funding thing.
Thank you. Can I ask two questions? Jay, can you answer a question for me? Does Lower Saucon Township get money from the U.S. Department of Transportation because we have an interstate going through our community? Do we get money from them because of that and because of the acknowledgement by the federal government that our community would be burdened because of a federal highway going through and we may have to provide services that are amenities to that highway?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there anything available for us to request that from the federal government?
Not that I'm aware of.
Could we look into that to see if that's available to us? I mean, this is something that could be the way it's being sold to us is we need to do this because there's a lot of accidents on 78. But we haven't identified sources of revenue from I-78. Instead, we're looking at sources of revenue from all of you folks out here. So the other question I have, Steve, is this. Rather than have this ordinance apply to everybody that's in Lower Saucon Township, can it be written in a way that Lower Saucon Township residents, because they already support fire services through a fire services tax, would be exempt from this because they are already subsidizing fire services? And the purpose of this would then be directed to those entities that are not supporting fire services through a fire services tax or other money from the township.
This ordinance exempts.
It does that.
Individuals who are Lower Saucon who pay the tax.
It doesn't say that. Individuals, but it bills their insurance companies is what it does.
Correct.
It bills their insurance companies.
It does. That was the whole point of the.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
But then why are you answering my question?
The inquiry from last time was, let's make it, or let's revise it to make sure that we have a concern that Lower Saucon individuals, Lower Saucon residents don't get charged for this.
No.
That was the.
You're not hearing me, Steve.
Pardon me while I answer your question.
You're not, because you're not understanding my question. I'm trying to clarify before you waste my time in talking.
So.
I don't want my.
Hey, the answer is.
They talking to you like that? Whoa, Susie's showing some anger.
It exempts Lower Saucon residents from this tax, from this obligation. If your question is, can it be written differently? Every single law in the universe can be written differently. But that was not the direction I was provided. That was not how it was revised, and this is what's before you today.
Who directed you to write it this way?
Council did.
Who on council?
We were at one of the prior meetings.
Why can't it just say Lower Saucon Township residents are exempt from this ordinance?
And their insurance.
That's it.
And their insurers are exempt from this.
Lower Saucon Township residents.
And my insurance company.
Insurance bill. That's just how it is.
They're right. You're still going to get your insurance bill, but it should be Lower Saucon Township residents
just like
are
you
exempt
have
from this
car
ordinance.
insurance.
Do we have
a
any
car
other public
accident.
comment?
If
There was nobody else. on the
residents are
list.
exempt, the insurance company should
Can
automatically
we
be
then
exempt.
just go to a roll call on this?
No, Miss Petrie wants to speak.
Oh, there's other people that would like to
Well,
speak.
nobody else was signed up.
Easy there. Easy there. You're not running the meeting, Victoria.
Yelling.
You're not running the meeting, Victoria.
Can't hear.
Stop your mouth.
Yeah. Come, whoever to the podium next, whoever. Sure, yeah. Yeah, Miss Petrie. Yeah, go. You can do it, yeah. Yes. Yes, I recognize.
Public meeting.
This is the first time I've actually seen any of this, and in my opinion, the wording does need to have more clarification. Which that's just my opinion. One of the other things that comes to my mind about this is there are a lot of fires and a lot of accidents where there's other assistance as well. So how do you coordinate, or maybe give a little thought to how you coordinate the different fire companies that have to come in and assist? At least clarify, are they allowed to do this as well? The other issue with this, which I understand trying to get more revenue for the fire company, which is necessary, is that anytime you have your insurance at any time used for trying to repair something on your property or damages, whenever you put in a claim, your insurance goes up. That's whether it's true in your liability insurance, your car insurance, and now this will be another addition to our insurances. So I'm just saying, I'm just suggesting that you have a little more discussion on this and try to get your parameters a little more structured so that when people are giving their opinion, it's really in line for how it's going to react after you make these decisions. That's all.
You're correct. You're correct, Ms. Petrie, that your insurance rates do go up when claims are made. But I would argue that insurance companies will raise, once this ordinance is passed, because the fire company now has the ability to file basically a claim against you and your insurance company. They'll go up automatically without a claim being filed, because this ordinance is now on the book.
Already, or you don't.
You know.
So
Right.
some
but
policies
the people
already
who can-
cover it, and you're
right.
paying for it, and you don't even know it.
Right.
It's in your policy.
So any middle, low-income
He's
people in the
making up
township will see an increase that
Is
they
there
might not
another
have that
person for
coverage.
public comment? I think Ms. Ryman wanted
Might
to
not have
speak.
that coverage. Sure. Who's running the meeting? I thought I was, Victoria.
Doing a great job, Tom.
Keep it down.
Great job, Tom.
Please keep
Hi, Ann Ryman again, and I may have missed this because I did have to step out for a minute, but I have a question. So when I'm reading C and it says, it talks about a person and individuals, what happens when there's an instance if there's a property, let's say a rental that's owned by an LLC that's held with residents? If we're making the argument that as residents, we pay the fire tax, so they shouldn't, and I'm not taking a position whether they should or not, but looking at it objectively, if we're gonna say that the individuals shouldn't be billed because they pay the fire tax is also imposed on every property in the township. So if one of my LLCs pays the fire tax, if there's a fire there and the insurance isn't gonna cover it, or if I just own it outright and decide not to have insurance, that means then I would have to pay. But in reality, it's like kind of getting hit twice because I've paid fire tax on that parcel, my personal parcel. It just leaves a hole. I think it's something that needs to be considered. Victoria, you look a little confused, and I'm not being a jerk, I'm just genuinely asking.
I'm not confused, but if you don't submit a claim to your insurance carrier, you're not gonna get billed. So if you decide not to bill because you have an incident on your LLC property, you're not getting billed. If your LLC submits to its insurance company for a damage or a loss, then the fire company would be able to recover from the insurance company.
Okay, so let's say the building.
It doesn't say an insurance carrier to which a claim has been submitted. It says an insurance carrier or person shall be liable. It doesn't say what she just said.
That's my complaint, is if the fire company is the one that determines if it gets submitted to your insurance or not.
No, you do.
Okay, so let's say it's a building that's owned outright and you don't have to have insurance on it.
They're making it up as they go.
Yes.
They're making this all up on the fly.
There's no insurance. There's no insurance company to bill.
And you don't get billed.
It doesn't say that.
That's what we've said the entire time.
No, it doesn't say that.
No, what I'm saying is that doesn't say it.
My understanding in consultation with the solicitor, that what he's provided, maybe he can explain it tonight, but my understanding is
Now
that
she doesn't know. We're gonna ask the solicitor now.
My concern though is it's one thing.
Wait, can I just finish? Because you asked me a question, I want to make sure I finish.
Please, finish.
Okay. My understanding in the drafting of this ordinance is that if you don't have insurance on a property that you own outright and you have a loss, nobody's going to bill you, ever, for that loss. If you submit it to your insurance company, the ordinance provides that then the fire company can go to the insurance company to get reimbursement.
Where?
My question would be, Stacy, can you jump to that part of the ordinance that we can see that? And the second part of it is still on C. It doesn't specify, it says individual.
I'll defer to him.
If I may.
Sure.
I think your question is.
There's members of council that own properties that are rentals within the township, and they also reside in the township.
Yes, so as written, it is if you are an individual and you pay taxes and you're a Lower Saucon resident, then you're exempt. That's what it says. That is the exemption. That's what the exemption is limited to.
Yes.
Hang on. So in your specific inquiry, just so I can answer, Your specific inquiry, you have an LLC, you have a trust, you have a REIT, you have some other entity that owns property in Lower Saucon. You are not exempt. It's Lower Saucon individual residents that are exempt.
I'm not trying to be a jerk, but my question then is, if we're making the argument that individuals should be exempt because they paid the fire tax, that fire tax is also paid on the property that's held by any other entity.
You could make that argument, but the argument is, in
Is that something
the direction was Lower Saucon residents should be exempt from the last meeting.
So then I guess my question would be, should it be something that should be like Lower Saucon parcels?
It could be, but that's not the direction I was given, and that's not what's in this draft. So
Is it something that can be considered?
Just like I answered Mr. Bononis, you can have it changed, you can have the law drafted whatever way you want, or whatever way, the ordinances could be drafted a million different ways.
So we can table it and make those changes, but
I do hope it would be something that would be considered, especially considering like we're hinging our bet now on business. You know, we want to bring business in to generate revenue. So in anticipation of landfill closing, whatever date that is, we want to make it business friendly. Well, that's not making it business friendly. So if you're going to say, well, residents already pay the fire tax, well, that's paid on that parcel as well. So whether it's, regardless of how it's held, that should be an argument and a consideration that's made. And I think before it's jumped into tonight, I think it's something that should be considered by everybody. And like I said, there's members of council that I believe have investment properties. So I don't see why you would want to say, okay, pay me twice, personally.
Well, it should be tabled and changes made such as any parcel, and it should be looked at by the Fire Services Committee and then brought back to the council for a vote when it's clarified and everybody knows what it is. But they promised Fire Services more money before Election Day. Before Election Day, and their candidates,
I think we need a motion
to close the hearing at this point.
I'll make a motion to close the
Okay, well,
hearing.
actually, Jay asked, he wanted to talk about the proof of publication or
Just
show
to
it.
clarify, there was a question made earlier about proof of publication. It was publicized in the legal ads of the Morning Call on May 9th, 2025, and it's also been on the township website and available at the front desk.
All right.
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
All right, I'll second the motion. Let me do a roll call.
No, I want to close the hearing.
Mr. Bononis?
No, I think we should keep the hearing open and pending the revisions that we talked about. We heard a lot from the public with concerns about different issues here. I think the hearing should be kept open and tabled and resumed when those additional changes are made and when we have more input on this.
Mrs. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
No, I think the Fire Services Committee should look at it, and we should make the changes that were recommended by residents here today. And this is, again, it's just a way for them to increase taxes to get the fire services money without actually raising the fire tax. They need to do that before Election Day.
Ms. Leon?
Candidates.
Yes.
For their candidates, which are Hunter Gruss and what's that guy's name?
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Trump Hamburglar?
Motion passes motion passes 3-2.
All right, so I will make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-03 for the fire service recovery cost.
I'll second the motion.
Here's your tax increase.
And your insurance increase.
Well, insurance, it's a tax increase in the form of an insurance increase. Go ahead, you want to comment on it? You're first.
The motion.
No, you should have made the motion, yes. There's been a motion that's been seconded. I'm getting exhausted.
There's
There's motion and seconded.
Okay,
yes.
very good.
So I'll comment. There is no urgency to this vote. It's not like the fire services is bankrupt. It's not like we don't give them hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. It's absolutely insane. It makes no sense to rush this through without hearing from the public, without hearing from this pending Fire Services Committee on these changes. But again, it's political, and they want to line the pockets of fire services to the detriment of the taxpayers. You can look at the ordinance, the way it's written. It's poorly written. No offense, Steve, but it's very poorly written. The definitions don't even reflect what you commented to. What a shame. What a shame for everybody. But hey, this is what they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an increase in every resident who pays home insurance, because the insurance companies will find out this has been passed and will increase your rates as soon as they can, whenever the next available time that they can.
because now they can be billed at really no one's discretion but the whoever is running the fire company, as to what truck is being taken out and what resources are being used. They can decide to bill your insurance company whatever they want. And I don't think it's clear at all that they can't bill you personally. I think, I don't know why we can't just have that language in there. Lower Saucon Township residents are exempt from this, ordinance.
Because it reduces the pool of money that
But,
they
you know,
promised.
yeah,
that's
they
why.
made, right, they made, political promises. It's an election year, so they don't want to raise taxes. They want to try and protect their two candidates, who are pretty lame, but, that's where they're at. That's where they're at. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. They won't be honest about what they're doing too. They're trying to say that they need all this money. We provide plenty of money. Not only that, not only do we provide plenty of money, don't interrupt me. Not only do they provide plenty of money to our fire services, we have, I think, close to, $1.5 million in the fire services fund right now, unspent, I believe. If we had a finance director, we could answer that down to the dollar, I'm sure.
And we have a truck on order that needs to be paid for.
That's right.
Costs over $1 million.
Right, but the truck is on I think a 3-year delivery now, and the annual revenue brought in by that fire tax, I believe, is between $300,000 and $400,000 a year. Again, if we had a finance director, we could ask and get that exact number. So you don't have to pay for the truck until it's delivered. And by that time, there'll be another $1 million, close to $1 million in the fire services fund, because the truck's not going to be delivered for another 3 years. And again, though, they were dishonest about the garage that they need to house the truck. So we'll have to figure out that situation as well. But these are the people that can bill you now. They can take whatever apparatus they want out to a fire, bill you what the rate thing calls, even if the incident didn't call for that apparatus to be sent out. Just on revenue alone, generating revenue alone, they can decide to take a piece of apparatus out and bill your insurance company, and your rates will go up. And this is what happened when Democrats are in charge. Thank you.
And I'll say they do not just randomly decide what equipment goes out on every call.
But they can. It's not audited. It's not audited.
Specific dispatch information that exists that lists exactly what equipment goes out on each type of call.
Not audited.
Maybe Jay can share some information how he understands that with the dispatch information.
You don't understand
and
it. Why
the
don't you share the information?
types of equipment that goes out.
Well, if you don't understand.
They do not randomly pick what they're sending out on calls.
You just said Jay needs to clarify it, and then you're saying that. How do you know?
I'm just saying, I know he's familiar with the dispatch information.
Well, then let's hear it from Jay.
And how it lists what equipment goes out on the calls.
Let's hear it from Jay.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it?
What would you like to hear?
I'd like to hear.
That they don't just make up what they send out on calls, and we do know what goes out based on
There's a
type of
national
call.
fire safety board that recommends various dispatches, and then each agency writes the dispatches that are given to the county.
Right.
So if it's a structure fire, like for residents, a structure fire, or an engine tanker, and a aerial would go, and then mutual aid would be dispatched from other municipalities. Because, as you're aware, volunteerism in the country is failing, and it's hard to get volunteers out to cover fires, so there's a protocol.
It's not failing here.
But Jay, now let's be honest about this though. When our public works employees get called for a fire call, right? They depending on where the call is, they go to the nearest station for gear and everything, and a truck to get to the call. I mean, I've heard that before. That's why we had to keep the Steel Cities and a truck in Steel City, and we had to keep that open, which we're glad to do, consolidated. But we had to keep a certain truck there because if they had to get to it. So how is that with dispatch? You mean to tell me if they're working on something out in Southeastern,
the public work guys leave Southeastern, come all the way back here to CYCO, get into a truck and go back out to Steel City or Southeastern and to the call?
I believe the Lower Saucon, like most municipalities, and Lower Saucon is actually more unique because there's multiple fire stations.
Right.
The township is split in half so that the dispatch would be, if it's on this side, I believe it's, what's down here, Saucon?
Yeah, CYCO, yeah.
So if it was over and past the central part, then it's Southeast Station would be dispatched.
Right, but I'm talking about, we're talking about apparatus that actually makes it to the scene, okay? Not what's called for from the county. If there's certain apparatus out there and there's certain apparatus out here, yeah, there might be one guy over here that's gonna drive that apparatus out there, but if there's apparatus there, they're getting in that apparatus and going to the incident. They're not waiting around.
I haven't been here long enough, Tom, to know exactly what happened.
But what about, it's just like common sense, okay? Let's say they're doing a public works project in the southeastern part of the township. You're telling me that Ty and these other guys get in their township trucks or whatever they had out there, drive all the way to CYCO when the incident is out there?
No, they grab the engine that's the closest station, I would assume.
Right.
I would hope.
Right. So what if the county doesn't call for that type of engine? They still go and take that engine.
Correct, but then one from this
But
side wouldn't go.
one's a tanker and one's a ladder truck. But if they can't get it, they take whatever they can get there fastest. And then what they need gets there.
That sounds terrible.
No, it
And
doesn't sound terrible.
You would be happy to
It
have
doesn't
them
sound terrible.
show up
It doesn't
with
sound
whatever they
terrible.
can get there
It
the
doesn't sound terrible,
fastest.
but what
If
it
your
proves
property
is
burning
they're in
or you're
control.
in an
They're in
accident,
control.
so-
They're in control of what goes out to a call, not the county.
Okay, and you think they abuse that?
I think there's a possibility for their abuse. Well, how do you think the Hellertown had? They had an
Possibility
embezzlement.
that we could end the meeting by midnight if we didn't
Hellertown had an
continue
embezzlement.
debating this.
Hellertown had an embezzlement.
There's a
file.
possibility for everything in the world. Can we just move on? I'd like to.
That's why you
provide
audit, though. You try and limit that possibility with an
Okay,
audit.
well, they are,
With an audit of this particular ordinance, of this particular program under this ordinance.
Okay,
There's no
let's-
audit in this ordinance.
let's have a roll call.
Wait, I didn't get to provide my public
Do you want to say, sorry, go ahead.
Insightful.
I wanted to, again, clarify, I think somebody was making a comment about this particular ordinance and how it applied, and I think, again, we need to remember that if you don't make a claim to your insurance company, there is no claim from the fire company to get reimbursement for the costs. We have a fire tax that has historically been used to pay for apparatus and also buildings. We also pay a yearly fee to the fire company, which is reviewed yearly by our finance director, who was Kathy Gorman, who provided that review last month, which tells us what they use our money for. When you go forward and make a claim to your insurance company, the insurance company then gets billed. And if there's a problem with what's being billed, the insurance company works that out with the person billing. So it's not a tax on you. It's not like somebody's going to steal your money. All of this is, again, fear mongering. And as Mr. Finnegan pointed out, we're trying to encourage people to volunteer. Coming to a township council meeting and implying that they're all really bad people who are not going to use our money well, and then saying we should spend more money on auditing everybody and their mother and their brother, and make sure that we increase our costs and increase the resources of our volunteers to provide the service to fight a fire is disingenuous. I'm in favor of the ordinance.
Our volunteers are
All right.
excellent.
Priscilla, you have comments?
Yes, I support this also. If there's things we don't like in it after it's enacted, we can always revise it. So in the meantime, we have something on the books.
After the election, right? You're gonna revise it after the election? You need to keep it the way it is before the election for your candidate. The one who says,
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Trump Heimbecker says,
Mrs. Arthur Padero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
no.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
He went to the restroom. He'll be back.
He's not even in the room.
You're not even in
Getting
the
a
room.
bird's eye view.
You're
from
not
there.
even in the room
Yeah, but I
there.
got the bird's eye view.
You're not even in the room.
Can we just say, I mean, this is another delay for our meeting. Can we just, what do we do when when they just leave?
He didn't leave. He went to the
They
restroom.
voluntarily chose not to participate, so they're not
It's
here.
ridiculous.
It's 4
Just give
whatever,
him
it's
a
4 to
minute.
1.
If you wanted to go to the restroom, we would hold the vote for you.
3 to 1.
They hold the vote all the time in the Congress and other places to get people out of the restroom. If you want to go to the restroom, go to the restroom, Victoria. I don't care. We'll hold the vote. Just give it a minute. Yeah, what are you in a rush?
Recess.
Let him come back?
Yeah. Let him come back.
Hopefully comes back soon.
He went to the restroom too.
Do you want to vote
It's,
in Jason's place?
no, I don't think that'd be appropriate. Just leave, relax. People in a rush. It's only 9:30.
Mr. Ray, what we could do is if you want, if, we could hold his, sorry. What we could do is we could hold the vote open for Mr. Benonis to come back. It's already 3 to 1. Move on to the next agenda item, and then when he comes back, we can record his vote.
Okay, sounds like a plan. All right, so
Do you understand the plan?
we'll go on to item 5B, which is the resolution that goes along with the ordinance. So, we have resolution 50-2025 to set reimbursement rates incurred by Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Company.
Yeah, they hold it open
Well,
to
okay,
you for you to
so
record
before
your
we
vote.
finish
No.
the vote, we'll finish the vote.
No, thank you.
It passes 5 to 3.
3 to 2.
3 to 2.
2, sorry.
Getting late.
All right, so item 5B, as I just described and read, is the billing that would go along with the ordinance. And it's written up as a resolution because, you know, from time to time, different rates may change. I don't think they change real frequently. But this makes it easier to make the updates. As I mentioned before, we did go through, this was one of the things that changed since we originally looked at this at the last meeting. So a lot of items, they just plain remove because they would not be including that on any type of bill. But these are the different types of items that they would possibly bill for, depending on what the situation is that they're responding to. So I will make the motion to adopt resolution 50-2025 to setting the reimbursement rates incurred by Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Company.
I'll second.
All right,
Comment.
so let's have some comment.
Yeah, sure. I'm glad to comment about this. So, Jay, how does this billing schedule compare to the billing schedule that was at Hanover Township when you were there? If you know, if you don't know,
I would
don't
be
know.
lying to you if I knew how many items are on there. This appears to be consistent with,
Well, how about the dollar amounts? Are they consistent with what you're charging there? If you know, if you don't know, that's fine.
I would
Let's not
say,
speculate.
I would speculate.
I'm not asking.
No,
you.
no.
Do you know or don't you?
They would probably be higher because I don't believe Hanover's up their rates in a couple of years.
Okay. Did Hanover have any sort of appeal process? I mean, this bill, so who established these prices here, these dollar amounts? Do we have any idea? Is this the fire company who did this or somebody else?
The fire company did.
This was
Of course the fire company did
billing
it.
company, this is their schedule, the
Oh, they
billing
set it.
company in Emmaus.
Okay.
So this is what they use for
Do we know how they came up with these figures?
anybody who uses that billing
There's
company
no evidence of that
services.
here. Who told you that? The
what's
fire service company, the fire company?
Well, I spoke with the billing company at one point.
What's his name?
I don't know that, I don't recall the name of the billing company. They're out of
meeting to answer
Emmaus.
questions? You asked him to come to the council meeting to answer questions about the billing schedule. Or did you just accept it? This guy said, here's our billing schedule. You're like, fine, I'll take this.
She didn't even get it from them. She got it from the fire company. She got it from the volunteer fire companies. A company who has a billing schedule puts something in a brochure, or in some type of letterhead that has their billing schedule on it. This was typed up by the township or provided by the fire company. Somebody else typed this up. This is
Right,
not a-
and the
this is not a
reason that
version.
it's like this is because we removed a whole bunch of
So
items that
where
were
is it?
in the list.
Where is
The
it?
original
Where is it?
document.
Do we have the original from the last one? Because that might have had the name of the
The last
company
one, so
on
there's
it.
multiple copies of this?
It was at our last meeting.
At our meeting when we opened
Where's
this
the
hearing
original billing
originally.
copy? How come council
What you
doesn't
had
have
in
the
the last
original
one was
billing?
the same kind of billing schedule, just this is
Because
different because
that's
the
not
items
the
are
one
different.
we're using.
I know it's not. You're not understanding me. I know it's hard to pay attention here because you're clueless. But this list that we have here was generated from something else, right? The one that was at the last meeting was a different list that was generated from something else. This is a more concise list. You said that the fire services went through the former list, cut it down, and removed items that would not be paid for. Where did these figures come from? What is the source of this? Laura, you spoke. I mean, are you going to answer that or not?
I don't recall the name of the company. I can quick try to look it up.
Did they give it to you? Did they give you the document, or did somebody hand it to you from fire services?
This is like believing somebody, if somebody writes, give me a loan, I'm good for it. I got $100,000 in the bank, and they just,
needing to know
they don't show you a
what the
bank
name of
statement.
the company is.
No.
Anyway.
No,
So
I'm
instead of-
asking, why isn't the company here?
right now?
Why isn't the company here to answer these questions?
Not yours.
Why isn't the company here to answer these questions? I mean, if this,
Let me ask who's.
if this company created
That's
this
just a
list
point
and
of
you
order. I'd like
adopted
to
this
know
list,
Who's
if you adopted this, would you stop
comment
talking?
period is
Would
it?
you shut up and let me speak?
violating
It's
the
not
code.
yours. Let me answer that
Understand
question
whose
for you. It's
comment
not yours.
period is.
Well, let's get to the
Violating
point.
code of
It's
conduct.
not yours,
Hey.
so shut your mouth,
One
okay?
at a time.
Can you tell me
not
who's
yours.
One at a time.
Get control of the meeting and tell her it's not her turn to talk. It's not your turn to
Right,
talk.
where we are, who is on
Jason,
the public comment
I know it's
right
hard to follow. I know you're thick-headed. It's hard to follow.
Jason's talking.
So, to my point, why isn't that company here to answer our questions about how they generated this price list?
Because they
Did you
don't
invite
need
them
to
to, or did you
be.
tell them to stay away?
We don't need the billing company here to.
Well, you're more than
explain
willing
their
to just
rates.
adopt their figures.
It's not,
And
there's
this
no
is
evidence
what
it's their figure.
everybody uses, so.
No,
is
it's
your point?
not.
Everybody. So if everybody's doing it, we're gonna do it?
There's
It's
no,
unbelievable. So the other thing that's not in here is, where is the appeal process? Let's say the insurance company or individual or person, as it says in the ordinance, or person who already pays a fire services tax that lives in Lower Saucon Township, what if they want to dispute this billing schedule? How do they do that? That's not in the ordinance. What's their recourse for this? Because what you did was you gave this company, you gave the fire services the authority to submit this to collections. How do they appeal that? How do they appeal the decision of the dollar amount? How do they appeal the decision? There's no recourse that's provided for our residents here. You gave away the farm. You literally gave away the farm. You turned it over to a third party who's not even here to answer questions about this, who set the schedule. You can't explain how the schedule was set, how they reached this pricing, and you haven't identified any way for any resident or their insurance company, any person or their insurance company, as Steve worded it, to appeal this. That's outrageous. You've taken away the due process rights of our residents, and you completely have taken those away. And all you've done is basically given a blank check to fire services to send out a bill, and the only recourse that the residents have are to not pay it and be subject to a collections action. And a collections action will then affect their credit rating.
Pardon, can I just ask for a recess so we can use the restroom?
I'm not done talking.
I know, but you're not gonna be done for the rest of the whole night. We'll be here till like 2 weeks from now.
I'm sorry you have to go to the bathroom.
I'd really like to have a recess
Get up and
to
go
use the
out.
restroom.
Go to the bathroom. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, we can,
Yeah, I'll recess.
I
we
didn't
can
ask
take
for
a recess.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I agree.
Back live. We're back.
Okay,
I'll resume the
so-
meeting.
The time is 9:43, and
All
we're
right,
resuming our meeting.
I still have the floor. So Jay, since timing matters with setting the council agenda, I'm going to request right now, as the first item on the next council meeting agenda, discussion and possible action of eliminating Lower Saucon Township Fire Services tax.
I'll second that.
Eliminating and or reducing. Okay?
It's ridiculous.
Got that, Jay?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
I'll second that.
Thanks.
All right, is it my turn or you go? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep going.
they're obviously gonna ram through this, this schedule that doesn't have any sort of justification for it. We don't know where it came from. We don't have the ability to question any of the
Okay, it
charges.
came
There's no
from
ability for residents.
Pennsylvania Fire Recovery
There's no ability
Service
for
and
residents
EMAS.
to challenge the charges that are going to be submitted, or insurance companies to challenge this, other than be subject to a collections action, which affects your credit rating. So let's, if this is gonna be the source of revenue that you want from fire services, then let's have at it. Let's have a meeting the next time. Maybe fire services people will have the spine to show up here and explain how this was justified and how fire services tax is also justified. You hear that, folks? Hope you show up. Hunter, you hear that? Tell your folks.
Now, Loss just told me that these are the rates from the PA Fire Recovery Services in Emmaus. Now, that's not what it says. It says Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Billing Schedule. And there's nothing to back up that this Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Billing Schedule is the same as the schedule for the PA Fire Recovery Services in Emmaus. It's just simply numbers on a piece of paper. It'd be like if somebody told you they had $50,000 in a bank account but didn't provide a bank statement. They just provided you with a piece of paper saying they had $50,000 in a bank account. They just typed it on a piece of paper. You need to verify these things. We have no idea if they're actually consistent with the rates for the PA Fire Recovery Service. And I imagine that this billing schedule, again, was provided by Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue, because it says Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue billing schedule. So they provided it, whether it's the same and consistent with the PA Fire Recovery Services schedule, who knows? We certainly don't know, and they don't know. They'll tell you, yes, it is, but they have no evidence of that whatsoever. Let's talk about this. A fire blanket. Fire blanket disposable per unit. $1,500 they're gonna bill your insurance company. $1,500 for a fire blanket disposable per unit. Now, if you think that your insurance company is gonna receive a claim on your property for $1,500 for a fire blanket disposable per unit, so if there's more than one, that's $3,000 if there's two. If you think that you're gonna get a claim on your insurance company's gonna get a claim for $1,500 or $3,000 on your property, and they're not gonna raise your rates, that's insane. Of course they're gonna raise your rates. It says, prior to the start of billing, we worked to set up a customized price list, establish rates. So even on the Pennsylvania Fire Recovery Service website, it says, prior to the start of billing, we work with you to set up a customized price list to establish rates for your specific equipment and materials. So it's not standard for every township or municipality. On their website, they customize. So this was customized for Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. They probably looked at property values, property taxes, a little higher in Lower Saucon Township than, let's say, Hellertown or Freemansburg, real cash cow, right? $500 if they got to bring the ladder truck out. Even if they don't put the ladder up, just bring it out, just to get people there. And they love bringing that ladder truck out. If you're ever around Lower Saucon in a weekend, you'll see that ladder truck all around. They love bringing it. There was a outside fire pit incident in my neighborhood about 2 years ago. Unfortunately, a child suffered some minor burns from an outdoor fire pit, and the ladder truck was brought. The ladder truck was brought. It was an outdoor fire pit, and the ladder truck was brought. Now, if it's brought under this, your insurance company is going to be billed $500 for that. And that's that. And again, this nonsense that it's up to the county what equipment goes out is a bunch of crock. It's a crock. It's a bunch of BS. Again, they brought the ladder truck to an outdoor fire pit fire, the ladder truck. And now they're gonna charge you $500 when they do that. They're gonna charge you and your insurance company. What else? There was a airbag, $250 per unit. So I guess if your airbag goes off and they have to cut it out or something, is that what that means, $250? They don't really describe a lot of this stuff. I don't know what the hell they're talking about with that. Your insurance company is paying for that. And then, well, there's one more that was outrageous. No. If they have to provide, this is unbelievable. If there's a car accident and they have to call the helicopter, right? The medical helicopter, okay? From St. Luke's or Lehigh Valley. And they tell the helicopter where to land. An air medical landing zone. An air medical landing zone at the car accident site. $500. The helicopter pilot's going to decide where to land. There's an air medical landing zone, and that's per zone. So if they have to bring 2 helicopters, that's $1,000. You know, this is unbelievable. This is a raid on township residents, really their hard-earned money that they're going to be paying to insurance companies when the rates go up. You know, it's just, some of these things are just unbelievable. Unbelievable. If they bring the heavy rescue truck, $1,000. $1,000, heavy rescue truck. And again, these were customized, according to the PA Fire Recovery Services website, it's customized for Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue. And it's the Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue billing schedule. It says right there in the resolution. It doesn't say it's the PA Fire Recovery Services billing schedule, like they tried to tell you. So, you know, this is really a disgraceful money grab. And it's really a disgraceful money grab against township residents that already pay a 0.9 mil fire tax. And again, we have, I believe, over $1 million in the fire services fund. And yes, we did buy a truck, but by the time that truck arrives and we've actually paid for it, we'll have at least another $1 million in there to pay for the truck. The truck was about $1 million. And again, we were on council, and when we told them, when we approved the money for that truck, it was the first time we told them, and we insisted, this is when we were majority of council, that truck had to be titled in the township's name. The township owns the truck. Priscilla, being on council for all these years, agreed with them under previous councils when she was president that the township would pay for 75% of the truck, but the truck would be titled in the nonprofit's name. The township doesn't even own it, pays 75% of it. The Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue owns it, and they're a nonprofit we have no control over. But that's the deal. So when you talk about Priscilla cutting deals with the fire department, there's a long history of it. Her and the current fire chief's mother were very close.
Just stay on topic
Very
with
close.
fee schedule, because now we're like way off.
So this is another deal. This is another. See, whenever I hit too close to home,
Yeah, you make up
whenever
a lot
I get
of
too close to home, they
statements.
cut me off. They cut me off whenever I get too close to home. You know, it's an election year. They're very sensitive to this now, more so than that. But again, you know, it's just a money grab for people that we already fund heavily. And it's political for them in an election year.
Here's the justification from the PA Fire Recovery Services website. It says this: think about the danger you're putting your volunteers in without proper equipment and gear.
Now we're just in comment.
Tell me that we haven't provided with proper equipment and gear.
We should have one person making comment, and when they're done, that's
when did they come to us and say they do not have proper equipment or gear?
Many of the times. And you never said a word.
Yeah, you're going to cut me off when she's interrupting.
And nobody elected Susie.
I suggest
nobody elected Susie.
Stop yelling in my ear.
Nobody elected Susie to anything.
Keep flying cover for them, and they'll keep paying your bills.
Nobody elected.
Maybe they'll give you a raise too next year.
Nobody elected Susie
we're trying
to
to get
anything.
through this agenda, and we'll see how we're going here.
He's allowed to speak. He's an elected official.
I'm going to recognize Victoria. We've heard your comment.
0 for 3.
Did you hear me? I don't know. Steve was talking over me.
0 for 3.
So we had a list that was from last month we met with the fire services, with Mr. Finnegan, went over what items
I
would
didn't.
be actually applicable for any kind of response, and then provided that list here, so we removed the items that weren't necessary. I don't know why we've just wasted the last hour regurgitating every complaint, every allegation that they can come up with to make you mistrust the people that respond to your fire emergency. To hear somebody complain that the fire company came out to respond to help with an emergency where clearly there was an injury, I'm in shock that we've lowered ourselves to that level, to criticize the volunteers. I mean, they want to nitpick and you know, now we're down to, oh my God, somebody went through and they went through our entire tax rolls and decided to increase these costs because we have wealthy homes in Lower Saucon. I mean, do you hear how outrageous this, ridiculous this concept is, that people are spending their time to try to figure out how to steal your money? It's absolutely ridiculous. The money that gets billed goes back to our services here in Lower Saucon. Whatever is offset by this fire services or fire fee ordinance is offsetting what we already pay. If this doesn't recoup any money, we end up paying more every year when we give them their yearly allocation. Nobody else is getting money. No volunteers are getting paid. Nobody's lining their pockets with fire money.
They're getting a stipend.
All we're doing is creating a scenario which they would like you to do, that you become distrustful of your fire company, and then what do they want? Well, then the volunteers go away, and then they say, oh, the volunteers go away, what do we do now? If there's anybody here that's causing trouble with our volunteer fire company and wanting to cost you more money because they've driven them away, it's Mr. Bonotis and Mr. Carochi complaining that they arrive to your home with a fire truck. God forbid.
A ladder truck for a fire pit. And you're gonna bill you $500 for it.
I'm done, Laura. Thank you.
And she's wrong. They are receiving a stipend, and she knows that. And
I'd like to say something too.
She just lied about them being paid.
All right.
That I support this. And I also want to say that whatever I did in the past, I always, if anything ever passed and I voted for it, it was in the majority. So there were at least 2 other people that went along with it. So, you know, you talk about my past votes. Wait 5 years from now when they look back on your record.
Yeah, we have a big, beautiful baseball stadium and landfill expansion. I'm proud of it.
Okay, I'm going to call for a roll call.
Mr. Carochi.
No.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
Absolutely not.
Mrs. Arthur Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. Developer item 6A, set the hearing date for the Rosen Grant conditional use application. That's CU 01-25 for 3667 Route 378. I'd like to make a motion to set the conditional use hearing date for July 16th, 2025 for the Rosen Grant application. It's scheduled to be reviewed by planning on June 26th.
I'll second.
All right. We just moved for a roll call on this one.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
Yes.
Mrs. Arthur Cordero.
Yes.
Carochi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 10 o'clock, time for township business.
Motion, who made the motion?
10 o'clock, time for township business.
Who's the second?
I know, that's the way they plan it.
We're all here for Easton Road, so can we get to that?
I'm hoping.
We're on item 7A, discussion of the Easton Road rezoning.
That's what they're counting on. People lose interest. That's right. I
And-
know you'd be there. I know, believe me. We used to be done
So-
an agenda twice as long as this in 3 hours, when Jason ran the meetings.
Yeah. So, I don't know who wants to discuss this, so we had people working on this for quite a while on some sort of revisions to what was, the zoning was changed
I got
from
comments.
residential to light manufacturing, I believe. So now this is like a different type of zoning, a whole new zoning, which allows for some of those things. So your property will still have value for resale to businesses. And those who want to live there, hopefully it doesn't get as bad as.
Is this your public
the
comment,
other.
or what are you doing right
Yeah.
now? What are you
So
doing?
we'll let-
Is your public comment? Is that what you're using your public comment for?
This is not public comment, no.
Well, what's she doing? She's rambling on and on about nonsense.
Okay,
And she's explaining things, this is her comment.
this is not my comment.
Well, you
and
just commented.
Steve's gonna talk.
Staff was provided, the engineer and our office was provided with the direction to take a look at the zoning around Easton Road
Direction by whom?
by council.
By whom on council? Because it wasn't Tom or me.
It was a motion that was made at an earlier meeting.
When? January of 2024? The first
Earlier
thing
meeting.
right out of the gate, took a
Please
year
stop
and
interrupting.
6 months?
So then the concept that was put together for your review was the idea of establishing a new district identified, at least in this version, as a transitional manufacturing district that has a series of permitted uses, has a series of other types of uses, which include industrial and so on, has a series of conditional uses, accessory uses, lot requirements. The idea was to try to set up a district that would sort of meet some of, try to meet as many of the needs as possible. With the idea that we could take a look at this, and Township Council then could take a look at it and determine how they wanted to proceed. So Hanover Engineering put together drafts, we revised them, we discussed them among staff, and this is what we were asked to do, and this is what we've done, and that's where we are. So that's what's before you right now.
Do we want, Brian, do you want to weigh in on this at all? I don't really.
Yeah, I can give a
No.
brief summary of what
Sure.
is before you, which is, looking at it that it's currently zoned LM. I did get an email, Jason, from Kathy in November of 2024 asking to provide some options based on a vote that council took prior to that, and I don't have that date, but there was an actual.
If I recall the vote, though, that was to revert it back to R, wasn't it?
That's how the discussion started that night, but when it ended after some public comment, I think the motion was that staff direct some options for council's consideration.
And among those options would be to keep it the way it is.
Correct. Yeah, I mean,
But we've arrived at this conclusion here.
the area is currently zoned light manufacturing. What we tried to do, our interpretation of the direction from Kathy at the time was to take a look at what was based on light manufacturing, but to still allow single-family residential dwellings to be permitted and exist, and thereby not be non-conforming. And put some additional maybe safeguards in there for development as it happens for people that wish to remain in those homes for a period of time. That's the intent of this district. We tried to go through and with that intent and craft what you have before you, just for your consideration. It's obviously council's decision to say, yes, we like this use, no, we don't like that use, yes, we'd like you to add this use, no, we don't like that protection, but that was the intent, to give you a starting point. You obviously, you can leave it the way it is now, or you can consider some of these changes.
Thank you.
May I be recognized, Laura?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to say to the public that this has been a long time coming. When I ran for office in
There we go.
2023,
Here's the politics.
we heard from many people that they were very discouraged and concerned about how the light manufacturing rezoning occurred in 2022. And a lot of people were concerned because they didn't know they didn't know that this change was going to occur. And then there was a hearing, and I was there for that hearing, and there were many people concerned about changing it from what was residential. So one of the first things that we did when, after I was elected, was the council majority asked for us to look back and say, maybe we should consider putting this back to residential, because that's what we had heard from all the people in 2023. When that occurred, other people came forward and said, we like it light manufacturing now, because we've started to work with a developer to see if we can sell our homes for something greater than what would typically sell if it was just residential. So with that being said, the council voted and said we'd like the staff to look back and come up with some options. And when this was first brought forward for this agenda, I asked to meet with Mr. Cucker to understand what exactly is being proposed. And I'm not sure if it's part of the agenda packet, but there were proposals for differences between what's currently there, which is light manufacturing, and what was asked to be changed. Some of the things that I saw that were concerning were the ability to put in a large warehouse that would create a lot of truck traffic. One of the major concerns we heard from people who came forward was hearing all the truck traffic and wanting to try and preserve some quality of life without increased truck traffic. While I can't control what the city of Bethlehem does on their side for the area that's zoned in Bethlehem, I can do what I can to help protect the residents in Lower Saucon. And I think he was complaining. So also provide some for those that want to go someplace else and have make some profit, to all and have some takeaways are. And I think it's up there right now, as you can see the difference. Remove some items light manufacturing would have items light manufacturing that are currently gas station, mini facilities, business offices, research office, laboratory park, restaurant uses. Those cause a lot of traffic, when you have restaurants. Store, convenient shopping centers, storage yard buildings, club lodge, taxi, parking facility, home extended care facility, hotel and motel, hospitals, freight transportation, mineral extraction, oriented establishments, intensive agricultural uses, underground storage tanks, and repair shops. So that's what currently being proposed as a draft, removed from the light manufacturing district. There were other uses added. So studio for art, dance, music, or photography, commercial indoor recreation, single family detached dwellings, because a lot of people were like, what's going to happen to my home? Even somebody asked today, what's going to happen to my residential home if I move? Residential home. And it kind of dictates that, so it provides that a lot of people work from home or have a business from home. This would allow that opportunity there. Contractors, office, or storage, multiple permitted uses, building development. So opportunity to have flex warehousing, as some people call it. It's not a warehouse that has 75, 100 trucks that come in and out there every day, but it's a large building that each pod is leased to a different user. So you might have 5 users, you might have 10 users, but if you have current light manual. So what was proposed is that we a limit on the number of square footage each user can have. Instead of just having it unlimited, which is right now, this current draft proposes 75,000 foot limit for each user. What I understand, and Mr. Cucker, if I say this the right way, because this is how I understood it from you when I met with you, when you provide this, it encourages smaller businesses, smaller manufacturing operations, mom and pop shops to come in there who are not going to have heavy trucks coming in and out. So by this in there, this would provide us with that type of limit. This is a draft.
He was gonna respond.
This is a draft, so
You're wrong.
we're here to just kind of talk about it, decide whether we like what we see here, and then kind of either give direction to move forward, give direction to revise more, whatever. But Mr. Cucker, can you provide the explanation of the?
Yeah, the 75,000 square foot restriction is just for a wholesale or warehousing use. So if you have a flex building, for example, and the reason we talk about flex orientation of these and 78, there's not a tremendous amount of depth there, and there's a lot of topography. So it does lend itself pretty good to a type building where you may have a longer building but not very deep, where it can be split into different types of users. You could have a or take up a third of the building. The idea is that if it's a warehouse use, that the building cannot be a warehouse. So that allows you to still allow for some warehousing. So for example, that's a pretty small warehouse. So if you have a mom and pop appliance shop and buy one, this allows for that type of use. So the whole building wouldn't be allowed to be a warehouse, but you could have a portion of the building be used for storage, a smaller amount. So that restriction is just for warehousing. You could have somebody build a single building that is a beverage distributor, and you wouldn't have a restriction on that size, for example.
Now,
Thank you. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight is that there were some concerning things within the manufacturing that in speaking with residents on Eastern Road, we wanted to address. So research laboratory uses are currently allowed that would include hazardous chemicals or substances. So what we're proposing, this is C, if you could, yeah, there you go. Sorry. So that's change. Also, there are additional building setbacks for uses would be abutting next to a residential use. So that was another concern. Like, some people want to sell and some people want to stay, but do the people that want to stay, are they going to be subjected to the decreased lot setbacks that were put in the LM district? We didn't think that's a change. Okay, buffer yards and planting screens are required. We do have a warehouse, sure that it looks nice, and that anything that comes from that commercial use would not bleed onto anybody that has a residential use next door. That's light, noise, all of those things. They have to stay within the footprint of that particular commercial use. So you'll see all lighting, shielding, off-street. See all these ugly tractor trailers on the lower Saucon side. So the and then their trailers would have to be a portion on the back side. Comply with compliance with all the neighborhood protection standards, which is also another additional layer to make sure that we're trying to people that want to have their residential uses on Easton Road. This is, I thought, a good idea to residential and commercial uses and allow for enough they move forward with what they would like to do. I don't think it's ever going to make everybody happy, because there's people on either side that want to do a lot of different things. I think, at least I thought I would take your into consideration. I think it's appropriate to customize this area and call it something new. The name is not it's not going to be light manufacturing, because it isn't the light manufacturing district. It's a special, and this corridor, which then abuts next to rural residential. To hear from you, ultimately, I mean, we heard some people saying that, I heard, again, people wanted both things. So I like it, but Light manufacturing, thank you, that's all I have.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Never existed before in Lower Saucon Township, right?
Correct.
All right, so this is something that was created. Is it fair to say a breakdown of the different manufacturing district?
How many did you say?
30. If you go through each one of the bullet points, some of the bullet points have multiple items in each bullet.
They are what I have of my memo.
So, to that point, there are a number of things in there that are no longer permitted. No more planned office, no more lab, no more extended care facility, no more hotel, no more hospital, care facility, no more salvage yard, warehousing, no more motor freight transportation warehousing, no more warehousing. Establishment, no more intensive agricultural uses, no more tanks, no more repair shops, no more use. So she'll have you believe that this doesn't change anything for you. I just went through at least 30 different items that 30 different uses that your properties, residents out on Easton Road will no longer use. And she's going to tell you that there won't be any effect to the diminution of your value of your property by taking away these 30 different uses. Do you believe that? I mean, does common sense tell you that that's true? No. The more that they can do with it, the more creative they can be in how they use the properties to generate revenue, and the more money they're going to pay you, because if they get more revenue on the property has more value. Okay? It's stupid. She thinks you're stupid to think it doesn't have any effect. She's insulting you. That's what she's doing. From the township, right? You were part of this conversation, right?
I was part of this conversation.
Were there meetings that took place and conversations that took place?
Staff meetings.
Staff meetings. Did Victoria participate in any of them?
In one, I think.
Did Priscilla participate in them?
Yeah, one.
Did Laura participate?
No.
Okay, so we know that Priscilla and Victoria participated in this, but if you listen to what Victoria tells you, she says what was proposed. Like some arbitrary fairy out there waved around a wand and this thing came out of magic. Her finger on the scale to concoct this. Why? Because she's been a developer, she's been having private conversations with developers, and she's trying to concoct this structure to perhaps benefit that developer. Why not open this up and allow every developer who wants to come in, have them competing and give you the best dollar, and you can play one off against the other? Just like when you're buying a car, right? You want to get the best deal, so you go crafted to benefit a developer, okay? To your detriment. Less uses, no competition for your product. It can't be sold to somebody else as a residential home. It's grandfathered, isn't it? If there's a home there, you could sell the home to somebody else who wants to have a residential home, right?
Yeah, the single-family residential use right now is not allowed in the LM zone, which means you couldn't, if you could sell the home as is today, and you can continue that use forever.
As a home.
As is.
Right.
The problem you run into if you want to expand it or things like that, makes it a little more complex if it's not.
But it can still be a home.
Yes,
She said,
correct.
you heard her say, well, if you go to sell your home, you can't sell it to somebody to use it as a home. That's a lie. We just found out that's a lie. Totally dishonest with you. Brian, is there anything in this proposed 180-8 says it's going to cut down on trucks? Is there anything in here that says that there's no trucks that are allowed under any of these uses that are here?
No.
What are some of the uses that are in the proposed new TM that actually involve trucks? They are outdoor advertising signs. Have you ever seen a billboard and the truck working on a billboard when they show up and they have to change the structure of the billboard or change the advertising on the billboard? They have a truck. They bring a truck and a ladder and they climb up on the ladder and they do their thing. A nursery and greenhouses. Have you ever seen a truck at a nursery or greenhouse? Wholesale or warehousing of less than 75,000 feet. Let's see, have you ever, we live in the Lehigh Valley. There's how many millions of feet of warehousing? Trucks at warehouses. beverage distributor. Gee, how does beer get to the beverage distributor? I mean, is there a pipe that brings it from the brewery? It comes in a truck. Vehicle and boat sales. Are you going to drive your truck? A vehicle. Are you going to drive it there? No, it's going to come. How do trucks get to the truck? Lawn, gardening, and farm equipment. How does your farm tractor get to the farm tractor supply truck? Building supplies. All those roofing are going to come in, or the piles of 2x4 plywood. How do they get there? On a truck. Research lab. How do things get to research laboratories? Trucks. Fire and emergency station. Well, we already know we have fire trucks. Then finished or semi-finished processed materials such as apparel, furniture, paper products, shoes, metal fabrication, electric appliances, and electrical or electronic. How does your refrigerator get from wherever you're buying it to your house? How does it get to the place where you're buying it from? On a truck. You ever remember the morning call was legitimate and it actually printed, and there were trucks that would drive around and deliver newspapers to your local convenience store when people cared what they printed? Indoor farming. Non-commercial communication facilities. Gee, I think I've seen Verizon having trucks. General agriculture. Motor vehicle repair shop. How do motor vehicle parts get to the motor vehicle repair shop? By trucks. There's nothing in here, anything about no trucks is a lie. And then she goes on to say, the trucks would be hidden behind something. Some structure is going to hide these trucks. There's nothing. Who the hell cares if you're looking at a truck? There's trucks everywhere. Because there's trucks across the street, we're going to have them. So you look at the trucks on the lower Saucon side, but you're going to cross the street into the Bethlehem side and see trucks galore, trucks everywhere. This is actually worse than what was proposed before. And the reason for that is, what could happen here, I think, is that a developer could come in and he could say to you, Mr. Smith, maybe there's a Mr. Smith there, maybe there isn't, I don't know. Mr. Smith has 3 acres, and you live next door to Mr. Smith, and you have a ½ acre. And the developer is going to say, I want that 3-acre piece because I can do more on that 3-acre piece. And you're going to have your home next door on the ½ acre that may not be as valuable on its own, and you're going to have something going in your backyard, and you're still going to be living there. Whereas what was proposed before promotes a larger scale development where everybody gets on board and everybody wins. And what this is going to do is it's going to put you in further jeopardy. You thought it was bad having a highway in your backyard and having a warehouse in your front yard? How about when you have, I don't know, pick one. How about when you have a nursery on the one side of you and you got a warehouse on the other side? Of course, a warehouse of less than 75,000 square feet, but, or how about when you have a beer distributor on one side of you, and what was the one?
Adult-oriented establishment.
Adult-oriented establishment. I wonder what that is.
Drive trucks, dude.
Wonder why they would put that in there.
Why are you discriminating against those guys?
You really want that? You want your house to be now not just like, at least you got your neighbors that are buffering you on the sides, but now you're going to be surrounded by it.
Well, we actually took that one out.
Oh, the adult-oriented one?
Yeah, that's in LM, but it's not.
There we go. You got something. There you go. Now we're winning. Now we're winning.
The no fun group over here. All right.
You allowed it in yours.
Yes, that's right. I don't discriminate against those people.
So
Mr. Petfield likes them.
I got to ask you a question here. And that is this. Give me a second. So, when you look at this, and Brian, you were kind enough to put this thing together. And you go to the second page, and it says the following restrictions are present in the TM zone. Listen, wait for this one. Wait for this one. It says any land development plan will require the submission of a study demonstrating compliance with all neighborhood protection standards. Brian, can you tell me, is there anything currently in our ordinance that talks about neighborhood protection standards?
Yeah, there's a pretty large section that deals with neighborhood protection standards, which everyone has to follow.
So those already exist?
Do exist.
Okay,
Neighborhood protection, how did I get a billboard in my backyard?
thank you, thank you, thank you. That's, thank you. So
Like
that,
putting
yep.
up a shed.
It's just a shed, just a shed.
It's like a shed.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the barns when you see like the cigarette advertising from like the 1920s or 1930s on the sides of the roads in the country areas. Yeah. So the land development plan will, a study. Is there anything in our ordinance that talks about what needs to be in the study for compliance with all neighborhood protection standards?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's in the study?
There are,
She spoke for 17 minutes.
I can read those specifics.
Just off the top.
Noise, glare.
So those things would apply already.
Correct.
They would already apply under the current LM zoning. Those standards that are mentioned here would already apply to the LM. They're already in place in the LM, right? Okay. Okay. There you have it, folks. You see what's going on. They want to tax you on the front end with the fire services recovery fee. They already raised your taxes twice when they first got in office, right out of the gate. Raise your taxes, raise your fire services taxes, 2 taxes. Now you have something of value, and they want to restrict the value and make it worth less than what it is, and potentially make your situation worse than it currently is. Think about how ignorant that is. And think about that it took them 17 months since they made their promise that they were going to rezone this thing back and take even more out of your pocket. And this is the best they could do because they knew, they felt the heat when you folks came in and you organized and you pushed back on them and you said to them, this is nonsense and we're not going to stand for this because you're harming us. And this is their solution to it, which is not a solution, right? It's not a solution. What it is, it's a concocted mechanism to benefit one developer. One developer. You want one developer? Is it the developer who's already been negotiating with you and hasn't gotten the damn job done? How hard is it to get the damn job done? This has been rezoned for how long? For how long has this been rezoned? How hard is it to put together a plan, get your act together, submit it to the township, and get moving along? And you know what? Maybe he'll do that before this thing gets rezoned. Maybe some developer will come along and submit a bona fide plan to the township before this happens, because if the bona fide plan is filed, then maybe you have some actionable damages caused by these fools. And then what happens to the township? I feel for the folks that are here as part of this, but I also feel as a taxpayer that because when they screw this thing up and you guys sue the township for a taking and you recover a lot of money, I'm paying for it. All of us in the township are paying for it, as we have been. We have the landfill has sued them for $1.5 million for violation of the Sunshine Act.
Please stay on this topic.
We have the Steel Club suing them for $1 million or $1.5 million for failing to provide them with the proper paperwork that they're required to provide. And then you're gonna sue. All they do is get sued. Steve's making money hand over fist over there. Screw it up on the front end, get paid on the back end, and the taxpayers are paying for it. I'm concerned about you, but I'm also concerned about me, and everybody in this township should be concerned about it because they're gonna screw this thing up, and good for you. You deserve getting paid, but I don't want to pay for you to get paid, right? I don't want to. Ma'am, I don't want to. I know. That's why I'm here. As you should.
As you should.
I'm not your lawyer. Look, I'm here on the township's behalf, but if I was in your shoes, I would.
Can't win. This is going on since
Yeah.
22.
Yeah. I'm gonna, and while I still have the floor on this.
Playing more games. They want to take it from LM to this, whatever
the hell. Yeah, something new.
Point of order, whoever's talking is
Shut up, Priscilla. I have the floor.
Yes, okay.
Shut up, you
We need to keep the conversation up here on the board, not screaming from the audience.
The next point I want to make is, when we're done with this, I'm going to make a motion, just to give you a heads up. I'm going to make a motion so that rather than have to go through the entire roll call, when it's either Priscilla, Victoria, or Laura's turn, and any one of them votes yes, it's a vote yes for all three. just to save us the time of having to go through them all three saying yes, because they vote in lockstep on every single thing. So we'll save the public, so maybe we would have gotten to this topic a little earlier.
And they only did it, and they only want to
That's
make
enough.
the change.
Will you stop calling out?
They only want to make the
That's
change.
enough.
They only want to make
You
the
don't have
change.
the floor.
They only want to make the change
You do not
after
have
the
the
guy got this
floor.
billboard. That's when they want to make the change. Yeah, go ahead. I recognize you. Go ahead.
We cannot have calling
Go ahead.
out
Man,
from
we
the
cannot
floor.
have elected by anybody. He has no authority here.
We cannot have.
He has no authority
We cannot
here.
have public comment.
Our solicitor has no authority here. I recognize you to
Mr. Carochi,
speak.
you know
As an
that you
elected
should-
public
you should do it.
official, as an elected public official, I recognize you to speak. He has no authority. He has no authority to speak. 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 Go ahead. Go ahead, man. I want to hear what you have to say.
There's no public comment.
You're not in charge, Steve.
Now, man.
You're not in charge, Steve. You're not in charge, Steve.
Gosh.
You're gonna let me talk, sir.
Sit down.
Yeah.
When
There's
am I
an
gonna be able to
opportunity
ask
at
you
the
about
beginning
this?
and the end of
I
this
was
meeting to do
just
that.
handed this piece of paper. When
Ma'am.
can I talk about this?
I don't understand.
He is
I'm
not in
asking you to sit
charge.
down.
He
Please
is
sit
not in
down.
charge.
And neither are
He
you.
is not in charge.
You're clearly
You
not
do not
either.
have to listen to him. Get to that microphone and
down,
speak.
ma'am.
These officers will not.
Comment.
No, ma'am.
Laura Ray, you're the president. May I please speak?
It is not public comment
Yes.
now. That's why we have the procedure.
These officers won't do anything. Speak into the microphone.
Question. It's just a
the-
question.
Laura-
Susie does not have
The answer is
anything.
no, she cannot.
He doesn't have any authority. He doesn't have any authority. He wasn't elected by anybody. Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone.
It is not
He has no
public
authority to do anything. He's not elected. He's an appointed solicitor.
It is a
And we will not be
conditional
getting
use.
any
No authority to do it.
further.
I'm just did it.
I'm just
There's a
gonna call for a
conditional use.
recess.
I just
Can
want
I
to
call for a
ask.
recess?
Go ahead, ask.
Public
We're not, this is
comment,
disorder.
period.
Question.
Okay, we're gonna have to
Ask.
recess the
Ask.
meeting if we're not gonna stay in order.
Well, you recess, so she's gonna ask.
I make a motion to go
It
into
is
recess.
not
I make a motion to go into
public
recess.
I second.
I make a motion to go into
period.
recess.
I'll
First and
second.
second, let's go into recess.
It is
Go to
not
recess.
public
Let's
comment.
go into recess.
He
You
has
do
no
not
authority to
have
do
the
anything.
floor.
You notice these officers didn't move when Susie was telling them,
Okay, get your
Susie was
hand
telling
out
them
of my
what to do. They didn't move. You can speak into that microphone. I'm an elected official.
Does not
Speak into that
Have your
microphone.
private conversation. We're continuing on.
Those
He
officers
has
will not
more than
move. Susie is not in charge here.
that great. Okay, let's continue
thinks he
with
is.
other comment.
It's my turn.
Other comment.
It's my turn.
Go.
He's not done yet. He didn't give the floor yet.
Okay.
She spoke for 17 minutes.
You had
No,
20
no.
minutes.
No, you didn't.
I don't care. She went on for
Yes,
20 minutes,
you
so
had
I don't give a
20
damn. I'm going to
minutes.
keep talking. And if you want to
No.
interrupt me,
Yeah.
I will keep talking
That
the
is
entire
enough.
time. I'm
Okay,
not, because you
well-
don't like what I'm about to say. And that is, the conditional use that's in here talks about electronic signs right here. Section 180-83.2.1, conditional uses. The following uses and their accessory uses may be permitted when authorized as a conditional use by the council, subject to the provisions. And it says the following: C, outdoor advertising signs with no light or sound emissions directed anywhere away from State Route SR 78. It should be I-78, not State Route 78, but whatever. So, to your point, ma'am, this excludes electronic billboard signs like the one that they just approved at the last meeting. Right? Had they delayed that and enacted this, then you would have had the protection.
17 months, exactly. 17 months they delayed this. 17 months they delayed this.
But they rammed through the billboard.
Oh, yeah.
Like the shed.
The shed.
They're clowns. All right,
I yield the floor now.
Now it's
Thank you,
my
Laura,
turn.
for your
Now it's my
indulgence in
turn.
allowing me to speak as a public elected official at this township council meeting.
Yes.
After you let that clown over there go on forever and
Yeah.
say nothing meaningful other
You
than
interrupt
lies that I
us.
pointed.
You guys are violating the code of conduct as the arbiter of that.
Let's move
It's my
on.
turn. It's my turn. As the arbiter of the code of conduct,
Hurry
it's
up.
very disappointing. Now,
There is not supposed.
Victoria said, as the appointed arbiter of the code of conduct, I'm very disappointed, Priscilla. Now, as Priscilla said, she's speaking to the residents of Easton Road. She may have spoken to some of you, but who she's listening to is a developer. How many times have you met with a developer, initials LP? How many times, Victoria? She won't answer. She won't answer. She won't answer. That's who her interests are, not the people of Easton Road. She's beholden to this developer. That's who she's listening to. And when she says she thinks it's a good idea, the developer she's working with thinks it's a good idea. And he thinks it's a good idea to eliminate these 30 uses
And the competition.
and the competition. That's what this developer thinks, the developer LP she's meeting with. She won't say she met with him, but we know she did. She won't say how many times she's met with him. How many times have you met with him?
Do your
Right,
comment.
right. How many times? How many times have you met with him? Okay, there we go. Brian, has he ever come to a staff meeting about this Eastern Road area?
You mean?
A developer? Has any developer ever?
I have not.
None. Okay. Okay. So she's met with him.
She's the
She's
mouthpiece
met
for
with him
the developer.
privately. She's met with him privately.
I don't know.
So she's met with him privately. Again, she won't deny that she met with him. We know she met with him. She won't even tell us how many times she's met with him. Okay? So she's his mouthpiece. When she says she thinks it's a good idea, it's really the developer thinks it's a good idea to, again, eliminate these 30 uses so he doesn't have the competition, so the people can't get the value for their land that competition would provide. Brian didn't do it. So, how many meetings? Hold on a second. So when it says parking facility is now going to be on the uses not allowed, Brian, what exactly is that? Like what if some land become available and we wanted to put more parking at the ball field, for example? Would that be prohibited?
For the township, no.
Okay, so the township could be, would be exempt for that if we would, okay. But if somebody wanted to put a private parking in for the ball field, that would be prohibited. Okay, all right, okay. So that takes that out. The hospital and extended care facility. Now these people were all fired up to let St. Luke's get their tax exemption off of 412, so we couldn't get any property taxes for that. But now, all of a sudden, they want to prevent it from happening on Eastern Road. Extended care facility. I mean, I don't know if any developer would ever want to put something like that in, but why the limitations? Why the limitations? You know, a convenience store, to me, you know, I just don't know. It seems very random. Studio for art, dance, music, and photography is allowed, okay? That's allowed. But a store's not allowed. What, I mean, if people coming in and out all day long for art, dance, music, go, yes, Mr. President, you have a comment? Go ahead. I recognize you.
No.
Yeah.
You can't have
What's your
public
question?
comment.
Go ahead, you can. They can't do
You
anything.
cannot have public comment.
They can't do
in the middle
anything.
of
You
the
asked me a
meeting.
question. Go ahead,
And
I'll
this
answer.
is not how meetings are run.
I'll ask you.
You're very unprofessional.
Go ahead, just say it, just say it.
Very
Thank you.
unprofessional.
Yeah.
This is not Q&A time. You're disturbing the meeting.
Yeah.
You're preventing
Right.
public business from being conducted.
I would ask that if
Well,
they
that's a
can't
good- that's a
follow
good
the direction,
question.
we just go into adjournment.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, nobody.
Some of it's a matter of right.
Yeah, some of it, when they do this, if they change this, then, right, they would have a right to do the things on the list.
Doesn't make any sense.
And then they would need a variance, I guess they would need to get a variance to do the,
Okay.
yeah, right. Well, they
And we know
won't.
nobody will
They
make
won't.
people stop. You
No,
are
I'd say-
preventing business from being
But,
conducted.
you know, and I find like, what I want to know is, so who came up with the 75,000 square foot warehouse limit? Was it the developer that Victoria's been meeting with? I mean, you know, like I said, like Jason kind of referenced too. You know, it takes anybody who wants to do something bigger with a lot of property owners, it takes them out of the picture. You know, maybe this is just this developer's capability. I doubt very highly that Victoria came up with that number herself, 75,000 square feet for a warehouse. This was told to her by a developer she's working with, I'm almost certain. I just doubt highly that she thought of that limit. She knows nothing about building and development. She's never done that in her career, or she had a career, and she hasn't for a long time. So how do you come up with that 75,000 square foot number? A developer says, that's what I need, that's what I want.
I think that was actually.
Right?
Well, that was actually me as saying.
Right, okay.
As saying,
Okay.
as opposed
Well,
to
certain
eliminating
for-
warehousing.
I am almost certain, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off.
Opposed to saying we're gonna eliminate warehousing altogether, it's my suggestion that you may wanna consider some smaller warehousing.
And why did you come up with the 75,000?
Just because of my familiarity of looking at many warehouse sites over the course since warehouses have been popular, that a size like that, and that's not necessarily a magic number, you know, maybe it's 100, maybe it's 50.
Well, Priscilla has to, or Victoria has to find out from her developer what the magic number is.
But that 75,000 came from me as a placeholder saying, hey, don't you want to consider some?
Did you run that by the developer, Victoria? 75,000, is that acceptable to him? How many times did you meet with him, Priscilla?
And what developer
Where
were
did
you
you-
meeting with when you
I
put
never-
through your thing?
I didn't meet with any developer.
Oh,
When?
yeah, I bet.
Which one? What are you
Okay.
talking about? Which one are you talking? So even Lost, even Lost knows that she met with a developer.
No,
She
you
said,
did.
"What developer did you meet with?" Even Lost knows she met with a developer, and she will do.
Okay, moving on to other comment.
Even Lost knew.
I'd like to
She's in the
say
bag.
something.
The bottom line is she's in the pocket of a
Okay.
developer on this, and it's going to cost the residents
I'm
of
not
Easton
gonna
Road.
talk-
It's going to cost the residents of Easton Road full competition for their property, because she's in the pocket of a developer.
Tom, I'd appreciate it if you let me speak. I let you.
It's not your turn. It is
my turn.
Oh.
Priscilla can talk.
It is my
Well, I don't
turn.
recognize you, Priscilla.
I didn't hear recognize you.
I didn't recognize you, Priscilla.
Well, first of all, Easton Road is this very small road, not built for large truck traffic. So
Did you
way
listen
back
to Jason? All these
when
trucks
the
are going in there.
city, are you speaking?
No.
Yes.
Well, then you be quiet because I'm speaking now.
I'm not speaking.
Stop being rude.
I'm not being rude. I wasn't speaking.
Who's being rude?
So when the city developed that industrial park, and the township went to the meetings and sent letters about they should only, have on-off access from 412. Nothing should come off of the Easton Road side. And they put that in their approval. Now, since then, if they modified it or whatever, we never knew about it, that I knew about. And a few years back, when the partnership was meeting, they had built, I think there's 5, Brian, is there like 5 existing businesses there now?
Where?
Across the street.
On Easton Road?
Yeah.
Somewhere 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, somewhere around there. So when they were first being developed, the partnership with Hellertown and Lower Saucon were concerned about those trucks having access to Cherry Lane and increasing traffic to get to I-78. So who's the developer, not the developer, who's the engineer for Hellertown? Barry Isett. They were hired to do somewhat of a traffic study. And there was some language in there that and I don't remember what the language was, but if there was increased truck traffic, they were supposed to do something. So we need to find that letter. So that's one thing. The other, so anyway, when I voted no to the rezoning a few years back when they changed it from RA to LM, and then during my election, I ran into countless people that were opposed to it. And that night when they advertised it, people were against it also. But it got passed, and I said that I would reintroduce it again and change it to have some kind of overlay or some kind of mix that would be easier for the residents to live with. So this is the start to do that. So I'm supportive of what we have so far.
I guess, Priscilla, you weren't here to hear all the people that spoke up in opposition to what you're talking about doing here.
Oh, I was here.
Oh, you
and I
were.
did hear them.
Okay.
But I also
You're
heard
just ignoring
people.
them. You're just ignoring them, I understand.
Oh, wait, whoa. Forget it, Jason. It's really ridiculous talking to you. Can't have a really intelligent conversation.
Yeah, because I'm talking to you. There needs to be two parties that are intelligent.
No, look in the mirror.
Okay.
Ooh, you got me there.
Ooh.
Laura, do you have any?
Show up
I'm
at a
gonna
meeting next time,
say
Priscilla.
A couple things then. So
You got time to sit at the
the
pole all day and get a
examples that were
sunburn.
all given
You show up at a
about,
council meeting to do your damn job.
No, I'm Italian. I don't burn.
okay,
Yeah.
the examples that were
Hell, don't
given
worry.
of the permitted uses and how crazy they would be if somebody had a car wash on one side and a nursery on the other side. Well, all those permitted uses were in the other ordinance. They were already there, so you could have already had that situation happen. And the thing is, we've had this zoned as the light manufacturing now for 2 years. There has not been a single plan that has come forth because there's a lot of people that don't want to sell their properties.
Who are the people? How many people?
I'm not going to give you a list, and I am not talking to the audience. So there's a reason that a plan hasn't come forth, and that is because there's a lot of people that are not having their properties up for sale. So we're working on some sort of compromise so that there are uses allowed there to make it sellable for commercial purposes, but they're a little bit less intense than what was covered originally. A little bit less intense, that's all. These uses that you went through and said how crazy they are, those were all in there before. We didn't make them up. This is just an adjustment. I think it's for the better. There was a lot of input when this got shoved through originally. A lot of people were here speaking against this, and they were totally ignored. And people don't want to keep coming to meetings because they're
You're incompetent.
awful like
You're
this.
incompetent. You can't run a meeting.
Because you're rude
can't run a
and you're
meeting.
incompetent. And
I'm not. I'm not
you are
running the meetings.
rude,
You want me to run the meetings? I'll
okay?
show you what competence is.
So this was a
I did it for many
discussion
years.
to get input. I don't know what we want to do as the next step here. You do not open up the meeting in the middle. We will never get done.
Make a motion, we open it for public comment.
I'll second
We are
that.
not opening the meeting for public comment. You are not recognized. You are not making a
What I would like to
motion.
consider,
Stop it.
would like to consider is the following. I would like to make a motion to
Is this from the developer or you?
advertise.
Is this from the developer or you?
I would like to make a motion to advertise the, this ordinance as stated with the following changes. I think the name, the change, the first should be the name should change from what it's currently proposed to Intermediate Manufacturing District. Second, remove the last
Is that what the
sentence
developer
of
told you?
purpose. I don't think that that last sentence should be appropriate, and it should be replaced with, the district will provide a buffer zone between the city of Bethlehem and residential districts in Lower Saucon.
That's what the developer's telling her.
Revise
You get that on your phone?
A1E to reduce the size of the warehouse use to 50,000 square feet instead of 75,000.
Oh, there we go. Even worse for you.
Those are the proposals that I would make, and that we would advertise that. That would then bring this back for a public hearing, and everybody can have a comment at that point. And as you've seen, we've done with the fire services ordinance and other things. If you don't like it, if people don't like it, we don't have to adopt it. If people do like it, we can adopt it. If they want a lot of changes, we can do the changes. But that's my motion.
This is,
From the developer. Straight from the developer's mouth.
because this is
And
a
you gotta
zoning
come back and
ordinance,
stay here till 11 o'clock at night for another meeting.
Brian
Lucky
speaking.
you.
this is a zoning ordinance, we shouldn't go right to advertising, it should go to your planning commission, it should go to Lehigh Valley
Oh,
Planning
yes.
Commission
Oh, there we go, dum-dum.
There we go.
There we go,
You better tell
dum-dum.
the developer, you're gonna slow him down a little bit. You better tell your boss, the
Buys you some time,
developer.
folks. Buys you some
Buys you some
time.
time to sue. Buys us some time to sue. She's working with a developer behind everybody's
That's
back.
gonna move forward and get your stuff done for you.
She's working with a developer
Take a
behind
while.
everybody's
Realtors are working with developers.
I have no, because it
that funny?
continues to be
What's
a
funny about it?
rumor.
You're
Again, we
affecting
have
these people's lives and you're
rumors,
laughing about it?
Laughing at these
allegations.
people. She's
And the
laughing.
reason why I'm laughing is because after this new council made a proposal that we return it back to residential, I got solicited from a developer who I learned had drafted the light manufacturing district you have today with our former solicitor hand in hand, to the point that his name was all over it. The developer said to me, hey, I worked with your solicitor to develop the light manufacturing district that we're arguing about for my development.
I don't know if that's
I don't
So
think
that's where the truth comes out.
Yeah.
And there are some people who are
never met
running
them.
for council right now that are also realtors who were picked by that developer.
Don't pick on them because they work.
Who were picked by
actually
that
are-
developer
they have
to go
employment.
door to door on Easton Road and convince people to sell their homes. Now, that same realtor was with me with that developer to find out what
Do I get to talk
exactly
again, too?
was going on
Do I get to talk
in
again, Laura? I get to talk
the
again,
smoke
too.
screens, in the
Lucky you.
backdoor deals.
Yes, I do. Then
that
stop her,
occurred
'cause I'm gonna keep
before I
talking
came
all
on
night
council.
long. Lionel Richie all night long.
I'd be
I'm just
concerned
talking
with-
and talking and talking. You're not gonna
I
stop
know
me from
there's a lot of
talking.
interrupting because they don't want to hear the truth. They
No,
wanted
you already
to
had a chance to talk.
something, but now they don't like the
I
truth.
never met with a developer.
Nope.
I never met with a
Is
developer.
that realtor who's running for council had a lot to gain from selling all of those houses in the form of commission. And the deal, whatever deal she made with that developer to sell all those homes.
But she's not on council. She's not voting. She's voting.
So to insinuate that I am now trying to work with a developer, when in fact, I found out after the fact that the prior council solicitor, who was under your control, was meeting with this developer multiple times, creating a light manufacturing district that fit his mold. So that's where it comes out.
Yeah,
Okay, if you wanna bring that developer here and you wanna ask him how many times he
never
met
met
with
with him.
Mr. Treadwell,
I never met with him.
and I'm sure Mr. Treadwell was just dreaming this up in his head and didn't get a direction from any one of you about what he should or shouldn't do with the light manufacturing district that you passed.
Yeah, Mr. Treadwell doesn't have a vote. Mr. Treadwell didn't have a vote. You have a vote.
That's where it's at.
You have a vote and you're meeting with him. Mr. Treadwell didn't have a vote. And you know who also doesn't have a vote?
I will revise my motion that
realtor.
we
The realtor.
go
The realtor
ahead and
doesn't have
send
a
this
vote.
to the
Okay,
planning
one person
and the
at a
EAC
time.
and wherever it has to go with the other.
I'm gonna
revisions
comment
I
on
have.
that motion then.
That's
I'm gonna comment
my
on that
revised
motion.
motion.
I'm gonna comment on that
And
motion.
I'll amend my motion to reflect what Victoria just said.
I'm gonna comment on that motion. Huge differences here. One, the real estate agent she's referring to is not on council and doesn't have a vote as to what this zoning is gonna be. She's not on council. Link Treadwell never had a vote on what the zoning will be. She's meeting with the developer and she has a vote. And not only that, she leads lost around by the year, so she really has 2 votes. So there's a huge difference between a realtor.
Can we have a roll call, please?
A realtor, I'm commenting, a realtor who doesn't have a vote, is not currently on council, meeting with a developer or homeowners. Somebody like Victoria, who does have a vote, meeting with her. That's a huge difference. It's a huge conflict for her. We never met with a developer. If Link met with a developer, he met with a developer. We never met with a developer. And
With
I
respect,
voted.
I think since we had all 5 people
There we
talk
go.
once already.
There we go. There we
Ms.
go.
Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
Look how she speaks twice, but we can't get to speak twice. Victoria gets to speak twice, and we can't get to speak
Okay.
twice.
Mr. Bononis.
Boo-hoo.
Speak if you want. Speak, say whatever you
I
want.
think that we should
Say what you
rename, she wanted to rename this, this is a new topic, she wanted to rename what's being proposed here, so I want to comment on that, and I'm going to comment on that. I think we should rename it the Victoria Optoff Cordero Special Interest Rezoning to the Detriment of Easton Road Residents.
I'll second that,
All
yeah.
right, so with that amendment, I would be in favor of this. I think it makes sense because it's exactly what's going on here. These
Are we in the
residents
middle
spoke
of roll
loudly and
call?
clearly. They spoke loudly and clearly
You
as to
had-
what
you
they
had two
want. There's
comments?
not one person who
You had
spoke
two
in favor
comments?
of what
He
she's
gets two
proposing
In the
here.
middle of roll
They
call?
realize what the damages are to them,
Is that
and you're actually exposing the township to financial exposure.
Okay, stay out of it.
Continue with
But
the
that
roll
benefits
call,
Steve
please.
because he's
Stay out of
gonna
it,
deal with the
Joe. She had two
lawsuit.
comments.
He's gonna deal with the lawsuit.
Nobody elected
make
you
more money
either,
off
Joe.
of it, but that's the right thing to do. It's taxpayer money, and these people are being harmed.
Would that be a no?
No, he made an amendment. He made an amendment to the
Okay,
motion.
well, you can't amend somebody else's
I proposed,
motion.
I sure you
Propose,
I
you can propose an amendment. We do it all the
You
time.
can propose all you want. I'm not changing my motion.
We're not.
All right,
Your
so
motion.
we're in the middle of roll call. We've got a first, a second, and some votes already. That's where we are.
Who voted?
Ray. Said yes. Mr. Bononis.
No, absolutely not.
Mrs. Alcadero.
Yes.
Mr. Caroci.
It's disgraceful that a council member who's meeting with the developer is voting on this. That is her ethics that are, and you don't, that's exactly right. And you don't get to speak. You don't get to speak. That's right. You don't get to speak. But that is this Democrats. Remember when you go to the polls in the fall, these are the Democrats that run this
Okay,
council.
there is going to
Oh,
be
that's
a hearing. That's how
desperation.
the ordinance works.
2 years, 2 years.
Mr. Caroci.
That's right, 2 years. And how long, she won't answer how long she's met with developers, how many times she met with the developers, and she's voting on it.
Okay.
Disgraceful.
Tom, we're in the middle of roll call.
What?
Mr. Caroci.
No.
I can tell you, if we pass this ordinance, you are going to be sued.
Thank you. Please sue him. Please sue him. Exactly, sue him.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yep.
Yes.
And then she'll have to sit in a deposition, and you can ask her how many times she met with the developer and what she talked about.
Motion passes
Records and get those
to
too.
2.
You don't get to do this to people.
That's right.
All right.
She's doing, right. She's been doing it.
We're on to 7B, Resolution 51, 2025, authorization for acting
For
township
coming.
manager
Thank you for coming.
to
Sorry.
act on behalf of Lower Saucon Township
neighbors.
highway occupancy
Tell your neighbors.
Bring
permit.
your neighbors back next time. Thank you
So
for
I'm
coming.
going to make a motion to approve Resolution 51, 2025, which will authorize our agent, Jim Malott, from Hanover Engineering to apply for a highway occupancy permit on behalf of the township. So
I'll
that's my
second.
motion.
Well, the acting township manager can act on behalf of the township.
We authorize the agent, Jim Malott.
But it says.
That doesn't
That's
match,
not the
it doesn't match
resolution.
it doesn't
The
match
resolution.
the agenda item.
The resolution says authorization of acting township manager, which is J, to act on behalf of Lower Saucon Township on highway occupancy.
To sign the resolution.
Huh?
That resolution is authorizing Jay to sign the attached agreement.
It doesn't say that, though. It says authorization for acting township manager to act, not to sign.
Looking at the resolution.
No. It says authorization for the acting township manager to act on behalf of Lower Saucon Township / highway occupancy permit. Now we're talking about this third guy. I never heard
We
of
just
him.
have a roll call on this.
You're violating the Sunshine Act. We're not having a roll call because you're violating the Sunshine. The agenda item does not match what's being proposed here.
Why does the agenda item say that? Why does the agenda item say that? This is the one that was advertised. Again, she wants to hide what was advertised to the public and do something else.
The application that's attached has a signature line for the applicant, and underneath applicant it says John J. Finnegan for Lower Saucon Township.
The motion should say acting township manager.
Right, and then it has a separate line by the agent, which would be Jim Malott. So it is signed by J. Finnegan, which is exactly what the advertisement says.
But he's not acting, the agent's acting.
They're both, but he's signing it.
It doesn't say that. It says
It's
act.
authorizing the agent.
Can we just have a roll call on this?
Just to take a roll so we don't discuss what's
Yeah,
inconsistent.
so you can hide this. You can cover this up because it was written wrong.
You would think the solicitor would
Susie
review
knows
this
it.
stuff and find these
I know.
inconsistencies with an eye to
You think the
detail.
solicitor would want to keep us out of legal jeopardy, not put us in it? Why isn't it consistent? Just table it or change it. Change it. Why can't we just vote to change it?
It's actually a resolution and the authorization for the agent. So the resolution should be signed by myself actually it's signed by Victoria and the council president. So the resolution is signed by the offices of the Township, which would be the council president and the council vice president.
Right.
And then the applicant's authority.
Well, why can't we vote to make these changes?
Who made the motion?
I made a motion.
Then,
Change the motion.
Laura, would you,
Change the motion that the,
I mean, get it together.
Laura,
All
I
of you.
mean,
would you consider changing the motion to authorize the appropriate person as listed in the resolution and the application to sign on behalf of the township?
yes.
She can't even repeat
And,
that.
and I'll change my second.
She
Okay,
can't even repeat what you said.
then we have a first and a second.
And
I think, then we got it.
can we get it together, Susan? Can we get these documents
let's
It's
together?
already done, let's go to roll call.
Let's do a roll call.
Benonis,
No, because it doesn't match what's advertised. You're violating the Sunshine Act yet again.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Mr. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
No, it's a violation of the
Ms.
Sunshine Act.
DeLeon.
It's just incompetence, basically,
Yeah.
Ms. Ray.
of whoever put it all together.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, 7C, authorization for president to execute the lease agreement between Lower Saucon Township and Lower Saucon Township Historical Society for the Letts Franklin Schoolhouse.
Now, why is this the president? The other one was the acting township manager.
I'll make the motion.
Why is that, Jay?
On the
And I'll
lease,
second
Yeah,
the
the lease.
motion.
Yeah.
because historically it's been signed by whoever is council president, when the last time it was done was, I believe, 20 years ago.
And so we just went by what we did last time.
Well, lease agreements
I would
should
like to
be
call for a roll call.
signed by whoever's the chief
Stop interrupting
executive
the
officer
council,
of
the
the
manager who's speaking.
municipality.
Is there any legal ramifications for this, Susan? But it being signed by the president instead of the acting
Let's
township
go for a roll
manager?
call. Either use my name or go for a roll call.
Wait a minute. The
So that-
home rule says the president authorizes stuff, signs stuff.
Then why didn't she sign the authorization before? For the highway occupancy permit?
She did. It's on the resolution.
No, she signed to make to give you the authority. She's not signing to give him the authority.
Can we go for a roll call?
You're signing.
Yeah,
to
let's
give him
have a
the
roll
authority.
call. We're just jabbering.
Mr. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Susie getting touchy.
Sure is.
Susie's a little touchy today.
All right, we're done.
motion passes 4-1.
All right, so 7D, surface treatment project bid award. I'm going to make the motion to approve the bid received from Asphalt Maintenance Solutions in the amount of $33,584 for the surface treatment project. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I don't think we need discussion on this one.
Brian Lee?
Yep.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Benonis,
Yes. Pave those roads.
Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, 7E is the discussion and possible change for the date for the June 2025 council meeting. Jay had indicated he had a conflict for the regular night that we had scheduled. So we had proposed some alternative dates.
Why don't we have the assistant manager cover it?
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we consider June 3rd as the date for the next meeting.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call?
Ms. DeLeon,
No, let's have discussion. Why are we picking June 3rd over June 11th? Why are you the one who's doing that?
Well, I made a motion.
But why? Why are you picking June 3rd over June 11th? Can you explain? I mean, council meetings are generally on Wednesdays, and now you're picking a different day of the week. What's amazing to me is that you cancel a meeting in May, and then we have only one meeting, and now you're moving the date in June, so you're actually suppressing people's access to government.
We didn't cancel that meeting.
Yeah, you did. Sure you did.
No,
What are
we
you talking
didn't.
about?
Yeah, we did, but it wasn't up to
You voted to
council.
cancel the first meeting in
At
May.
the last meeting. At the April meeting, you voted to cancel. What do you mean you didn't authorize the cancel?
Come on, Priscilla, get it
Yeah, we
together.
did, but
Get
it was
together.
not our
Oh, now you did.
recommendation.
Oh,
Now you did. Oh, yeah. Get
Now
it
you did. Now
together.
you remember.
Get it
Okay.
together. I know it's late. The fatigue
Okay,
setting
let's
in.
get back to the roll
Okay,
call.
staff,
Explain to me
cancel
why we're doing it on a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday. At least if it's a Wednesday, the public's used to having it on a Wednesday. Wednesday.
And I can recall a meeting we had on a Friday morning at 9 a.m., Jason Bananas.
Me too.
That's right. Yeah, Priscilla, yeah.
That was pretty handy.
Yeah.
Get him, Priscilla.
Yeah, I'm proposing June 3rd because that date works.
That's the sunburn talking.
Who's at work? When are you going to be away there? Why can't we do it on a Wednesday?
So we're doing a roll call?
Mr. Leon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
I would propose we amend the motion to identify the time for the meeting. Because right now it's just a day. If we're going to be advertising for that, why don't we identify the time, at least so the public has some heads up on it?
You guys did a bang-up job putting this agenda together.
Bang up.
Bang up.
I'll amend my motion to say 6:30.
Oh, there you go. There you go, Priscilla.
Priscilla.
I'm sorry I have to always do the details for you.
Sure that's
You're
not-
so detail-oriented.
Sure that's not too late for you?
Laura,
After the early bird
that was your
special?
motion. Will you
Yes,
amend?
It's after the early
I
bird
second it,
special.
I'll re-second it.
You like that early bird special?
Amended motion, 6:30, 6:30. Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No. I think it should be a Wednesday.
Ms. Cadaro,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci.
I agree. It should be June 11th, a Wednesday, like it usually is.
Motion passes 3-2.
If we had an assistant manager, we wouldn't have to change the date altogether, but we don't have an assistant manager.
Right.
We haven't, and we probably won't for a long
If they
time.
put me on the hiring committee, we'd have assistant managers.
Probably a good one, too.
A good one.
And 7F, the Robin Court Storm Sewer Replacement Project, request for a 90-day extension. So, does somebody want to
Sure.
explain the reason on
The
those
reason
extensions?
is the completion date on the contract that was awarded was June 6th. It's impossible to get the manhole structure that is specified in the bid that quickly. It's going to take 60 days, so to complete the job, the extension is requested for 90 days so that the structure can be fabricated and the job completed.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve the 90-day extension requested by Barker and Barker Paving.
Second.
Do we need any discussion?
No.
So, all right, can I have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cadaro?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, 7G, discussion and possible change to the meeting minute format for council, EAC, Parks and Recreation, Landfill Committee, and Planning Commission.
If you look at the, bring up the proposed. Can you put it up there? There were a couple of comments made earlier. First of all, we back up the YouTube video. We also back up an audio recording of the meeting. So there's multiple backups of the meeting should there be an issue with, say, for instance, YouTube becoming a paid subscription. and so forth. So we would have multiple backups as a safeguard. If you look at the January 15th minutes, that's an example. It makes note up under the call to order where the video would be stored on YouTube. And then if you get into each one of the items where there's comments, there is a YouTube time so that if someone wants to go find information that was discussed in length, you could reference the YouTube video. Currently, as everyone aware, primarily council meeting minutes are backed up until, I think, back to November of 2024. We do have AI, but the problem is AI picks up multiple people talking at the same time. So you have multiple comments attributed to multiple people in the same sentence.
Because we're interrupted.
As a result of whether it's interruption or just multiple people talking at the same time, which requires, after the individual who's contracted to prepare the minutes, to have it reviewed by staff members. And right now, there's roughly about 60 hours of video to review against the minutes that have been prepared by the individual who's preparing them. Which means that individual has to go back and then listen to and see if they can decipher, or based on the fact that they were here, try to remember what was said 3, 4, 5 months ago. So the suggestion is to kind of condense the comments, pick up the information, and then reference the YouTube. As the solicitor has pointed out, the requirement under the Sunshine Act is to basically state who was here, what was discussed, and the votes, not a transcription of how the meeting occurred second by second. It would be possible to just go in and look for the multiple comments that drive right over each other, but trying to just correct those still requires someone to rewind, start the video, listen to it, see if they can pick it up. What's outlined here is a suggestion of how to prepare minutes going forward, where you would have a written minutes in compliance with the Sunshine Act, and as a matter of fact, greater than what the Sunshine Act requires, as well as both a audio backup and a video backup. One stored on YouTube and one stored on the township server for future reference. This is only a suggestion, but if you look at from a financial standpoint, in 2024, the township spent about $16,000 to have the minutes prepared by the third party. And God knows what additional costs based on the number of hours it takes to review what was transcribed and look for all the garbled information that's contained, because it's typed right the way she picks it up, including if there's any inappropriate comments, vulgarities, that type of stuff. That's the way it's typed. And in 2025, I would venture to guess that we are probably on track to spend more than the $15,000 or $16,000 that was spent in 2024. And I think it would be a better use of township staff because right now things are getting backed up. For instance, the website's not been completed because staff just can't get to it. So we have a deadline, and it's gonna go live May 29th. But there's gonna be holes in it, but that's a project that I believe has been going on 18 months. And so.
As long as the Democrats have been in charge, they can't even get a website.
So.
They can't even get a website right.
Well, Laura's IT, remember?
Yeah, I forgot Laura's IT.
Allegedly.
Forgot Lost was our IT.
The discussion on the way it's formatted now for the January 15th one actually started when Kathy was here, and then we updated it a little bit more and put a little more detail in there. And this is what I would suggest going forward, where the essence of the meeting is captured in minutes, and then the video backup and audio backup is there for anyone that would need to reference it.
So can I ask a question then on this? Does the AI software that we have do the summarization, or did somebody manually have to
This would still have to be.
manipulate it?
It would take a lot less to time-wise than to type 200 and some odd pages of minutes.
Okay. I mean, I was suggesting this a while back.
Can I be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. Jay, just a question on this. If we were to adopt this, would you be able to, the outstanding minutes that we have from, I guess, November, December 24 forward, would they be prepared in this format, or would you still have to do those meeting minutes that are outstanding in the old format?
I would suggest that they would have to be done in the old format unless we want to have the person that did the full ones go back and put it together like this. I would suggest that it just goes forward from this point, and then we clean up what's in the backlog.
Okay, and would that, cause any undue delay moving forward with those meeting minutes? In listening to the process, it breaks my heart to hear how much effort we've gone through with these meeting minutes. While I appreciate everybody's size, that's exactly why we have such trouble, is because there's people from the audience shouting, there's members of the council chit-chatting with one another while others are talking, there's people just making side comments to one another while there's another council member speaking. And then there's interruptions, there's shouts and hollers, and I could see how difficult it is, especially since you can't just use the AI because of all the shouts and all of those things. Somebody has to go back, and it's a complete waste of our township staff's time to have to go back and do that. So that would be like my
to show your corruption's a complete waste.
Question. The other thing that I'd like to try to see is, I know some people on council may still want to get a printout if they have a question about a certain motion or a certain topic, to review that issue again in the future. And I don't think that it has to be an official meeting minutes. These would be the official, but maybe something that a policy that we could, if a council member wanted to get the AI generated, whatever it was in the AI generated format for any particular agenda item, they could ask for that. It wouldn't necessarily be that we have staff members going back and looking at that AI generation. But if I said, for instance, can you please print out the transcript from AI from item 2B? Then they could just pull that.
I think it would be easier that.
And print it out and give it to me. It's an unofficial.
Someone wants that we would go back and prepare that section that they want, as opposed to.
Yeah.
Because.
I have a problem with that. We're already saying it's inaccurate, and now you're gonna pull an inaccurate AI report, not corrected with the video, and give it to somebody like you, unethical like you, is gonna parade that out as public meeting minutes that somebody actually said. And, cause that's your type of integrity, none. So there's no way we should be letting inaccurate meeting minutes out there, which is just the AI. Jay just said they're inaccurate, and they have to have somebody correct it all. And to just put that out there is ridiculous. It allows you and the misrepresentations and lies you tell the public to have an AI-generated document that could not have been what happened at all. And you will use that anywhere you can because you're unethical.
My question was to Jay.
Yeah, and I answered.
Is there any kind of recommendation if somebody wanted like a printout after the official, summary meeting minutes were approved, like they want to go back for historical reference and get a printout of something?
I think we could go in and have someone on staff pull that section of the video and then prepare a printout on a certain section.
On a certain section. I wouldn't want it to be something that has to be official and then causes extra time. I was just trying to provide an alternate option because I'm okay with watching videos, but some people, they complain about the hearing or, whatever, that they like to read a section. So I just wanted to see if there was an option that we could have that available to council.
Jay, I'd like to clarify though, that would be a corrected version though, right?
Yeah, it'll be correct.
Right.
Based on
We're
what's
not going to give AI-generated reports out to people. Anybody, even a member of council.
May I speak?
Yes.
Yes, I recognize.
So let's not forget reality here, all right? So you got problems, Victoria Optoff problem solver, whatever, over there. $16,000 to transcribe this stuff. They're gonna pay thousands of dollars to winterize a pile of rocks, but they're not gonna spend money on creating an accurate record of their malfeasance on council for the public to be aware of what happened, so that entities such as the landfill, when they need to go back and have a record to show to the court of violations of the Sunshine Act, that's not gonna be it still hasn't been created. We're back in November. They still don't have a copy of those official meeting minutes to go to and to show to the court or anybody else that's gonna be suing them. That's what this is about. It's about cover-up, sweeping it under the cover. Now, you said you got 60 hours of video here, okay, 60 hours. Whose fault is that? Their fault that we didn't have properly staffed administration. Their fault that we don't have a manager for 15 months, whatever it is, 14, 15 months. Their fault that we don't have an assistant manager. Their fault that we don't have a finance director. And what's their solution to it? Rather than address the root cause, which is their incompetence and they're forcing quality people out of this township to do the job, they instead, their solution to this, not hire people and make sure that we had proper staffing for all these many, many months. Their solution is, let's just do more concise minutes that don't reflect what the details are. And Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, I've received multiple comments from people in the public, residents and taxpayers, that the video feed that we have cuts out repeatedly for 6, 8, 10 seconds at a time. So now we're gonna be relying upon an unreliable YouTube video that the residents have already complained to me about, does not allow them to hear what's going on for different increments during the meeting. And that's gonna be our backup to this. So lost to history and lost to time is what happened because the minutes weren't transcribed contemporaneously when people's memories were fresh, right? We're now 7 months behind schedule, not getting any better, and we're gonna rely upon a video that has been proven to be unreliable in capturing what is being said here for the public to hear what's going on. Maybe they didn't even hear what I said. Maybe they cut out repeatedly and they didn't hear what I had to say. I hope they heard me. This is asinine, absolutely asinine. You create a shitty situation, excuse my language, create a situation like this, and your solution is to rely upon a video, do more concise minutes when we already know the video is not reliable. It's absurd. Steve, let me ask you this question here. What are the penalties for violation of the Sunshine Act in terms of timely providing meeting minutes? Do you know?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
Can you look into it? Because you went through earlier what the requirements were, and then you acknowledge that, yeah, minutes need to be done within 30 days, and they're not done, I'd like to know what the penalties are, because we're in arrears repeatedly. That's something I'd like to know in responses. I think what's being proposed is improper. Priscilla, you've been on council since dinosaurs walked the earth, and these minutes have been transcribed verbatim forever. And now all of a sudden,
No, not forever.
I'm not talking to you. I'm mentioning you. I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you. I'm
You
saying
don't have the
that you've
floor,
been there.
Priscilla.
You can respond
Sounded
as
like
your
the
time.
question to
Stop
me.
interrupting me. See, you're part of the problem, Priscilla, right there.
Talking
Perfect
over
example.
people.
Talking over me like you always do. Big mouth. So, big mouth.
Look
So
in the
what we've
mirror.
got, would you stop talking? I have the floor. Stop doing that. You're making it worse for these people. They're trying to do their jobs here, and you're making it worse.
Oh my God.
Sorry you're being
Trust
tickled.
me,
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
what's
people
going
are
on. I don't know
laughing
what
with
you're doing.
me.
I don't know where you are or what you're doing, but I don't want to be part of that or hear any
Nobody's
part of it.
tickling her.
So, from the beginning of time, we've always had verbatim minutes. And now all of a sudden, when the heat is on because you fools are getting sued left and right for violations and the public is outraged at you, how are we going to fix it? We're going to cover it up. We're not going to have minutes,
you
so they don't
haven't
even know
read
what the
any
hell's going on.
court
We're not
case
going to let the public, stop talking, I'm speaking. We're not going to let the public know. We're going to not have a record of this, and we're going to rely upon a video that could, as somebody acknowledged earlier, could go away, and which you've already acknowledged from residents that have contacted me, has significant gaps in it. Brilliant move. Brilliant move. Screw it up and then cover it up. That's what you guys do. I mean, it's amazing how incompetent you are. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's no way anybody could say that these meeting minutes are accurate. And I got complaints even tonight that the video was cutting out. And that's a problem. And Jay, you never answered the question. We do receive complaints from people about the video, don't we?
Mr. Croce, I have not received a complaint, so the township may have.
Okay. You just haven't seen them. Okay. But I do. I got complaints even tonight that we had some times where it would pause 6 to 10 seconds, and then it would come when it came back. It was, it was forwarded. They missed what to see. And how don't we? What if somebody can't hear? How do they get the minutes? If it's just on YouTube.
It'd be written. It'd be
No, but they're not written. They're not written in detail.
Does this violate the ADA? Priscilla, does this, you have disability, Priscilla. Would this be a violation? You know all about disability.
You should learn some.
Well, I'm
asking you. You're the expert. You're a self-proclaimed expert. I remember when you wanted to have you wanted to have a handrail at the Heller Homestead that didn't match the other one because it wasn't required, but you just wanted to spend $2,500 on a second handrail for no reason.
No, there was a reason.
Yeah, because it wasn't necessary. So tell us, you know the ADA, right?
Susie, it's a serious question. What if someone can't hear? How do they get the detailed minutes?
There's no requirement to have the detailed minutes. The requirement is to have the minutes as set forth by law. They have that in writing. All of the YouTube requirement or the YouTube suggestion and the backup, having it on the township website and so on, none of that is required. That is a belts and suspenders types of issue. So there is no requirement to have it in some sort of form other than written. That's what is required.
All right. Well, thank you for answering that. I don't
What do
know
you mean by
why it was so
belts and
hard.
suspenders? Like that would be the best practice?
No, that is a statement where you have two things that you may or may not need.
But they reinforce one another. It's better, right? Right? I'm just trying to confirm what your euphemism is. It's better to have it done that way is what you're saying. It's better to have a belt and suspenders so your pants don't fall down.
We would have more concise talking. Our
George, your pants
meetings
fall
would be less long, and we would have been able to continue with meeting minutes, but you guys clown on and on endlessly.
Now it was $16,000 this 2024.
I think we want
What was it in
to
2023?
do this suggestion.
I didn't go back that far, Mr. Croce.
We only had one meeting, and there we got everything done. And they spoke over.
A motion to.
I don't think we need a motion. We're just gonna. You just need a
I think
direction.
if we're going to change the way our minutes are kept, we should do a motion, I think.
I make a motion to change our meeting minutes to reflect those as exemplified in the January 15th, 2025 display.
Moving forward, correct?
Moving forward, beginning with tonight's meeting and any meeting thereafter.
So the past ones will be
Done as usual.
Done the way they were done per Mr. Finnegan's recommendation.
okay. Well,
I'd like to comment on the motion if there's, when there's a
it'll
second.
take a while to catch up then. We'll still be stuck, right?
Yeah.
So why?
No,
Well, if there's a second on this one.
I'll second it.
Okay. You can always go back later and then decide to do the ones in between in the shortened version also. Like, nothing prevents you from doing that. But right now, the motion is going forward.
Jay, can you look into the complaints that I've been receiving, that there are problems with the video feed, and the concerns that I have that the YouTube video may not capture what's taking place during these meetings? Because that's a concern to me.
Okay, I will have.
Verbatim minutes, at least there should be a reliable video backup that is consistent with what's taking place. If there's gaps in it, it's not reliable and consistent. That's the one part of it. The other part is, it went from 5-minute comment on every agenda item to 3-minute comment on every agenda item to 3-minute comment at the beginning of the meeting to having detailed verbatim meeting minutes to now eliminating detailed verbatim minutes. The cover-up continues. They don't want the public to know.
I agree. It's for
I
people
think this was a recommendation
they ran
of
on
staff,
transparency.
not us.
And
They'll vote for it.
transparency, they keep claiming transparency, but it's just a big cover-up.
Can we move forward with a roll call?
Yes, let's have a roll call.
Mr. Vanonis? Ms. Orthop-Cadero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, 7H is discussion and possible action on security cameras for Eastern Road Ball Field, recommended by Lower Saucon Township Police Department to deter criminal mischief and vandalism.
Just so the public knows, it's 11:35, so they were successful. While they weren't successful in keeping these next 4 items off the agenda, I guess 5 items off the agenda, which they wanted to keep completely off the agenda. They didn't want the public to hear about it at all. But thankfully, to our acting township manager, who prevailed upon them, and to understand that our solicitor also was instrumental in ensuring that they were on the agenda. I thank both of them for that. But again, it's 11:35, the room's pretty empty. This is exactly their intention all along. If they couldn't prevent it from being on the agenda at all, they don't, and prevent you from hearing anything about it, they would have done it. They would have done it. Fortunately, we have 2 good men here that think, and so, but now it's 11:35. They didn't want it at the beginning of the meeting.
We'll say there's no.
Keep talking, Tom, it'll get longer.
We had to,
this particular item because there has not been any.
Right. There was no urgency.
Problem at the ball field at this point.
Right.
All right.
So I'll make a motion that
He asked for
I asked for this item to be on the
He asked the
agenda.
item, let him
And let
explain
me
it.
speak, please.
Let him explain it. All right, I recognize Jason as the floor now.
Thank you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I just did.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
So here's I asked for this to be on the agenda, and here's how this item started. So this started with Laura Ray sending an email to Jay Finnegan a week ago. This is the stuff that they're worried about, folks. They're not worried about hiring a manager. They're not worried about hiring an assistant manager. They're not worried about compensating people the right amount of money.
To your point.
Shut up.
Don't interrupt.
This is the
It's
following
been
email.
another 3 hours so that you can waste our time and the staff to sit here
Would you shut
over
up?
your own
See, here's the problem. I asked for this to be on the agenda to show how utterly incompetent you are and a recommendation we got from the chief of police, and you're gonna keep
You
interrupting
asked
me.
for this to
So
be on the
shut your
agenda
mouth.
to
Shut your
extend the
mouth
time of our
once
meetings
and for all. And keep talking over me, because I'll keep
Yelling
arguing with you all night.
screaming,
We'll be
and
here
to
till
waste
4
the
in the
taxpayer
morning.
dollars
I
for
will be here
staff
till
to
4
sit
in the
here.
morning talking if you keep talking. Would you gavel her and allow me to finish? Would you gavel her and
let's-
allow me
Where
to
we're
finish,
at.
please?
Try to get on
Gavel
with
her.
this one.
Would you gavel her
Let's
fat,
have one
ignorant
person,
mouth?
I would
please.
really,
Shut her up.
I would really appreciate if we could just move on.
Shut
I
her
don't think there's
ignorant
any
mouth.
reason
No,
for
I don't care what you appreciate. I'm going to speak to this item
your
because it's
point.
important and I want it on the agenda. There's an email that Laura Ray sent out to Jay Finnegan following up on a few things about the Easton Road ball field. They have Easton Road ball field derangement syndrome. These are the questions. Any update on when the trees will be planted, how big they will be, and how many we are getting? Will somebody be reaching out to the residents over there so they know what to expect the public works guys? Will they be placed in a straight line or 2 staggered rows? Second question, I was notified that there have been some people driving up the private lane to the park. I believe the township agreed to post a sign at the bottom of the lane that is private, not ball game parking. Do you know anything about that? 3, can we get some information about the electric costs so far? I assume we have at least a month's billing. I was told and saw that there's a bunch of lights which are on all night, every night. I'm not sure how useful that is. Number 3, can we get Brian to provide the lighting data provided and collected when the lights were set up and adjusted? I specifically wanted to see if they have the foot candle measurements from the different areas of the field and outside the field. Now, this is the nonsense they're wasting township staff's time on. This garbage, these kinds of questions. They're not worried about anything else meaningful to the township, okay? They're worried about wasting township staff's time on this stuff. So Jay was kind enough to forward this to all members of council so we know how Laura, with her baseball field derangement syndrome, and you too, Priscilla, and you too, Victoria, this is the kind of nonsense they're worried about. So he responded here, with regard to the lights, PPL bills attached, I will check, but assume there are security lights that remain on. So my suggestion was, why don't we have the chief of police comment on lighting, having lights on at this field at certain times? Not the lights that illuminate the playing field, but auxiliary lights that may be in dugouts, because you know what happens in dugouts? Sometimes at night, in remote, dark places, bad things happen. And we would like to have some lights on in these areas because it helps to deter crime. And sure enough, what does Chief Barnt do? But Chief Barnt agrees. And he says, could you opine? His response is, well-lit areas deter criminal activity such as theft, vandalism, etc. Laura wants to turn off the lights and keep this place dark. Areas illuminated with security cameras also make it easier for police to monitor the premises. In addition to security lighting, I would recommend having security cameras installed that could also be monitored by the police department. So she wants to politicize and complain about the ball field, and the chief of police says it's good having lights on, and I think we should also have security cameras there. So that's why I asked to put this on the agenda in response to her baseball field derangement syndrome. And if you want to watch a comedy show, tune in to a Parks and Recreation meeting. When you look at the minutes from a Parks and Recreation meeting, 50% of the meeting is these people trying to micromanage the design of a baseball field, okay? That's what you want to, you want to look at something funny, look at those nut jobs that want to complain about a baseball field. That's what they're worried about, baseball field and invasive species. Invasive species, okay, should be EAC, not Parks and Rec, and they want to complain about the baseball field. So what I would propose that we do here is heed the chief of police recommendation and direct township staff to get bids for security cameras that can be monitored remotely by Lower Saucon Township Police so that they can monitor the Easton Road ball field after hours to keep it safe because, as the chief said, well-lit areas deter criminal activity such as theft and vandalism. And I know you fools would probably love if there was vandalism out there. Areas illuminated and security lighting and security cameras that would be monitored by the police would also be deterrent. So that's my motion.
I second it.
Thank you.
My comment on it is, Chief of Police is recommending it, and I think he knows the most about these types of things. Certainly not lost and Blonde Donkey and Priscilla, but you know, he's recommending it, and you know, I think it would be good to, you know, kind of deter things go out there. But I'd also like to point out, so they're doing this like. You know, Lost here sent an email to Jay and to have this township staff do all this stuff, look into all this stuff. And then, you know, fortunately Jay's an honest broker and he sends it to all of us, as he should. And, you know, they wanted to keep it from the public. They didn't want to put any of this on the agenda. In fact, they fought with Jay and Susie to keep it off the agenda. But Victoria sends an email to the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League saying, can we meet? Can we, I wanted to talk and iron out some issues with things. So on one hand, they're trying to shut the baseball field down. Remember, they wanted to turn the lights off at 7 o'clock, all right? Now, they don't have kids that play, two of them don't have kids Priscilla never had kids. And Victoria, I don't know what it is. But so most games don't even start until 6 o'clock because parents have to get home from work, kids have homework to do, and you get them to the game around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You need it. But no, people at Priscilla who don't have kids, 7 o'clock is game. She has no idea about getting kids after school, getting them to do their homework, get ready for the game, and parents having to work till 4 or 5 o'clock at least, and then getting them to the game. They have to drive them to the game, of course. Most of these kids aren't old enough to drive. And so they have no concept of that at 7 o'clock. So then board member Victoria called me this evening. This is from the head of baseball. She's asked if our board would be willing to meet with her face-to-face to discuss how Lower Saucon Township Board can mend a strained relationship and the frequent references of the Eastern Road ball field in a negative, divisive way. My best attempt at a summary of her words. Then she goes on. So on the one hand, they're sending Lost to do some dirty work with parking and all this stuff to undermine everything, because it's an election year. They're getting Lost to undermine everything that the baseball field is. They don't want to shut down at 7 o'clock. They don't want anybody to park. They don't want anybody to use it. They want to do whatever they can to prevent it from being used. They're doing that secretly. Remember, they didn't want this on the agenda. They didn't want to have public comment on this. Then they send Victoria to try and mend the fences because they know they need votes in the fall for election. So they're doing that. They're doing that. So these are the fraudulent people you're dealing with.
Okay, we're
these are the
talking about
hypothetical
security
scum
cameras in the ball field,
right.
and you are
that's
not.
Right. Well, I want to know what Victoria this is good, because when Victoria has her meeting with the board members, I hope she can say that she's in support of security cameras and she's in support of lighting, so the board members know, where she stands. And thank God we got this on the agenda, because they wanted to just throw it on the rug. Yeah, they want it back. We've offered to build the Optop outhouse many times. And
okay, we're talking about security cameras, so let's move on.
It's a bathhouse. I don't know. I miss your father. You used to come and spit in the microphone for us. But I don't know where he is. But
house is for sale.
I guess everybody's gone. House is for sale.
Just call a roll call on this.
House is for sale.
Yeah.
House is for sale, I guess.
Let's have a roll call.
The motion was to install the security cameras.
And lighting.
To direct staff to get bidding for the security cameras.
In accordance with what Chief Barnes.
Tell me what the motion was.
With Chief Barnes. Yeah. So you restated it.
Yeah, sorry, Priscilla. I'm sorry you can't hear.
Pay attention.
My motion again is to direct township staff to get bids for security cameras in accordance with Chief Barnes' recommendations for security cameras at the Eastern Road ball field to be monitored by Lower Saucon Township Police, and for lighting to continue to be used to deter criminal mischief and vandalism.
And I seconded that motion.
Mr. Epinos, could you just email us tomorrow?
No.
What's that?
We haven't received any information on the vandalism on all the parks.
Chief Barnes says these cameras will prevent it. Are you not paying attention?
No.
I was paying attention.
Then why would you ask that question?
Why would you ask a stupid question?
So I feel that this should wait until our budget comes out and put this in the budget.
I'm asking to get bids.
Yeah.
How do you know what to put in the budget if you don't have a bid?
That's a point. I'll give you that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
You either get a bid.
Okay, rocket scientist.
You either accept the bid or you don't
Okay,
accept
Tom,
the bid.
can you stop shouting out?
How long have you been on council? You don't know that?
Stop shouting out.
You don't know that?
I don't know why we're just creating all of these expenses for imaginary vandalism and all of this stuff that they think that's going to happen. We don't have any cameras or lighting at any other park.
She knows, Chief.
It's
We have lighting. The chief of police recommended it, that's why.
This No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
didn't
Yes, he did.
come to us and say, we have a problem on Easton Road. It was a solicited question that you had.
No, it came from Laura
And
Ray.
From what I
No, I
understand.
did not
Up
ask
of Laura
about
Ray.
You
cameras.
emailed the chief asking him specific questions. It's solicited by you.
I did not email him.
It's another attempt to drive up our expenses.
I never emailed him. Jay, did I email Chief Barnes?
All of these things
did I
that
email
cost
Chief Barnes?
money
Can you
to
say-
all of our
Yeah, you have to
parks
say it audibly.
without any
Thank
Okay,
you.
there you go.
forethought.
The manager
Jay,
did
the
it.
manager just said he didn't do it.
Part
Manager
about
said
what
he
that
didn't do it.
means.
Okay, blonde
When we
donkey.
look at Easton Road Ball Field, at least from my understanding, the lights that are in the back, you can't see from Easton Road. So any police officer that's
Oh, we're
driving
out
on
there.
Easton Road
You've been out there.
would be looking for criminal behavior. Even if the lights are illuminating the criminal behavior, they still have to park their car and do a patrol around the park to find the criminal behavior, which is what it is.
Now you know
But
more than Chief
before we
Barnes.
go and jump into doing bids, I think it would be more appropriate that we look at all of our parks and see really what is necessary, because unlike Easton Road Ball Field, there's other parks in which we've had complaints of actual vandalisms, of cars being broken into, and there has never been any lights put out there, no security cameras. So before we put them in imaginary places where there's imaginary vandalism, let's maybe look at the places where there's vandalism actually happening.
Tell the baseball people when you meet with them that Chief Barnes recommended cameras and you were against it.
Yeah.
Own it.
So my
That's not
question
what my
is,
comment
It is
was.
your comment. You're against it.
That this is a bait and switch that you
No,
always
he's saying it's
pull.
preventable.
That's
It's to prevent.
exactly what it is.
Not a bait and
And
switch.
while we're going to jump to the gun on
You
this
did the
one,
bait
we're
and
not doing any of the other ball fields.
She did the
or
bait-
the other parks.
she did the
or
bait
the
and
other
switch with,
recreational
Lost doing the
areas.
dirty work.
For God's sake, I mean, maybe we need to put security cameras in here every way in every single person's body here, so we know what exactly is happening.
They're here. They're here.
So, no, I
like
mean, they
to
don't.
get-
They don't cover all corners. They don't catch every, shadow in the back. Maybe in the executive room.
Out.
It'll be good in the executive room when people use curse words and all that. We have it on security camera.
How about the 42 grand for the barn study to raise Priscilla's fallen barn? You pay 42 grand for the fallen barn.
Okay, we're not
and
talking
you're not-
about the-
Yeah, I am. I'm
This
talking
is
about
not
it.
the
Did I call
agenda
for a
item,
roll
and this is
before?
why we don't get done.
I'm
and
putting
we
in
are
perspective.
staying here till
42
3
grand
o'clock.
for a barn study, $1,000 to
So be
winterize a pile
quiet.
of rocks, but you're not
my
gonna
turn
get a
to
bid
speak.
to find out how much it is for cameras that the chief of police recommended for a ball field that you politicized and encouraged people to go out and vandalize because of your anti-landfill comments. You're anti-ball field.
I'm doing
You're
that.
absolutely, you hate the ball field. It's clear you hate the ball field. You'd love for something to happen there. It'd be the
pretty
best thing
sick
to happen.
making up all this stuff.
You
All
love
we're
it,
asking is
Priscilla.
a bid.
You unathletic, old, nasty ladies.
Bid. It's a bid. It's not.
You hate
Hey,
children
most
having
people love
recreation.
me. I
Let's
don't really
stop
give
with
two
the rude
craps if you do.
comments now. Stop with the rude
I'm sorry,
comments.
it's not true. Truth hurts. I'm sorry.
Okay,
asking for a
and I
bid.
will start by saying the reason I asked those particular questions is because I've had the residents there asking
Who?
me for,
Sure you did.
about the trees being planted,
Not one of them.
when
Talk about
that's
the
gonna
lights.
Not
happen.
one of them came to the meeting.
They also, they're not gonna go to you. They also mentioned about the cars coming up the driveway, looking to park up there. So those were why I asked those specific questions. And I wanted to find out about the lighting itself, how it was ever measured and put in, because
You don't
learned-
understand it?
it doesn't seem it was ever measured, the lighting properly. And we could have had much better lighting put out there.
You're a lighting expert?
And why do you
And
speak about it when we designed the ball field?
the thing is, with this particular thing,
Illuminati.
I think
She's
we
the
need
Illuminati.
to look at it as a bigger picture, as was mentioned. Why are we only looking at security cameras for Easton Road Ball Field?
Because that's what Chief Board
We do
recommended.
have-
Ask him about other
Okay,
other places.
well,
Ask him about other
We're
places. I'm
making
sure he'll
different
respond.
recommendations here.
Ask him about other
We're the
places.
elected officials,
Right.
okay?
Yeah, that's why I asked him
So
for the
perhaps
recommendation,
we
because
can
he's the
look
expert.
at
He's the
our
chief of police.
parks overall, and it would be good to get information and data on what kind of problems have we had at other places, and have a bid and find out information about other places that we
So
might
you want to do a
need
study
this.
on that, but you don't want
So-
to do a study on fire services justifying
Okay,
the
we're not
recovery
talking
notes.
about
Yes.
fire services.
No, I am. I'm
hypocrite.
showing your
You're a
hypocrisy
hypocrite.
and your foolishness.
We're,
You
Can I-
want to
can I
draw one
call-
thing out, but you want to ram another thing
let's
through.
have a roll call. Yeah, we're done with you.
So inconsistent.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Ms. Ray?
I'm gonna say no
Yeah.
for the reasons I stated. This should be a different study.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes, I'm not a hypocrite.
Ms. Altough Canaro?
For the same reasons I stated.
Tell the baseball, and don't lie to them.
Yeah.
Don't lie if you meet with them.
And remember to tell them you didn't even want this on the agenda.
Motion fails 2-3.
Remember, don't forget to tell them that.
Tom made the motion and, no,
I made the
Jason
motion.
made the motion.
Made the motion, I second. Another thing they didn't want on the
And we
agenda.
can get additional information about this moving forward, though.
Oh, you want to make a motion for that? Who's going to look into it? What's the process? Are we getting bids on all the parks? Who's looking into it?
Why
Chief?
don't we find out what the situation is at all the parks?
Well, you got to
Where
instruct,
have we
are
had
you going to instruct the
problems?
township manager
Do we
to
have
do that?
lighting issues elsewhere?
Are you going to instruct, I make a
think it
motion
is
to instruct the
pretty-
township manager to do that.
I second.
Coach, I already asked for the chief to prepare incident reports at all the parks for the last 2 years, so.
What about recommendations? But can I ask though, you of acts of vandalism?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
also-
but did you
also
ask him about recommendations for cameras and lighting?
I'm sure he will do that if I ask him.
Do you need, okay, can you do that?
I think I need a motion.
Yeah,
right,
he's
good.
already doing that.
Good.
We had a discussion. So, item I, discussion and possible action on NTSB report of the LST train wreck.
Another thing they wanted to keep off the agenda.
Yeah.
This doesn't need to be on.
Well, it is. I asked for it, it is. And actually, the manager agreed that it should be on there, so why are you telling him that it doesn't need to be on there?
And our solicitor, and our solicitor
Make
agrees.
your point, whatever it may be.
I asked for this item to be on here. This is, so the public may not be aware, well, you're aware, I'm sure, that there was an incident where a freight train had derailed in Steel City. It was all over the news. Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, among other agencies, responded, the NTSB, county. There was a tremendous response. So the NTSB has issued its final report with regard to that derailment, and the final report was issued on April 10, 2025. Jay, is that on the township website? Have we put that on there?
Yes, it is.
All right, great. So I'm drawing attention to it because if you recall back then, Priscilla tried to politicize the train derailment with her anti-landfill derangement syndrome, and she was suggesting or stating that the reason for the derailment of the train, this freight train, was a result of degradation or erosion of the rail bed. And that was a lie. And that was to politicize and create negative sentiment towards the landfill. And if you recall, there was a gentleman who was here from the NTSB who gave us his preliminary report and said that, you know, these are our initial findings. And I specifically asked him during that meeting, he was right there at the podium, I asked him, sir, is there any evidence that you found that suggests that there was any degradation or problems with the rail bed as a result of any water runoff or erosion or anything that you could attribute to the landfill? And he said, absolutely not. So the final report has come out, and the final report, yet again, corroborates what the gentleman from the NTSB had said to us back then, which was probably in April or May of 2024. And the final report, which is available on the township website, very clearly identifies what happened here. And yet again, it says nothing about any degradation of the railroad bed or any problems with the railroad bed from water runoff or anything else attributed to the landfill. So I'm offering this because Priscilla tried to direct the public and misdirect the public and sway public sentiment against the landfill with her propaganda. But yet again, the NTSB confirmed in its final report that we have that that was not the case, and that it indicates that she was being dishonest with the public. So I think the public should be aware of that, because if she's going to put out misstatements and lies, the public should know what the reality is and what the truth is. And the reality and the truth is set forth very clearly in the NTSB's report that the landfill had nothing to do with the train derailment. To suggest that is really absurd. But nonetheless, I think it's important to point it out for the public, because there's a lot of people that believe things that come out of Priscilla's mouth, but there's a lot of lies that come out of her mouth, and that was one of them.
Yep, if Priscilla's mouth.
And I just like to go on
Priscilla's mouth's
record that I
moving,
see things
she's usually
differently
lying.
and
She's
remember
lying.
things differently
Well, you do,
than
because
Mr.
you're a
Bononis.
revisionist. You're a revisionist.
And
I
this
was
is
there.
one of them.
Right.
Yeah,
When,
well,
when Priscilla's mouth's moving,
the
she's
verbatim
usually.
minutes that were prepared back then actually reflect it, but I guess when we don't have
A motion,
verbatim
can we
minutes, we're
just
not
move
gonna
on
have
to the
that
next
anymore.
agenda item?
No, I didn't comment yet on this agenda.
There's no motion, there's no
I'm
comments to be
commenting on the
had.
agenda item. I'm commenting on the agenda item.
Yeah,
You don't
the
have to
media, I think,
comment if
picked
there's
up,
no
and I'm not sure,
motion.
I'm not
So
sure if the
move
media
on.
picked up that misstatement by her, or
Brought it
that
out,
dishonesty
you
by her.
talked about it, you showed it on the
If
screen.
We'll find out.
So can we move on to the next agenda
If Priscilla's
item?
mouth's moving, she's usually lying.
I'm sorry these things hurt you. I'm sorry, you know,
She's
breaks your
usually
heart.
lying. Yeah, she doesn't want the public to hear any of it. She doesn't want the public to hear any of it. And it's disgraceful. You know, Priscilla blames everything on the landfill. And, you know, the pollution of the Lehigh River, same thing. It's the waste treatment center plant. It's not the landfill. But again, Priscilla, her mouth's moving, she's lying. It's the landfill. The Lehigh River is polluted from the waste treatment center that her buddy Lisa Bascola's husband
Okay, we're
runs.
not talking about the waste
Of course,
treatment
right, because again, it's a Democrat, Lisa
Laura,
Bascola's
we don't
husband.
have to have all this comment if there's no motion.
We have no
He
meaningful
introduced it, he
We're
talked
moving
about
on
it.
to 7J, discussion possible action on landfill's motion for a special and permanent injunction.
Another one they tried to keep off.
Yeah, I had asked to have this one on. Steve was kind enough to share with us the opinion that the court had issued. It was the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas issued an opinion, and as my reading of this, and Steve, you can probably provide a pretty good overview of this because I know you read it in detail, is that the court had ruled with regard to certain preliminary objections of the township, but also allowed the landfill to proceed forward and file an amended complaint with regard to conflict of interest on the part of Victoria Optoff Cordero. So could you give an overview of that? I know you did in your letter, but maybe it's good for the public to hear this so they know exactly the status of it.
Public has a right
Please
to.
let us know what happened with that.
Yeah.
Public has a right to.
Preliminary objections are the earliest stage where a defendant can challenge a complaint. The plaintiff, the landfill, filed claims against the township, filed claims against Ms. Optoff Cordero, as well as Priscilla DeLeon, and in their respective capacities on behalf of council.
And Laura Ray, and you, right?
And also filed against the township, also filed against me.
And Laura Ray.
I'm sure if they did, but either way. And the preliminary objections were filed. There was a series of counts. So you may recall when the landfill came and served the complaint, it was much fanfare.
Yeah.
They did it here at an open meeting instead of just simply sending the complaint to my office to ask me to accept service, which is what's customarily done.
No, the sheriff
Council
serves.
members
the
took pictures.
sheriff serves,
There were
Steve.
pictures involved and so on and so forth. So it was a big family and friends event at that point. Immediately after the preliminary objections were filed, there was a decision made, which we just recently received, which dismissed with prejudice, meaning that the landfill cannot refile and cannot even try to fix several of the claims, including the sunshine violation claim.
They can appeal.
And then also, out of these various claims, there were approximately 6 of them, dismissed all of them but one, permitted the landfill with the opportunity to refile, meaning take another shot at some of the claims with regard to Victoria Optoff. And the only claim that remained was one against the township. So out of the approximately 6 claims left, one is standing right now at this very early stage. The landfill has an opportunity to refile, and if they refile, there may be new preliminary objections to it. So the short answer is that what started off with a lot of fanfare and a big bang has ended in a whimper at a very, very early stage of a lot of the claims at this point. So that's where we are. I provided even further detail and copies of the opinion to council and obviously their public.
So Steve, as I recall, if I read your comments and the court's ruling correctly, the court is allowing the landfill to amend with regard to Victoria Optoff Cordero's conflict of interest based upon the financial value of the legal services that she provided in support of the lawsuit that was filed by Petrie et al. Against the landfill. Is that correct?
It is common for a court to allow when there's a deficient filing, where there's something that is so badly either written or legally insufficient or otherwise improper, to strike it. And that is a rare instance at the preliminary objection level, which is what happened here. With regard to the claim against Victoria Optoff Cordero, the court has afforded the plaintiff the opportunity to try to refile, and they have that right on, under these circumstances for those particular claims. And if they refile, then it would be up to counsel at that point, meaning the attorney, to determine whether or not they would file preliminary objections a second time. So right now, there is no refiling. There could be a refiling, and that's up to the landfill at this point.
Steve, would you agree that it's rare for the court to grant preliminary or sustain preliminary objections to the first complaint without giving the defendant an opportunity to file an amended complaint on those issues?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. One of what's interesting in this status of where we are is many of the claims against the landfill have been dismissed with prejudice, meaning they're done at this very, very early stage with no chance to replead, meaning no chance. They were so deficient that they could not be fixed. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what the court was saying.
And what was the basis for the court doing that?
You have the opinion. You can read it as well as I can.
Well, my understanding, if I read it correctly, is that the court basically said that it wasn't going to reach a decision on the violation of the Sunshine Act that occurred when you undertook a position that was 180 degrees different than what the township had previously undertaken, because at the May 1st, 2024 meeting, this council voted to authorize the acts that you had undertaken, even though it was not properly authorized previously, and that cured any prior deficiency. Am I understand that correctly?
The bottom line is the case is dismissed, those claims.
Okay, those claims are. But you said it ended in a whimper. It's not over yet, right? I mean, there's that part's still ongoing, and they can file an appeal to the Superior Court.
All the claims against me have ended in a whimper. All the claims against the township, except for one, remain outstanding right now.
Okay, but there could be an appeal to the Superior Court.
There can always be an appeal.
Yeah, and the Superior Court could reverse the trial court's rulings, right?
We're two lawyers, obviously.
Well, I know we're lawyers. I'm asking, this is for the public's edification.
Right, I mean, we have taxpayers that are paying you $180 an hour. Can you please, that are listening and watching, can you please answer the questions?
Not until you refer to me by my real name.
Susie?
Yeah, you're very rude.
But, I mean...
I think we can move on then.
I'm going to comment. I think...
Let's move on.
There's nothing else to do. But I can comment. I'm going to comment. Yeah, I'm going to comment, Susie.
It's an opportunity for you to waste our time.
I'm going to comment, Susie.
Nothing to go on. It's an agenda.
I'm going to comment. I find it obnoxious and rude that we have a solicitor who's paid $180 an hour for township taxpayer money that won't explain a decision to the public. While there's not a lot of public here, there's plenty on Zoom. And it's obnoxious. He's obnoxious for not explaining that. Taking $180 an hour, but not providing an
action on repeated and ongoing failures to
He gets a little
enforce
offended. I call him Susie.
LST zoning violations.
I'd like to make a motion to remove this because pursuant to our code, any issues that deal with our staff need to really be dealt with by the manager. And if the manager felt that there was a concern with any of our zoning and code enforcement, it would be the manager's purview to bring it to council's attention and bring it to us.
I'll second.
We've had this 4 times, and of those 4 times, it's all been brought by 2 of the same council members with just continued drumming up of complaints and complaints and complaints, none of which the manager has ever substantiated as a concern he had for the quality and the services that we receive. So with that, I'm asking that this item be removed and that it not be returning to the agenda unless our manager feels that he has a concern with the services we're getting from our zoning. That's my motion.
I seconded that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing in here that shows, it shows all the things that the zoning officer is doing.
Well, let me ask the manager that.
So-
Is it accurate what Victoria said? that there's been no issues whatsoever in the township's handling of this issue, because I have an email from you that says, Mr. Sutton has submitted multiple plans to the township that have not included the information the zoning officer has deemed incomplete. As of late yesterday, Mr. Sutton was informed of the deficiencies. So this is as of Tuesday, Jay. Mr. Solangen has been contacting the township for probably 6 months or more about this issue. And it wasn't until yesterday, meaning Monday of this week, which was May 19th of 2025, that finally Mr. Sutton was informed of the deficiencies and asked to supply additional information. So Mr. Solangen is going to be sending right-to-know requests to the township. He copied us on emails to that extent. So is it fair to say that we have not followed up on these issues as confirmed by you, that it wasn't until Monday that we actually looked into this and told Mr. Sutton what was wrong?
No, I think what I indicated was as of...
I mean, I'm tired of receiving emails from residents that, excuse me for interrupting you, but I'm tired of receiving emails from residents complaining about the poor zoning enforcement services that we have in this township. And this poor gentleman has been suffering with this issue on and on and on again. I get emails from him all the time. You do too. What are we doing to address this? Because this is ridiculous. And if he gets a lawyer and sues the township, we deserve to be sued because we're totally dropping the ball here. Sure. If we're not going to enforce, and if we're not going to enforce, and we're going to single out and provide favorable treatment to people because they're on the EAC or some favored committee or they're politically favored, this is ridiculous.
If in the package that I put together, which identifies many of the situations that the zoning officer and the building code officials are dealing with, there's a memo from Mr. Mitch dated 5/13 that shows the numerous steps that he has taken with Mr. Sutton's property. My comment on Monday was, as a result of numerous submissions, the submission that Mr. Sutton last gave, which was on Monday, still did not hit all the items that it needed either A, to issue a permit or to deny a permit. Today, Mr. Sutton's engineer answered those questions, and now it'll proceed to the point where Mr. Mitch can make a determination whether or not a permit can be issued for the solar panel field. So
solar panel.
So it goes, the documentation goes all the way back to earlier this year when it started with the situation that's been documented for me.
I realize you're walking into this, and this is not something that you had created, and this was a mess that has been lingering for a while, and I appreciate that it's finally moving forward, but what is being done to enforce our ordinances with regard to this guy who just continues to violate and ignore? Because it seems like Tyler is not going out there. You know, what needs to be done to cause Tyler to have heightened awareness toward this? Or have you already addressed that with him?
I think Tyler has extreme high awareness on this, but there is really nothing under our zoning ordinances that we can enforce at this time.
So a guy who cuts down all those trees and doesn't submit a plan, an earth disturbance.
We have a plan.
But it's the deficient plan.
Well, then that's the normal customary thing is to continue to go back to the developer or the individual that submitted a plan to ask for additional information. I don't believe, and maybe the solicitor can answer this, I don't know what you would cite them on, because basically we're taking a plan, we're reviewing it, say it doesn't meet what's required under our ordinances, and sending it back to them to complete.
A plan that was completed after the fact, after he was caught, after he was busted, right?
Yes or no? I haven't seen that plan. I don't know what he submitted.
But we can agree he didn't submit a plan before he did the things that he did that require the plan, right? Jay?
I don't know if there's an ordinance on removal of trees in the township.
There is. And there's a limit. Yeah.
But Jay, I got an email from you, and you say this, I think all of us were copying on this.
to be clear, the plan, and we're talking about this property, Russ Sutton's property, is noting a proposed 6,898 square feet earth disturbance. The township's earth disturbance ordinance requires a grading permit for any project exceeding 2,000 square feet of earth disturbance, and they don't want to get a grading permit.
Correct, and he will lose that battle. Because you won't get a permit for Part B unless you get Part A with it.
Okay.
And vice versa.
All right. So I'm concerned, like this email is from you, or no, okay. So who sent that? Did you send it you sent it to us, but who sent it? Did you send it to Mr. Sutton or did Tyler send it to Mr. Sutton?
Tyler sent it to Mr. Sutton.
All right. So he's on top of this, right? 'Cause to me, that seems like this guy wants 3 times the earth disturbance that without a grading permit that the township ordinance allows.
Well, that's why we've told him he's not gonna get a permit for the solar part of it unless he gets a earth moving, and he continues to call Mr. Cucker, Tyler's boss, anyone that he can talk to.
And
we've resorted to sending emails, so there's a paper trail.
Right. I think that's a good idea with this, because I know he goes to EAC meetings and say this project is coming along, because he thinks these 3 clowns or who are his buddies are gonna give him some type of variance or relief
This
from this.
discussion about the
Okay,
quality of
so
services
you're
or
making
a
up
particular
crap,
resident?
and we do not give variances.
That's why this
You're
is
gonna-
something that is a
Alright.
waste of our
Take a
township
position. You're
staff's
gonna take a
time. All of
position.
your questions can be
So-
answered by
You're
you
gonna take a
picking up the
position.
phone and speaking with the manager. But to bring our staff's services in front of the council every meeting and imply that they're
And it's
doing
being
something
worked
bad
on.
when our manager doesn't think so is ridiculous, which is
Alright,
why I made the
let's-
motion before.
Public has a right to know.
Be
Victoria.
removed.
Public has
Do
a
a
right to
roll
know.
call.
Public has a
Have
right
a
to know.
vote, can we
Victoria.
have a call on
Let's
that?
do a roll call.
Public has a right to know.
Mr. Benonis,
What?
What's the motion?
the motion was to remove this from, which I guess we already discussed it, so
Right.
I love when they
Continue
do
with
that.
the motion.
I love when they do
From
that.
coming forward unless you, the manager, finds that there's a concern that he thinks rises to the level of bringing to
So
council.
he did. You didn't want it on the agenda, and he put it on the agenda.
You did.
No, he did. You wanted it on.
You want to
I
cover
don't
up
know
for
who
Russ Sutton?
starts this time, but we'll try Mr. Benonis.
What's the motion, to take this off the agenda, the thing we just talked
No,
about?
that it shouldn't be on the agenda, it should be handled by the township manager in the future. Is that correct?
Correct. Unless there's actually an
Yes.
issue.
You're a joke.
No, we shouldn't hide information from the public like they want to.
Mr.
Discuss it in
Benonis,
an
no.
open public forum.
Edenick.
Ms. Orthop Darrow,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
motion passes 3-2.
All right, 7L. Discussion and possible action on landfill closure, expansion impact analysis formed by Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions.
I requested this to be on the agenda. This is the consultant that I had provided to council, I think it was the beginning of April, and I suggested that we pay $20,000 for a study that would assess the economic impact of the landfill closure and/or expansion. And you 3 fools carried on with hysteria. You spend $20,000 on a fire services consultant that tells us to create a committee that already existed, that you eliminate it, and you won't spend $20,000 on what is currently 35% of the township's annual budget. So the landfill apparently retained Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions, and they provided this study that was prepared, same study that I was requesting. Now, you're going to say that this is biased because it was paid for by the landfill, but you had every opportunity to pay for it. In fact, you should have paid for it, but your landfill derangement syndrome prevents you from being truthful with the public about what these impacts are. You say that we have to live within our means. I don't know what that means, because it doesn't, we can't under the current tax structure. It's going to result in increased taxes for residents. And I pointed out, and I remember Andrea Witchen penned a screed on her so-called blog calling me out for fuzzy math and being dishonest with the public and everything else. So I want to read here the executive summary that was provided in this report. And the executive summary states as follows. Based on the projections illustrated, and again, they did a study here. They looked at the township's financial records, the audit records, and everything else that's publicly available on the website. And I asked Kathy, when she was still the township manager, I said, Kathy, if we were to get this study done, is there anything that would be needed beyond what's available on the website? And she said, no, everything's there. The only other thing that would be necessary would be perhaps census data, which is available through the federal government. So all this stuff is publicly available information. And they concluded as follows. In the executive summary, based on the projections illustrated throughout this report, the 2028 closure of the Bethlehem landfill is projected to have a dramatic negative effect on the township's financial position. The closure of the landfill will result in millions of dollars of lost revenue each year to the township. Based on the projections beginning in 2029, the township will need to use its cash reserves to cover the projected operating deficits unless another significant and reliable revenue source is identified or drastic expenditure cuts are made. In contrast, if the Phase 5 expansion moves forward, it is projected to extend the landfill's life by 16.6 more years. Under the current host community agreement, that expansion is projected to generate approximately $3.8 million per year of revenue for the township, with total projected revenues of approximately $63.2 million from the Phase 3 expansion. The township would have significantly more financial security and flexibility in the upcoming years. Now, I'm not going to read the whole report here, but the public needs to know this report and its findings. The public needs to know how dishonest you have been with them. It's outrageous. Here we are at 12:20 a.m., and this is the last item on the agenda. This should be the first item on the agenda. This item explains to the, shut up. This item explains to the public exactly what the consequences are from what you're intending to what you're trying to accomplish here through your nefarious purposes and your landfill derangement syndrome. So I am going to make a motion, and every time the landfill sneezes, you folks put it onto the township website so the public is aware of it. And this, you don't want the public to be aware of. So I'm going to be making a motion that has two parts to it. First is that this report, if it is not already on the township website, actually three parts to it. If this report is not already on the township website, that it immediately be put on the township website prominently so the public can see this report and understand what they are dealing with here with these folks and what they are proposing. Second, that it be included in the next township newsletter that goes out, which I believe is going to go out electronically. So this is easy to attach that to that newsletter so the public is aware of it. And third of all, since our new policy is that we need to, the hierarchy of agenda items is based upon when the request is made. I'm going to request that this item be placed on the next council agenda, which is whatever that first Tuesday is in June, June 3rd, I think it is. Discussion and possible action on landfill closure / expansion impact analysis performed by Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions, Inc. So I expect you're going to vote down the motion, but Jay, I'm formally requesting that this item be placed at the top of, this is the second item I'm requesting on the next council meeting agenda. And I want it at the top so that we're not talking about this at 12:20 in the morning, because there's other points in this that I want to talk about, but I want to gather some more information. And one other thing is to suggest that this is political. Plainfield Township hired the same organization to provide a report to them. They at least have the wherewithal and the decency and the honesty with their residents and taxpayers to invest in something like this so they can tell a true story. So I know you're going to carry on and say this is biased, this is this is that. It's the same organization. They're paid to provide an objective analysis of this. So if you're going to do that, be very careful of what you say, because the folks that put this together, if you were to suggest that they did something untoward in this analysis, you're subjecting the township to a disparagement claim, which is really unfortunate, because these folks are just putting together an impact analysis.
Yeah, and my comment on it, are you done or you?
Yeah, I'm done. I think that's.
My comment would be like, I agree with Jason. I mean, they're paid $20,000 up front to do this analysis. They have no real benefit if the analysis comes back the wrong way for the landfill or anything like that. They're not gonna get any more money. You know, they charge for the analysis and then they do it, and they have a reputation to uphold. So I don't think it's biased at all. I think it's probably pretty accurate as to what would happen. Everything's a projection, of course, so, you know, you know, there's a lot of projections. But, you know, the fact of the matter is this should have been done, and it says a lot that, one, they wouldn't pay for this or anything like it. Two, they want to hide it, they want to bury it when somebody else paid for it. They didn't even want it on the agenda tonight, and they made it absolutely last, so that people have to go to work tomorrow. I mean, I know these three don't go to work, but other people have to go to work in the morning and, you know, and can't stay up to watch this. So I agree. It calls for a larger conversation and should be on the agenda for our next meeting at an earlier point when there's more residents that can attend and weigh in on it. And hopefully by that time, if it's on the website, they'll also have a chance to read it. So when they do come and comment on it, they will comment intelligently from what they've read, if it's on the website. But, you know, we'll see how quote unquote transparent they say they are. They seem to want to hide everything. So hide everything from the public. That's the motto of the Democratic Party in Lower Saucon Township. Hide everything from the public.
Jay, you have the discretion to put things on the website, don't you?
Mr. Bonolis, this is already on the website.
Oh, it is?
With all the other landfill information.
Oh, great, thank you.
Thank you, good. Well, the public should know that too.
What was said? I missed that.
It's on the website.
When was it put up, Jay?
He's all right. You just ask for clarification.
Last Friday, I
I say
believe,
it's all right.
Thursday, Friday.
Thank you very much, I
say it's
appreciate
all
that, Jay.
right. It's all right. You know that. Wow. If I say it's all right, it's all right. I did have. So there was a motion and a second, I believe. It's already on the website, but the motion was also some other things, right? To put in the newsletter, to put on the agenda?
Yeah, just, I believe the newsletter goes out, like Constant Contact, or whatever way it goes out. You would never be able to put this entire document, you would be able to put a link to it.
Okay.
The link.
Reference it, that would be the appropriate thing.
The link would be good.
So,
So there
do
was
you need a roll call here?
Yeah. I'm ready for a roll call.
Can I make a comment before we
go
we vote on it?
Just
That if you want to put it in the newsletter, I don't think it should be on the agenda next time. So if you're combining all three of these things in one motion, then I
We can
understand.
separate it. We can separate it. A link for it in the newsletter.
I'm not, if I can be heard, because we're going through the rest of us.
Well, let Priscilla was still
Priscilla,
talking.
I'm sorry. Priscilla, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay.
If I can be heard, I don't, first of all, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be placing anything on any website or in any newsletter that's not something generated by a government agency or something that we funded on our behalf that we can ensure was an appropriate representation of things. So I don't think.
NTSB studies on there. You didn't fund that.
Yep.
NTSB studies.
Yes, it's a government agency.
You didn't fund it.
It's a government agency. But if I can please finish without being interrupted, I don't think it's appropriate that we do that. I think it's par for the course that we have cheerleaders that continue to
cover up.
Can I finish without being interrupted?
Cover up.
Are we just going to continue shouting because you don't like what I have to say?
Cover up.
All right. I'm just going to continue talking because it's inappropriate.
I got the good behavior.
To continue cheerleading and providing information and then misrepresenting, from my perspective, what it says and telling people that they're gonna have all this catastrophic events happen in our township to the taxpayers, and oh my gosh, our services are gonna be terrible, and this, that, and the other thing is
All to benefit your
a derelict of our
Benefit your
duty as a
parents.
council person.
Where'd your parents move?
All it does is create fear and discourse in our community when we should be finding solutions. What I got out of the report, which I looked at as a worst-case doomsday scenario because it was funded by the very company that wants to expand. So there's, of course, an interest in having a report say something, and you can always have the numbers say what you want them to say if that's what you have, that's what you want to do. There's always that out there. So I look at it as a doomsday scenario. And in the doomsday scenario, it says that our council is going to sit here, do nothing until 2040, and then just let everything collapse.
What have you done?
Which is absolutely the most ridiculous thing that I could ever think would ever happen. To assume that, number one, we're never going to have increased tax revenue from any other source. To number two, assume that we're gonna start incurring a debt, which we don't have any debt. We don't have debt service, but I think as it was appropriately pointed out during the public comment period, the debt service, it even says if we were to have debt service, it then doesn't put in any money in the income side to say that we have more revenue from the debt. So there are so many issues with it, but I think it says what somebody wants it to say. But when I look at it, worst case scenario, you're talking about sitting here until 2040 and doing nothing. I don't think anybody would expect our township council to do that. And so, it says what it says, but I know that it's a bunch of propaganda and fear mongering that we have another coordinated effort to put forward to scare people. When you're talking about cutting off, I mean, it's like cutting off the head of a township and expecting it to continue as a human being. When you have one side of the township that you just basically throw away and say anything can happen to it, we don't care anymore, we don't care about the people over there because we're over here and we don't have to worry about any of that, it's irresponsible. So I guess if you sell your soul, you want to sell the whole township soul and the crest that we have looking in front of us, a tree, sell the soul, sell the crest. I guess it doesn't matter for you, but all of our residents care about all of our community, and by doing anything other than what we're doing, we would be selling our soul.
That's very good
Speaking
point.
of conflict of interest, the conflict of interest herself.
All right. And
Her
the
parents,
reason
they're selling the house, there's no disclosure.
I
about the
wasn't in favor of this being on the agenda tonight is because, well, it came in
You didn't want, you
way
wanted
late at the end of the day Thursday,
Wanted to
which
hide it
is
from the public.
past any time normally that it would have been accepted for the agenda. And now we went through it once, so we're not gonna go through it again. So let's do a roll call.
What about a link in the newsletter?
Ms. Orthop-Cadero,
No.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes, there should be a link in
Mr.
the
Leone,
newsletter.
No.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Mr. Manonis.
Absolutely, yes. Stop hiding things from the public.
Fails 2-3.
I make a motion that we not put this on the agenda moving forward because it's, again, just more of a public forum to share propaganda that's inappropriate, as it didn't come from a township directive and didn't come from a government agency. So that's my motion.
Second that?
So just to be clear, this motion is to not share it with the public anymore at all, meaning they don't want the link in the newsletter to it. They just want to hide it from the public.
No, the motion is to not put it on the agenda next time, or in the future.
Hide it from the public, to hide it from the public.
Motion to not
Cover
put it
up
on the
continues.
agenda. Let's do a roll call.
Democratic cover-up.
Mr. Caroci,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Manonis. No. Mr. Orthop-Cadero.
Yes, and,
Mo-
oh, go ahead.
Conflict.
I
motion
just, go ahead.
This is 3-2.
I just wanted to ask, since we're talking about things on the agenda, I think is an appropriate time since I've seen agenda after agenda after agenda filled with stuff that is just designed to continuously
about?
make our agendas long, to make our meetings long, to cause all this increase in our staff's time and wasted taxpayer dollars that we have on the agenda, discussion and action on revising the agenda policy.
Are we gonna get a chance to speak?
So I'm asking that be put on the agenda for next meeting.
The policy next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, just ignore everybody.
Okay. So now we're up to council and staff reports, so you can sit down. Jay, do you have a report? Or no,
Did you
sorry.
skip
I'm
over the
missing it.
minutes?
Sorry, we gotta do the approval of the minutes. 8A,
Yep.
approval of the November 6, 2024 council minutes. I'll make the motion to approve them.
Second.
We have a roll call.
Give it to Priscilla as a second, you don't have to make.
Yep.
What?
I'm doing what? I seconded it.
Yeah, I know. I think Jay's catching up with his notes.
What the first? Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
No, the minutes are not accurate, from my
Dr.
recollection.
Cadero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
He stepped out to the men's room, I believe.
De Leon.
Could you defer
Yes.
vote for him and ask him when he comes back?
I'll ask him when he comes back.
Minutes.
Motion was to approve the
November minutes.
November minutes.
All right.
Motion passes 3-2.
Oh, too funny. You can't make this up.
You remember that they're accurate,
Now we're at
Priscilla.
the
Prove me wrong, Priscilla. Prove me
Council
wrong.
and staff.
Oh my God.
Go through them and prove me
reports.
wrong.
Jay, do you have a report?
Just quickly, that each one of the agencies were honored with a meeting, a luncheon this week. Did the fallen firefighters, April 27th to May 4th, National Police Week, May 11th to the 17th. And the EMS and Public Works recognition was this week. And if you noticed, the police got challenge coins, which is displayed up there, and also Public Works got a challenge coin. Tomorrow's the deadline for looking for volunteers for the Fire Service Executive Committee. So far, we have 3 applicants. As I mentioned earlier, the township website's gonna go live May 29th. On May 7th and 8th, township staff was certified in CPR, those that wish to and didn't have it. Movies in the Park, June 27th is Mona 2 at Polk Valley Park. July 17th is Monsters, Inc. at Steel City Park. Friday, August 15th is Mufasa at the Township Hall Park. And the police department and the township will celebrate National Night Out on Tuesday, August 5th from 5 to 8 p.m. here at the Municipal Complex. Thank you.
Jay, did you say that was the township ballpark or the town hall park? I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say
Township Hall Park.
Township Hall Park, thank you.
Jay, next time you have stuff like this, can we do your report at the beginning of the meeting so that it would have been nice to talk about the honor for the police while we had a lot of police officers here. And it would have been nice for people to hear at 6:30, 6:45 of when the movies in the park are and where they're at. So maybe we can do that next meeting. We can do that in the beginning. You can basically give that same report at the beginning when people are actually here.
Well, I think that might be part of Ms. Cadero's agenda item for next week to discuss agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody can't be first.
Certainly not you.
That's all I have.
We moved the junior council member up to be first. So it's public information.
All right. Jason, do you have a council report?
Yeah, Jay had forwarded to us a letter that was sent from the city of Bethlehem. It was addressed to the This is May 5, 2025, to Tyson Johnson, Lower Saucon Fire Department, 3700 Old Philadelphia Pike, Bethlehem, PA, 18015. It's a thank you for your support. Chief Johnson, thank you for your support to the City of Bethlehem Fire Department responding to mutual aid in the 500 block of East 3rd Street. I appreciate your support of the department, and we were able to suppress the 4-alarm fire. Your assistance was crucial in successfully resolving this emergency. It is with community support that the fire department is able to thrive and strive to serve the citizens of Bethlehem. We are very grateful and appreciative for your assistance. Thank you for all of your support. Jay, you received that letter, obviously, right?
Correct, that came into the township.
Yeah, and I think that's great that the city of Bethlehem offered their appreciation in a kind letter to us. Do we know how that letter came to be? Did somebody solicit that letter from the city of Bethlehem?
To the best of my knowledge, it was not solicited, and other agencies that participated in the mutual aid, based on my conversations with them, also received that letter from the fire chief in the city of Bethlehem.
Okay.
And I can tell you that the Hanover Township letter said Hanover Township Fire Department, and that's not their name either.
Yeah, because this is addressed to Lower Saucon Fire Department. We obviously don't have a fire department. Do we know why it was sent to the township offices instead of to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, which are not located here? No idea?
No idea.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's just great, and thanks to the fire department for going out and assisting City of Bethlehem. City of Bethlehem is a paid fire force, and a lot of stations throughout the city, and I guess Lower Saucon was in close proximity and went over for mutual aid and assisted there, so many thanks to them for that. That's all that I have for my council report.
My council report, I attended the PSATS conference in Hershey, and I thought the most interesting part was on Tuesday morning when they brought in some state legislatures, 2 senators and 2 House members, to speak about local issues that were on the local committees. Bob Freeman was one of the people they brought in. Represents part of the township. He was extensively booed on providing OSHA protections to township employees, workers, for insisting that townships still pay newspapers to carry the advertisements, even though nobody gets their news from newspapers. Morning Call can't sell a newspaper, and townships pay thousands of dollars to these newspapers to have notices published every year. He's still for that because he wants to prop up liberal journalism. He said prop up journalism. I put prop up liberal journalism. He was booed extensively for that. Victoria rudely yelled out, "We love you, Bob Freeman," for some reason, and Victoria was booed for saying that. So it was great. This is a room of like a couple hundred people, if not 1,000 people. So it was hilarious, and it was great fun. I think the guy's completely lost it. He's been in Harrisburg for 40 or 50 years now. Even when he lost and was out of office for a while, he worked for the House Democrats. And he said that, he wants the local police to have radar. And he's saying he likes to stand on the side of the road, or wants to stand on the side of the road with a blue cap on and a hairdryer to scare people to slowing down. So he might have completely lost it. Mr. Ozimic, if you see him out there doing that, please don't run him over. The other thing is, what was that? So that was he wouldn't mind seeing, he's generally for the localities keeping zoning, but he wouldn't mind the state get into zoning for landfills and other things that are important to the DEP. And he supports localities being able to have a 1% sales tax, which I think is disastrous. And there was one other thing. Oh, with the question was brought up about hospitals and other nonprofits, buying all this property, and it goes off the tax rolls. They get the tax exemption if they want it. If they want to apply for that under the state law, they can. And the legislature has the power to change that, actually. And he said it is a problem that hospitals, and so I assume he meant hospitals in our area too, St. Luke's and Lehigh Valley, buy a lot of this property, comes off the tax rolls, the schools don't get taxes for it, and they're not providing any free care at this site. But of course, he did your typical Democratic response. His response was not to make the hospitals pay something, at least a subsidized portion of their school taxes and their township taxes and their county taxes. His thing was Harrisburg should take in more tax dollars so that we can then send it back to the municipalities and the school districts. So anyway, these, his proposal is hospitals like St. Luke's keep their tax exemption, and Lehigh Valley keep their tax exemption, don't pay any property taxes. You pay more taxes in income, state income tax, or sales tax, whatever, that goes to Harrisburg, and then they give it back to your community to subsidize it. So you're paying it. And this is his bright idea. Typical Democrat, been in Harrisburg for 50 years, way too long. And but the highlight of the whole conference was Victoria getting booed when she yelled out, "We love you!" Everybody was booing them.
That's not the first time, I'm sure.
It was great. It was great. So pathetic. All right, that's all I got.
Who wants to go next? Victoria?
Sure. We had Heritage Day, which was, I thought, a phenomenal success. It's the second year that we've had Heritage Day, which is a combination of our communities working together, the Hellertown Historical Society, Lower Saucon Historical Society, the Saucon Valley Conservancy, and this year also the Saucon Valley Rail Trail, all coordinated together to offer a very nice community event, which was held, I think it was like 10 to 3, and people could go to Gristmill, then they could take the rail trail over to the Conservancy. The Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse was showcased by the Historical Society, Lower Saucon Historical Society, and there were all these demonstrations. There was animals. From last year to this year, I would say it grew at least 50% to 75% larger. This year we had great weather, so there were a lot of people there. I know I was able to attend with my family, and I was very appreciative of all the different things that they had. And I almost wish that we had it multiple times, because there were so many different demonstrations for the various different locations that if you wanted to try and see all of them, you probably couldn't get to all of them in one day. But I just want to thank all of the organizations that were involved and all the volunteers that participated and the community that came out, because I think it's what makes us special.
All right. Priscilla?
Yes, I attended the PSATS conference, and I went to 6 sessions on Monday and Tuesday, and it was very educational. And I also attended the historic committee meeting the other day, and they're looking to divide the township into different areas and to do research and see what we can find out on different areas. And I guess that's all.
Priscilla, was there, during PSATS, was there a conference topic, I think it was called Rogue Council Members, What to Do? Did you attend that?
Yes, I did.
I thought it was very insightful also. I look forward to trying to implement some of the things that we learned there that would help our meetings be more professional.
Yeah.
Let's skip that session.
Maybe you should resign.
Great.
Let's start with you
Surprised that
resigning.
I did not see Mr. Benonis or Mr. Carochi
I
at
didn't attend the conference.
any of the conference sessions.
I was not an attendee, and I did not waste taxpayer dollars going to it like
I
you
guess
did.
Mr. Carochi did.
No.
I saw and heard you, and I try and avoid you all.
Mr. Carochi gave a thorough report. I think it's hilarious.
He wasted money.
You get
I don't
booed
know.
here, you get booed there.
If I wasted the money, he must have wasted the money too.
No, you did.
Just
At least he gave an
All right,
insightful
but this
report
is
about
not,
something.
Insult time. All right, so I as well attended the PSATS conference. I'll probably talk about some of the sessions I went to at future meetings. But one thing that
can't
I
wait to hear
did
about those.
find interesting, and asked Jay about, I will bring the information to him, is looking into comparing costs of using private health insurance for the employees versus the method of self-insured group thing that we do, because we experienced such a huge increase in those costs last year, like 20 to 22%. We saw big increases on all our personnel costs because of that. So
Get off
I
the
would like
insurance.
to do
You and
some.
Priscilla and Victoria, get off the township insurance. Well, maybe,
You
I
know,
don't know.
you're really
Are you?
quite rude, and
Are you on it? Are you getting subsidized by the township?
one, it's not your business, but two, I am not, okay?
Okay,
So
thank you.
stop your lies.
I don't know, I thought maybe
Lies
you
and more
were.
lies and more lies.
Defamation if they keep on saying it
So
after you say you
I
I
did.
didn't
would
keep saying
like
it. Thank you for
to
correcting me.
have that looked at so
Thank
that
you.
when we go
Knowingly
to
false.
budget season, we can have some, information to see if it might be worthwhile to move in that direction and maybe save some money on the health insurance costs. I also attended the Heritage Day, and it was wonderful. It was so well organized. There were so many activities and things for everybody, all age groups, and they really did a great job putting that together. So kudos to all the volunteers who worked on that. Steve, do you have any?
I do not.
Okay, and Brian is gone. So it is public comment period.
Great.
Dave Boulan.
Boulan, please. I've only been here for 5 years.
She knows what your name is. She's knowingly calling you the wrong name, so you should sue her for defamation under Victoria's theory.
All right, so just so the public knows, if anybody's watching, sometimes they'll watch at the end. It's about, let's see here, 12:48. Okay, so here we go. I have to wait all this time for VOC over here to tell us about the food at this meeting or that meeting. And Priscilla say, oh, it was just such a good meeting. We had so much to talk about. And Bob Freeman's 80 years old. He's just like Joe Biden. I don't want to hear that. I'm really tired of it. I want to hear things that are important. And the only people that bring these up are these two here. First off, thank you, Jay. Kudos to you for just taking the initiative and putting the report on the web. I know it's yanked now. More cover-up, okay? Anybody that's read it, and then everybody wants it, just call Dave Boulan. I've got copies. I'll send you PDFs out. Not a problem. Should it be on the newsletter? Darn tootin', right away, another initiative. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, VOC, for just yanking it, okay? Don't look so pained and we have to listen to you for hours on bloviating. That's why these lists are so long. And for you, Laura, you get an F tonight. You didn't run a meeting, you ran a circus, and that's a shame. So much to be had. And I'd like to know how much we spent to buy that software of yours to get all these notes done, which we've gotten one set of notes in the last 3 months. Well, why? Well, it was all, we already know. Too many managers already had 3 or 4, too many attorneys turning over. People can't wait to get out of here. Kathy Gorman is happy as can be. Yeah, I saw her. Okay, so what else do we have? We're not going to pay for this study. It's got to be a fraud. And Plainfield Townships are a bunch of dummies, so whatever. So we haven't done anything here to replace the landfill. I know that we're just going to get rid of them and well, we just have to raise taxes. We're too rushed. It's only been 5 years. We make these agreements for 10 years. That's a joke. My God, and what was the other one I just saw? It was like 20 years. So trying to get this stuff straight is important. The minutes are a disaster. They just are. Yeah, you want to shut me down now, Laura? Go ahead. That's what you did last time. You just absolutely have no couth when it comes. You hate the public. You hate people that disagree with you. And that really drives me up a wall because I see every time, whether it's your rules, 5 minutes for everybody that wants to talk about an item, and now you're going to yawn, more disgraceful. 5 minutes for everything, then it's 3 minutes for the whole How many hours today? 6 hours, 7 hours, whatever. It's just delightful.
Okay.
That's the end of it. Just pull the plug like you did last time. Jay, you wonder why people get discouraged and upset?
Do we have other public comment?
There is, I'm sorry, you should have
That's
been before.
quite all right. No, it's fine. I don't care what order I go in. Mary Ann Garber, I represent the Bethlehem Landfill, and I just want to respond to Ms. Optoff-Cordero's characterization of the Susquehanna Accounting and Consulting Solutions report, saying that it's biased, that it's propaganda. I really urge everybody to read this report. It is a numbers analysis. It's based on entirely on publicly available information, the township's audited financial reports, forms and reports and numbers that are reported to DEP. And honestly, I think the fact that the landfill had to commission Susquehanna to do this report doesn't change the credibility of it. So Mr. Bononis proposed that the township retain Susquehanna to do this analysis. The majority said no. And then Jason actually proposed that the township write to the landfill and say, if we retain Susquehanna, will you please reimburse us for that? And I actually said, let me take that back to my client. So the fact that we were forced to retain Susquehanna to do the report because the township wouldn't doesn't change the basis of the analysis. And it's all numbers. It's right there. There are no characterizations. People, will take from it what they will, but the data's there. I'm disappointed if the township's not going to keep it on its website. I think it's really important information, but it is posted on Bethlehem Landfill's website, so if anybody's interested, they can get it there. If they want a copy, certainly you can reach out to me. I'd be happy to provide that. But, I really would urge the majority to reconsider posting this information. It's important for everybody to understand and draw their own conclusions, frankly, from the data that's been presented. Thank you.
And thank you for providing that report, and thank you to the landfill for providing that report. I think it's
Anybody
important for
else
the
for
township.
public comment?
And, we know the history of this, they just want to hide this from the public, and now they're hiding it again. But I think it's meaningful, and at least many of the residents that spoke to me appreciate the fact that it was done, because it shows in concrete numbers what the effect is and what these folks are trying to hide. So thank you for doing it.
What we're doing.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn because it looks like
My
there's nobody
comment is,
else.
we have Hunter Gress here who's running for council, won't stand up and say whether that
Meeting
landfill
is
report
adjourned.
should be
It's
made public or not.
12:53.
Won't be made public or not. He's already drank coffee. Yeah.